Fated Cultivation, I have max level divination skills. Chapter 301, Return to Jianzhou, the transformation of Yan country 2. With that said, the conflict between Xia country and Yan country needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, they could face a combined attack from the other two empires. In addition, Your Majesty, there is also good news. What's the good news? Yu Qinghan asked with a frown. The governor smiled and said, there's been a significant internal conflict in Yan country as well. First, the Raven sect started a demon rebellion in the south, and then the former prime minister of Yan, Song Heking, who was getting on in years, passed away 3 days ago. The uneven distribution of civil and military strength within Yan country has led to discord. The imperial court has discussed the possibility of war several times. I was fortunate enough to be present and listen to Grand Secretary Fan Yan's argument. The consensus in court is that this is a good opportunity for us to move against Yan. However, to the governor's surprise, rather than showing a joyful expression as he had expected, Yu Qinghan instead furrowed her brows deeper. The area ruled by Yan country isn't as vast as that of Xia country, but it holds a vital position, including major revenues from grain and taxes. If Yan country were to collapse, it would not benefit central state at all. Xia country might face a joint invasion from the Shenluo and Northern Wolf empires, which are undoubtedly a huge disadvantage. The sects are gradually intervening in the mortal world. The battles between the dynasties are essentially showdowns between the immortal sect and the devil sect. So, in a sense, it's not beneficial for Xia country to move south when Yan country's in trouble. It's rather dangerous. But the most crucial question is, could she be ruthless towards her husband? Clearly, she couldn't. She must discuss this with her husband. Its brother cultivator. All of a sudden, the little girl pointed at a figure in the sky, her eyes beaming with excitement, and shouted. Yu Qinghan also looked up at the sky and saw a man flying towards her. It was Zhao Huai, the one she had been thinking of. After Zhao Huai had instructed the Boar King on how to manage the demons and signed a soul contract, ensuring that Black Wind Mountain could be used by him as a demon weapon factory, he left. He had agreed to meet up with Madame in Jianzhou, but he hadn't expected that upon his arrival, Jianzhou had changed. It had expanded, and the population was larger than before. It even seemed more prosperous than a year ago. After Zhao Huai landed, he looked at the guards in armor and was slightly taken aback, but he understood. After all, Madame was now the Empress of Xia country, so it was normal for her to be accompanied and protected by a convoy of guards. But did she really need protection? Seeing Zhao Huai appearing out of nowhere, both the governor and the soldiers were stunned, with several chi-refining cultivators adopting defensive stances. Upon seeing this, Yu Qinghan explained briefly, "Don't make a fuss. He's a cultivator guard I recently recruited." Hearing this, the governor finally let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Huai had changed his appearance, so they had nothing to worry about. Even if he hadn't, no one would have recognized him. Aside from the high ranks of the devil sect, not many knew what the Crown Prince of Yan country looked like. While the title of the Crown Prince of Yan country was well known, many were not clear about his name or his appearance. Compared to an immortal, he was more like a flashy billboard. "You can retreat for now. I will return to Xia's capital another day," Yu Qinghan ordered the governor. "Yes." The governor, feeling relieved, slowly instructed his men to withdraw. Thankfully, the Empress didn't give him any trouble this time, which was a fortunate thing. "What's going on?" Zhao Huai playfully pinched the little girl's cheek and then asked Yu Qinghan. Yu Qinghan told Zhao Huai all her speculations and everything that had happened in the mortal world. Zhao Huai tell silent tore a long time at her nearing the news of Song Heking's death. A lot had happened in Yan country during his absence. What happened to the Raven sect for them to start a revolt in the south? The death of Song Heking, with his extensive experience, would indeed deliver a significant blow to Yan country. With his grounding presence, he was the mainstay of Yan's civil officials. If he were no longer there, it would not be unusual for conflict to arise between the civil officers and the military officers, for the voice of authority means everything. Given the present situation, it is indeed not optimistic. Yu Qinghan sighed and asked, "What would you do if you were in this situation? Would you take a passive stance or proactively seek change?" The devil sect is eyeing you warily. It's safer to be cautious. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine. No one can force you. I'll take care of everything. Zhao Huai turned around and looked at the familiar shop. One side was bathed in light, the other in shadow. He tapped on the counter and after a moment of silence, he said sharply, "The mortal world cannot continue in this chaos. Whether it's Shenluo, Northern Wolf, Xia Country, Yan Country, or even the immortal and devil sects lurking behind them, they all need to come to a resolution. We returned from the spiritual mountains and should have been prepared for this. Competing and killing each other, conspiracies and plots should not hinder our progress. Our focus should be on ourselves, not on them. If we want to fight for something, we go and fight. If we want something, we steal it. If we want to kill someone, we kill them. That's the lesson I learned from my cultivation in secular Immortal Peak. My husband, you've grown." Yu Qinghan looked at the resolute silhouette before her and muttered, biting her lips. "I just don't want to see Madame once again bearing the weight of the world on her shoulders as she did a year ago, missing each other yet again. I can't accept that situation. So this time, it's my turn to carry the burden," said Zhao Huai, his eyes fiercely determined. Chapter 302, Returning to Jin State, Yan Country Changes 3. "No, we'll do it together." Huai's pawnshop. "Cultivator brother, I've changed clothes." "Oh, I haven't asked your name yet." Zhao Huai looked at the somewhat shy girl in front of him and smiled. After some grooming, the unkempt little girl had completely transformed. Her skin became as white as snow after bathing, her black lion's hair was tied into a ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead. She appeared more energetic, especially her bright and expressive eyes and the shallow dimples on her cheeks when she smiled, exuding a natural liveliness and cuteness. Zhao Huai couldn't help but be amazed. This little girl was still young, but she already showed the foundations of a beauty. Perhaps he could reserve her as a wife for his son. "My father's surname is Shen, our family lives in Qinghe village, and we make a living by fishing, so my name is Shen Yuer." The girl answered. "Not bad, it sounds nice." Zhao Huai nodded slowly before saying, "You want to learn cultivation, don't you? If you take me as your master, I will teach you the ways of cultivation. In return, you must call me Master Lord. Are you willing?" "I am willing. As long as I can have enough food and make those who bully me step aside, I will follow Master Lord forever." Shen Yuer nodded solemnly, her gaze very serious. "All right, then you'll be my first official disciple." Zhao Huai nodded in satisfaction. "Now, I'll teach you the method of refining qi. Remember it well. In ancient times, the realm of refining qi was divided into 4 major levels: qi bowl, qi lake, qi river, and qi sea. Each corresponds to one of the 9 realms. In the Middle Ancient period, there was no such division, but later generations. Nanya Prefecture. On both sides of the vermilion door stood 2 stone statues of Kylans. Under the door hung a golden plaque inscribed with Yan Hall. The tall and sturdy soldiers standing guard by the doorway wore bright, heavy blood-scaled armor. This matter can only be decided after the crown prince returns. In the living room, Song Zisha was red-faced, arguing with several cultivators, including an old woman and a middle-aged man in purple clothes. "I am a nobleman of Yan Country. My ancestors were granted titles by ancestor Yan Zia more than 36 generations ago. When ancestor Yan Zia was conquering the 4 seas, you were nowhere to be found." The middle-aged man in purple clothes coldly retorted. If the seal in the Western state is broken, can you bear the responsibility? Forming an alliance with the Shenluo Empire as soon as possible and addressing the crisis that will come in the next few years is the most important matter. The mortal world cannot continue to engage in internal strife like this. The land left behind by ancestor Yan Ziyu has been tarnished. At this, Song Zishu's face darkened. It was just a month ago when the royal crown prince had left for several days. The 7-day deadline agreed upon with the princess of Shenluo had passed without a response. As a result, the princess of Shenluo became angry. After returning to Shenluo, the emperor of Shenluo was furious and threatened to attack Yan country. At this time, some old followers of Yan country came to join as well. It was said that they were people close to ancestor Yan Ziyu. Although they weren't members of the royal family, they had titles bestowed by ancestor Yan Ziyu themselves. Yan country had been established for 500 years. Many of its old followers still remained, including some highly skilled cultivators. However, most of them had not survived or disappeared, leaving little trace in the historical records. It was as if they had been purposely erased. Without any historical records or oral transmission from predecessors, the identities of these people were indeed doubtful. If they were truly the mighty Golden Core cultivators, why didn't they appear when Yan country perished? Could there be anything more important than saving the nation at that time? Song Zishu wanted to question them to verify their identities, but the middle-aged man in purple clothes and the old woman claimed he didn't have the qualifications to know the truth. As a result, Song Zishu felt that they only appeared now in order to gain some reputation. If that was the case, even the mild-mannered, scholarly Song Zishu couldn't help but want to scold them. No, we must wait for the crown prince to return. This matter involves too many arrangements. Song Zishu insisted, refusing to back down. The previously silent old woman said indifferently. Do you know what happened in the northern state and western state? Buzz. In an instant, a burst of spiritual power entered Song Zishu's mind. He saw many images in the other party's eyes, the vicissitudes of time, separation, death, seals, immortals. Song Zishu shook his head and gritted his teeth, saying, no matter what happened, we must wait for the royal crown prince to return. Chapter 303, The Crown Prince Returns, Lord of Yan's Imperial Decree. As the current imperial capital of Yan country, Nanya Prefecture is filled with talented people and possesses extraordinary geographical features. In recent years, a lot of spiritual veins have been dredged, turning the territory into a prosperous land of Yan country. More and more cultivators have flocked to the area. In the Yan Hall, Song Zishu helplessly said to the middle-aged man in purple clothes, the old woman with white hair, and the few young cultivators behind them, 3 men and 1 woman. Since you two are unwilling to reveal the details of the incident in Western State, why not introduce yourselves first so I can get to know you better? The white-haired old woman spoke first, calmly saying, my name is So Li, the leader of the 12 sword servants of Yan country. 500 years ago, I served as ancestor Yan Ziyu's maid and slayed countless demons. I've been stuck at the peak of the rebirth realm for several hundred years. Sword servant? Song Zishu muttered softly. Hearing these words, it seemed to be true. Especially in terms of cultivation, it did not seem like a lie. 500 years ago, before ancestor Yan Ziyu became famous throughout the world, Granny So Li was already his confidant. No one can match her seniority. A beautiful woman beside her said. Upon hearing this, Song Zishu looked at the old woman known as Granny So Li. Although the old woman's face was full of wrinkles, one could still see a trace of youthfulness from the cinnabar mole between her eyebrows, which vaguely indicated that she was once a beauty. Subsequently, the middle-aged man in purple clothes also spoke, saying indifferently, I am one of the 36 Yan generals who served ancestor Yan Ziyu, Yan. General Yang Biao of the Western State. I've been stationed in the Western State for hundreds of years. My cultivation is more or less the same as Granny's, but I am a little younger. Upon learning of their identities, Song Zishu stared and asked. If both of you are top senior figures in the Yan country, why didn't you take action when the Yan country was on the verge of collapsing? Is there something more important than the collapse of the country? Not only is it more important than the collapse of the Yan country, but it is also 100 times more important. The matter relates to the safety of this world. The middle-aged man called Yang Biao had a solemn expression on his face. Song Zishu suddenly stopped speaking, as he had no idea what the middle-aged man in purple was referring to. Granny Soli indifferently said, Ancestor Yan Zia foresaw this catastrophe and dispatched us to guard the four corners of the world to prevent the arrival of the great epoch. Not just you, are there others as well? Sensing something, Song Zishu asked in surprise. It is natural. There are Yan generals stationed in the northern state, southern state, and the archipelago of the East Sea. Without the Yan generals, these territories would have probably descended into chaos long ago. Can the Yan generals be summoned back? Song Zishu asked. If he could borrow the power of these two people, and even the other Yan generals, perhaps they could overthrow the Xia country. The Yan generals only obey the lord of Yan country. Granny Soli calmly replied. Song Zishu sighed, if the Yan generals had not left the Yan country and stayed in Yan city, the country might not have collapsed, and the world could have supported it for a longer time. What kind of orders did Ancestor Yan Zia give you back then, that made you guard the four seas for more than 100 years? Buzz. Suddenly, the flowing qi in Nanya prefecture surged, and the white immortal dragon formed by national fortune awoke, as if to welcome the arrival of someone. The common people and cultivators looked up cautiously. The royal crown prince has returned. Song Zishu exclaimed joyfully. Granny Soli and Yang Biao looked at each other, seeing the anticipation in each other's eyes. What kind of person is the current lord of Yan country? A streak of light flashed across the sky. A figure appeared, it was Zhao Huai who had returned. At this moment, a lively little girl was following him. With his arrival, the flowing qi of the Yan country rose once again, and the increasing perpetuation constantly fed back, allowing Zhao Huai's cultivation to rise rapidly. The national fortune returned to its rightful place, and the white dragon soared in the sky. Yan country instantly had a backbone. After all, every group of dragons must have a leader, and the role of the leader was undoubtedly crucial. Zhao Huai descended to the ground and arrived at the entrance of Yan Hall's manor. The dragon riders of the Yan on both sides immediately knelt down and saluted. We've seen the royal crown prince. We've seen the royal crown prince. Zhao Huai nodded slightly, pushed open the door, saw familiar faces, as well as strange ones. On the eaves of the corridor, there were white silk decorations. It seemed that it was not long since Song Heking died, and these decorations had not been removed yet. Your Highness, you've finally returned. Song Zishu was the first to come forward to greet him, with a look of surprise and joy on his face that did not fade for a long time. During the days when the crown prince was absent, he had been worried about making mistakes every day. Just dealing with the old woman and the middle-aged man had already troubled him enough. Interfering in the direction and policy of the country's affairs was a taboo, something he would never dare to touch. Zhao Huai stood straight with his hands behind his back, looking at the middle-aged man in purple clothes, the white-haired old woman, and the young cultivators behind them. We've seen the Lord. They all bowed simultaneously. Who are they? Your Highness, they are. Song Zishu immediately introduced them, recounting the recent events and the identities of these people. The subordinates of Ancestor Yan Ziu, Sword Servant and Yan General. Zhao Huai stared at the two in surprise. No wonder Ancestor Yan Ziu didn't leave any powerful cultivators to guard Yan country, he had dispatched all the old people from 500 years ago to guard the entrances. The young palace maids and spirited sergeants of the past had turned into old men and women of today. Could it be that there are more entrances to the immortal world than the illusory southern sea? Zhao Huai frowned. Although Song Zishu wasn't aware of the events that took place in the western state, Zhao Huai had already learned some news from spiritual mountains. Chapter 304, The Crown Prince Returns, Lord of Yan's Imperial Decree 2. It seems that the Crown Prince has already learned the truth about this world. Zhao Huai was able to mention terms like the immortal world and illusory southern sea, indicating that he had already formed a precise concept and learned some secrets that ordinary people don't know. Immortal world. Song Zishu looked puzzled. Zhao Huai explained, as early as the Middle Ages, this division existed. This world is the immortal world. In addition to this, there are other worlds beyond the 5 states, such as the heavenly devil world and the nether world. That's right. Yang Biao nodded, agreeing. In the past 100 years, as the great epoch approaches, various ancient forces hidden in the dark are eager to move, demons and ghosts roam rampant. Central state seems calm, but in reality, countless disasters are hidden within. 500 years ago, before ancestor Yan Ziyu ascended, he single-handedly suppressed the 4 worlds and brought peace to the world. However, he also warned that 500 years later, the great epoch would come, and the Middle Ages of immortal cultivation would reappear. The 5 immortal sects all have heavenly spiritual roots in the world, which is rare and impossible to happen before. With the appearance of the immortal spiritual roots that haven't appeared in 10,000 years, I'm sure the great epoch is soon to come. The moment I saw your royal crown prince. Upon hearing this, Song Zishu and Zhao Huai's expressions turned solemn. Worry appeared on Granny Soli's aged face, and she said, instead of saying that it's the return of the Middle Ages of immortal cultivation, it's more like a reshuffling. When the time comes, there will inevitably be chaos. The Great Epoch is a chaotic age where various powers will fight each other, and countless bloodshed will arise from selfish interests. Demons and monsters will emerge one after another, and even the mighty who have been in seclusion for many years won't be able to stay out of the fray. It's definitely not as peaceful as it is now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai couldn't help but think of the scene he saw on the stele of Hichu and Luoshu. The consequences of internal contradictions among the immortals in the Ascension realm led to chaos in the lower realm. Zhao Huai has read about the description of the Middle Ancient and Ancient Times in books. That was an era of survival of the fittest where there was no distinction between demons, humans, and the bizarre. The human race was just one of the many races and didn't have the dominant position it is today. It was only because of the millions of years of struggle, blood, and lost lives that the human race's ancestors built the prosperity of the human race. If such chaos were to restart, it would undoubtedly be a loss to the entire immortal world. Although the Great Epoch is full of opportunities and fate for cultivators, it's a nightmarish era for ordinary people where even the lives of cultivators are fragile. Zhao Huai realized that there were even more challenges waiting for him in the future. I heard you guys are trying to form an alliance with the Shenluo Empire to suppress the Western states' entrance together. Zhao Huai looked at Granny Soli and asked with a serious tone. To be exact, it's the Heavenly Earth Altar. Granny Soli said seriously. Heavenly Earth Altar. Zhao Huai repeated, murmuring. Since your highness is here, I'll be straightforward. Granny Soli thought for a moment and then slowly said, before ancestor Yan Ziyu ascended, he set up 36 heavenly earth altars to suppress the entrances to the other worlds. He also had people like us guard the altars from generation to generation. Both General Yang Biao and I went to the Western State altar at that time. 36? I thought there was only the illusory Southern Sea. Zhao Huai was thoroughly shocked. Granny Soli explained, the illusory Southern Sea, guarded by the limitless immortal sect, is just one of them. The middle-aged man named Yang Biao nodded. Each heavenly earth altar can lead to other worlds as well as allow beings from other worlds to come through. If the altar is broken, the enemies of the immortal world from the past will pour in, and their armies will arrive instantly. Zhao Huai finally understood why the people who served under ancestor Yan Ziyu disappeared in history. Guarding the heavenly earth altar was more important than the fall of Great Yan country. There's still hope for the revival of Great Yan, but if the immortal world was invaded by countless other worlds, that would be the end. So that's why you want to join forces with the Shenluo Empire. Yes, the Shenluo Empire should understand this truth. Zhao Huai said, but I heard that the Shenluo Empire has already reached an agreement with the Devil Sect. Moreover, I had failed Princess of Shenluo earlier, so I'm afraid forming an alliance would be difficult. He didn't think the Shenluo Empire would be a reliable ally. Now that his madam is Xia's empress, forming an alliance with Xia is a better choice. However, there is a deep-rooted resentment between the citizens who served the two sides. It wouldn't be that simple to resolve it. Upon hearing Zhao Huai's words, Yang Biao and Granny Soli remained silent. The royal crown prince's words carried more credibility than Song Zisha's. After thinking for a while, Zhao Huai finally asked, "Why did you guys come back from Western State?" "Because the Heavenly Earth altar in Western State had an accident," Granny Soli said solemnly. Yang Biao sighed and explained, "A few powerful demon kings arrived at the Western State altar, attacked us, and destroyed the village in one swoop. We were the only ones who escaped, and the other cultivators died in battle." "No wonder." Zhao Huai frowned, suddenly understanding their intentions. The reason they wanted to use the Shenluo Empire's power was that the FEBOL.cm Western State altar was on the verge of breaking, and the situation was urgent. "Is there a way to awaken the other Great Yan old friends at the altars?" Zhao Huai asked. Chapter 305, The Crown Prince Returns, Lord of Yan's Imperial Decree. Imperial Edict of the Lord of Yan. Zhao Huai's eyes gradually sharpened as he muttered to himself. In this great epoch, no one can escape. Ancestor Yan Ziu's old friends should have realized this by now. They must all unite, rather than individually struggle alone. Since that's the case, I shall write it down. Granny Soli reminded, "Old woman thinks there must be other sacrificial altars in the world that have experienced similar situations like ours. Your Royal Highness can call them back, while there's no need to recall other Yan generals still on guard duty." "I understand." Next, Zhao Huai paid homage to his ancestors, changed his clothes, lit incense, prayed, and then began to write. He wrote the Imperial Edict of the Lord of Yan. Zhao Huai ground his blood into ink, then picked up his brush. The magic power in his body continuously circulated, condensing a vast amount of spiritual power. He poured a great deal of heart and soul into every stroke. It was a simple statement of the Yan country's goals for the restoration since it was founded, as well as a determination to face the future great epoch. It included the order to recall all idle Yan old friends, and the content about the Western State altar was also written down. Just after finishing, the white silkworm spiritual threads woven fabric emitted a golden glow. The ancestral hall was also cooperating by emitting dazzling golden light, transmitting the content of the edict to all corners of the world. The ancestral hall is where the wills of ancestors from all generations gathered, so it can call out to far and wide places. The edict carrying the national fortune slowly rose, resonating with the flowing chi of heaven and earth. Whoosh! The white silkworm spiritual threads flew out of the courtyard, but the fabric disintegrated into dust, clearly unable to bear the will of past ancestors, let alone the national fortune of the Yan country. Golden characters, one by one, jumped out, forming themselves into different formations and directions. The golden glow looked like many golden shooting stars crossing the sky. Many cultivators and common people were drawn to its attention. A single imperial edict of the Lord of Yan stirred up astonishment all around. The people of Nanyu Prefecture were the most excited. The Crown Prince is back. It's been a year since we last heard from His Highness. At the entrance of Xia's imperial city, as soldiers and generals saluted and silver-armored troops lined up, Yu Qinghan changed into a fiery red emperor's skirt. Looking at the golden meteor in the sky, she whispered with a smile. "Husband, is that you?" Southern State. In the vastness of the ice mountains, the endless river raged eternally, flowing swiftly. At the river's end was the boundless forbidden area, the central part of the southern state. The water was red-brown, and the ancient and eerie force filled the sky and watery depths. Among the many houses made of massive ice blocks, a woman wearing a silver-fringed robe whispered. "It's the Yan Lord's imperial edict. It seems that the great epoch is about to arrive. I should go to the southern state altar for my master, as it's about to fall." Headquarters of the Raven sect in the western state. Yin Nanyu hid in a vast valley crevice, overlooking the passing Raven sect disciples below, and secretly rejoicing for escaping a disaster. Seeing the golden meteor streaking across the sky, a faint smile emerged on her jade face hidden beneath her black robe and white hair. "Unfaithful man, you're finally back." East Sea floating islands lay to the east of Central State, where fog settled upon the sea, and the sun appeared and disappeared. Among the many floating islands covered with coconut trees, there was an ancient city. An old man stood by the seaside, watching the golden meteor streaking across the sky. He seemingly felt summoned, and joy flashed across his ancient face. The cultivators in the city also hurried to the seaside and bowed respectfully. "The Yan Lord's imperial edict, very well, after 100 years, a strong master has finally emerged. Unfortunately, we have to guard the East Sea altar now and cannot go to Central State. Ancestor, it's been over 500 years already, will there be a need to gather? Isn't Ancestor Yan Xiu already ascended?" In the crowd, a young cultivator spoke. "Silence!" The old man shouted angrily, the sounds splashed out, causing the cultivator to cough up blood and kneel down obediently on the ground. The edict of the Yan Lord carries the golden weight similar to Ancestor Yan Xiu's personal presence. There must be no disrespect. Regardless of whether we can go or not, our East Sea Zhou family must respond. "Zhou Cheng, you've made a breakthrough to the rebirth realm recently, haven't you? Represent me and head to Central State this time. The Western State altar is in danger, and it cannot wait any longer." "Yes, Ancestor." A slightly plump young man in a long shirt accepted the order and bowed with clasped hands. Not only in the mortal world, but discussions were also happening in the towering spiritual mountains. "The Yan Crown Prince has left the spiritual mountains. I don't know when it happened, but with the rampant devil sect, will he be in danger this time when he goes to the mortal world? His power is strong, capable of defeating demon-bred Situ Huan, but there are too many strong cultivators that the devil sect has nurtured over the past 1,000 years. Eternal Taoist Temple. The white-eyebrowed abbot of Little Lingyan Temple and the Eternal Taoist Temple master sat under a ginseng tree, playing chess. The abbot played white and the Taoist master played black. "Aren't you worried about that boy?" the white-eyebrowed abbot laughed. Chapter 306, I am now unbeatable in this world. Heavenly Devil Palace. Located within a vast dark world. A bloody moon hung high in the sky, with countless palaces scattered among the complex and intricate ravines and valleys. The largest of them was a black palace suspended in mid-air. Demon-bred Situ Huan meandered through the long corridor of massive statues with bizarre poses on both sides and arrived at the edge of an abyssal cliff of Devil Mountain. The cliff was so deep that the bottom was not visible, engulfed in the darkness and permeated with the miasma of evil spirits. He knelt respectfully and said, "Master Lord, the Crown Prince of Yan Country has issued an edict. The grand scheme of your rebirth has taken another step forward." From the deep darkness came a low human voice, along with the sound of dragging chains. "It's the edict of Ancestor Yan Xiu, it's been 1,000 years. I never thought that Yan Xiu, who has been gone for so long, would still manage to bother me for another 100 years with the schemes she left behind." Even the usually arrogant first demon-bred had to bow his head and speak politely in front of the Devil Lord. "Rest assured, Master Lord, although our expedition to the immortal sect failed, the heavenly earth altars in the northern state have been captured. The immortal sect disciples are insignificant. Several from the netherworld have already arrived in this world through the heavenly earth altars and are willing to cooperate with Heavenly Devil Palace. At most a few years, or as little as a year or half a year, the immortal world can't hold out for much longer. There was silence on the other end before a slow response came. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Yan Ziyu has always been cunning and devious, who knows how many trump cards she has left. Most of the 36 generals of the Yan country have died by now, but if the crown prince of Yan country manages to regroup Yan Ziyu's former department, along with spiritual mountain sect, this force cannot be underestimated. What does Master Lord mean? Before I break out of the seal, relying solely on the heavenly devil world and the nether world will not be enough to topple the immortal method. Zhao Huai furrowed his brows, deep in thought. All he knew was that there were 6 realms in total, namely heavenly devil, nether world, immortal world, primitive world, divine prowess, and primordial chaos. The fact that the path of ascension in the immortal world that values immortal cultivation above all else was severed was a great irony. Zhao Huai's goal has always been to return to heavenly devil world, break through to the 8th stage of the golden core realm, and become stronger. Back in the ancient times, everyone sought to follow the heavenly power and pay tribute to their ancestors for immortal certification. Only one young man did the opposite, stepping on the bones and divine remains of immortals to become the most famous supreme divine homestead in the ancient age, pioneering the heavenly devil world. This person was the heavenly devil, and the founding figure of the evil way. Zhao Huai always felt that he belonged to the same category as the heavenly devil. He was naturally born in the immortal world, which stifled his potential and destined him to be inferior to other worlds. Now, it seemed that his goal was going to be very difficult to achieve. He had been holding back his cultivation level, keeping it at the peak of the golden core realm. But after all these years, he still hadn't found a method to break through to the 9th turn. He had no choice but to forcefully progress from the golden core to the rebirth realm. The voice beneath the cliff edge of the Devil Mountain continued to say, the entrance to the primitive world is in Western State. Maybe an opportunity could be seized there. Those demon kings and demon emperors absolutely despise Yan Ziyu. Zhao Huai's handsome face was extremely serious as he said, we're already working on it. The Shenluo Empire is interested in forming an alliance with the Devil Sect. According to reports, a heavenly earth altar in Western State has been breached. It seems that not only us, but also some forces in Western State are aiming at the heavenly earth altar. It must be the descendants of Crow Immortal. Those guys from the primordial chaos are the most troublesome. Zhao Huai thought for a moment, then said, recently, there have been some who are causing trouble within the Devil Sect, but the status of the Heavenly Devil Palace within the sect is still unshaken. You know how to handle things on your own. I can't maintain the out-of-body state of my primordial spirit for too long. You can discuss the details with the palace masters. Yes. After Zhao Huai left Devil Mountain, an elder, wrapped in a blood cloak, appeared. He had an old but vital gaze, a misty aura around him, and a purple gourd hanging at his waist. Zhao Huai recognized him at once and said indifferently, isn't this the bloody slaughter ancestor of Blood Ravine Palace? The bloody slaughter ancestor laughed devilishly and said with his chest puffed up. Demon bread, the crown prince of Yan country has left Spiritual Mountain. What are your plans? We will proceed as planned, mainly seizing the earthly heavenly altars. The crown prince has the protection of heavenly fate and the joy of powerful flowing qi, which always helps him escape from dangerous situations. It is obviously unwise to continue struggling. Bloody Slaughter Ancestor nodded in agreement. The here and now has new highest principles set up by someone with great divine skills. It won't be easy for those above the metamorphosis realm to make a move. That eternal Taoist temple master, who holds the position of Supreme Lord in the Taoist sect, is really generous, willing to exchange hundreds of years of his cultivation level for a few years. Zhao Huai pondered and said, the tradition of the eternal Taoist temple originally came from the primordial chaos world. My Master Lord mentioned that Yan Ziyu had a good relationship with the immortals from primordial chaos, so it's not surprising that the eternal Taoist temple master helped the Ubo.com Crown Prince of Yan country in such a way? Then he laughed coldly and said, but am I, the genius of the devil sect, a pushover? The bloody slaughter ancestor laughed, demon bred, after breaking through to the rebirth realm, I suppose there is no opponent for you from the immortal sect. Even if no powerful ancestors make a move, you should be able to handle it. Zhao Huan's reaction was calm. It's time to visit Western State and see if the Shenluo Empire is really qualified to cooperate with the Heavenly Devil Palace. Chapter 307, I am now unbeatable in this world too. Bloody Slaughter Ancestor stroked his beard and smiled. With the arrival of the Great Epoch, many ancient awakenings have occurred among the demonic sects and bewitched countries of the Western State. I advise the demon bred to bring more offerings from the Devil Palace. Upon hearing this reminder, Zhao Huan did not say much, but his face darkened. The inner workings of the Heavenly Devil Palace were not a united front, especially after his unbeatable myth was broken. Ever since the spiritual mountain sect and the Crown Prince of Yan country were defeated, he faintly sensed that someone within the Devil sect was eyeing his position as the first demon bred. Every 10 years, the Heavenly Devil Palace would hold an election for the demon bred, with candidates coming from various devil sects and evil schools. The strong were respected, and the victorious were kings. From the 12 chosen candidates, only one would be the new demon bred, or demoness. The newly appointed demon bred could challenge the old demon bred. The rule was the same, respect the strong. To become the first demon bred, one could learn the supreme secret technique. Heavenly Devil 36 transformations, become a disciple of the Devil Lord, and hold power over the Heavenly Devil Palace. Even the palace masters of the various devil palaces must pay their respects and, when necessary, carry out their appointments. And Zhao Huan, he had been holding the position of demon bred for a full 100 years, a rare existence in the history of the Heavenly Devil Palace's establishment. There were a large number of demon bred under him by now, appearing peaceful on the surface, but he didn't know how many were secretly coveting his position. The reason he broke through to the rebirth realm was because he had considered this factor. A mere golden core was no longer enough to deter these guys. Nanya Prefecture, Yan Hall Courtyard. Since the issuance of the edict by the Lord of Yan country, several days had passed and people all over the world were shocked. At this moment, Zhao Huai was sitting cross-legged on a wooden couch, with magic power flowing out from his golden core, constantly circulating his circulation of qi. His newly accepted disciple, Shen Yuer, stood nearby, her eyes wide open, full of curiosity. If you have any questions, just ask. Although Zhao Huai's eyes were closed, his voice transmission still reached Shen Yuer's ears. Is Master Lord really the Crown Prince of the Yan Empire? Ever since she learned of Zhao Huai's true identity, her attitude became more cautious, and she did not dare to be negligent. This was a deep-rooted sense of inferiority. She thought that the Crown Prince was a high and mighty figure, holding the power of life and death, indifferent and noble. Back when she was in the village, she never even saw a prefecture chief, let alone a crown prince. So what if I am? Zhao Huai's tone was indifferent. That's amazing. The crown prince must live a life of luxury and wealth, Shen Yuer exclaimed. Zhao Huai slowly opened his eyes and calmly said, on the contrary, it's not easy to be a crown prince. There were times when I almost lost my life. Who could hurt you? Zhao Huai stood up, hands behind his back, looking at the blooming flowers, and said, there are too many to count. You must understand that in this world, nothing is absolute, especially cultivation. What about becoming immortal? Didn't Master Lord say that once you become immortal, you can be independent? A complex emotion rose in Zhao Huai's eyes. I used to think so, but it doesn't seem to be the case now. Even a powerful figure like Ancestor Yan Ziyu, who ascended after becoming an immortal, vanished without a trace. Even using the great divine skill, he learned about the descent of the great epic and made a series of arrangements hundreds of years in advance. Could it be that he did all this because it meant he might not return? After thinking about it, Zhao Huai looked at Shen Yue and found that she had successfully entered the stage of refining qi, making rapid progress. He calculated the time and pondered, the generals from all over the Yan country should be arriving soon. Then they might be able to help solve the heavenly earth altar issue in the western state. Wait, where is Yin Nanyu? Zhao Huai suddenly realized that in the days since his return, he hadn't seen Yin Nanyu. You continue practicing, and I'll go for a walk. Zhao Huai immediately turned around and ordered. Understood. Shen Yue obediently nodded like a pecking chick. Zhao Huai left the Yan Hall courtyard, spread his divine insight and finally found Song Zishu at the ancestral hall. Song Zishu was now kneeling in front of the hall wearing a white mourning dress. Zhao Huai's expression became solemn as he came here. He went to the front of the hall and silently bowed to a newly erected spiritual token. Your Highness! Song Zishu then noticed Zhao Huai's arrival, looking surprised as he apparently didn't expect him here. Elder Song has worked hard all his life. He has traveled extensively for the Yan Empire, exhausted himself, and died afterwards. Ideally, he should be enshrined in our ancestral temple. But the imperial mausoleum and the old capital are both in the north, and if I ever return to the old capital one day, as the crown prince, I will fulfill this wish. Zhao Huai said solemnly. Song Zishu was deeply moved by these words and bowed in gratitude. On behalf of my grandfather, I thank your highness. Zhao Huai sighed and spoke to the spiritual token, Old Song, rest in peace. By the way, do you know where Yin Nanyu went? Zhao Huai didn't forget about the important matters and went straight to the point. Hearing this doubt, Song Zishu hesitated for a moment and stuttered. The military counselor, she's missing. Missing? Zhao Huai furrowed his brow, confused and asked, what happened? Chapter 308, I am now unbeatable in this world 3. I checked, and it turns out that before your highness left the customs, our military counselor had not sent any documents in a long time, as if he had vanished. Zhao Huai continued to ask, what about the chaos in the Raven sect? This incident occurred during the time when your highness left Nanyu Prefecture. I don't know how, but many members of the Raven sect suddenly appeared and the momentum grew strong. However, they were all forcibly suppressed by the Dragon Riders of Yan. Strangely, there was no leader, as if it had all happened without cause. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai fell into deep thought. All along, he had been very suspicious of Yin Nanyu's identity. Now it seems that her identity is even more suspicious. If her identity from Birdie sect is fake, what is her true identity? Where is the Crown Prince of Yan? Is this how you receive guests? At that moment, a buzzing sound echoed in the sky above Yantang Manor. Zhao Huai and Song Zishu both heard the sound and exchanged glances. It's an emissary from the Shenluo Empire. Song Zishu said solemnly. Just before Princess Shenluo left last time, she said she would avenge today's humiliation in the future. Maybe she's here to cause trouble. If they want trouble with my Yan country, they have come at a really bad time. Zhao Huai expressionlessly rotated his wrist, stretching his muscles and bones. Your Royal Highness, are you? Seeing Zhao Huai's actions, Song Zishu quickly understood what he wanted to do and was very surprised. When he saw the aura flowing around Zhao Huai, he swallowed his words of persuasion. It was obvious that during the trip to the spiritual mountains, Zhao Huai's cultivation level had greatly improved. Zhao Huai casually said, in the mortal world, there are only a handful of people who can be my opponents now. In other words, he was already invincible among mortals. Now, outside the vermilion door of Yan Hall, the Yan soldiers wearing blood-scale armor were in disarray, and a big hole was smashed in the large entrance. A tall and fierce monk with dark bronze skin stood at the entrance, looking arrogant. He rode a huge green mink, and the pressure he emitted kept the surrounding soldiers armed with spears from approaching. He sneered, a crown prince of a fallen country, what qualifications does he have to issue Ancestor Yan Ziu's edict? If the central state were to be united, perhaps you would barely qualify. Xia country is like a wolf at your side, the central state's land has fallen, and 10 states of the north are still in the hands of the alien tribe. The so-called Lord of the Yan is nothing but a joke. His voice was loud, and pedestrians on the street could hear it clearly. A cultivator with keen eyesight recognized the monk's outfit and quickly identified him, the Western evil mink monk of the sorceress sect, one of the top 10 geniuses in the Western state, once won the championship in the Little Lingyan Temple's 100-year Buddhist debate. Why has he come to Nanya Prefecture? The Western evil mink monk? I heard that the green mink he is riding was found in the spiritual mountains. It's a rare beast with incredible speed, capable of traveling 10,000 li in a day. Now even the sorceress sect is bullying the Yan country. That's probably because the Yan country offended the Shenluo Empire. The sorceress sect is the state religion of Shenluo, originally from Buddhism. Small Lingyan temple, and they have the same origin. As early as the Middle Ages, the ancient Buddha of the sorceress sect voluntarily withdrew from Buddhism, established her own sect, and founded the sorceress sect. So their history is also very long and not inferior to the Little Lingyan temple. The appearance of the Western evil mink monk stirred up a sensation, and more cultivators gathered around in the streets to watch the excitement. He stepped on the bodies of Yan soldiers and carried on with his wanton acts in Nanya Prefecture, while the cultivators under Yan's banner were all forced to kneel down. Western evil mink monk sat on his mount, the green mink, which trampled over the bodies of Yan soldiers. Many of the sergeants and commanders, watching this scene from the forts with drums, were furious and anxious to get into the fray themselves. They couldn't restrain themselves. However, they were helpless, as they were no match for this Western evil monk. The surrounding cultivators shook their heads. How cowardly! Isn't the Crown Prince of Yan known as the rightful King of Yan, who defeated Situ Huan in the Immortal Sect? How is that possible? The Crown Prince of Yan has always been very low-key. Someone like Situ Huan has never been defeated. This must be a rumor. Yes, the people of the Immortal Sect are very face-saving, maybe they spread this rumor. Right now, his life is more important, so he probably won't show up. I don't know how many golden cores this evil monk has condensed, the aura on his body is so powerful. Inside Yantang Manor. Your Highness, aren't you going to make a move? Song Zishu and the young cultivators were all seething with anger, staring at Zhao Huai in the center. Granny Soli and General Yang Biao also walked out of their guest rooms. Granny Soli said indifferently, with one order from the Crown Prince, I can destroy this evil monk single-handedly. Zhao Huai shook his head, indicating not to be anxious, then raised his head and looked at the sky. A boundless depth filled his eyes. At that moment, the national fortune shone brightly overhead, as the magnificent white immortal dragon also raised its head, coldly staring at an old woman dressed as a bodhisattva with a mysterious aura at the top of the mountain, along with a bald arhat with a golden body. Hee, have you discovered it? Worthy of being the Yan's true dragon. The old bodhisattva woman let out an aged laugh and then smiled slightly. Inside the courtyard. It seems that they have all started to target my Yan country. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Huai continuously tossed gold and bronze coins in the air and caught them, repeating the cycle. Although the others found it strange, they did not disturb him. Chapter 309, The Overwhelming Power of the Sword. The originally peaceful Nanya Prefecture began to stir due to the appearance of the Western evil mink monk. Shat. The soldiers of Yan country, clad in armor and wielding shields, poured in from both sides of the street, causing a dull sound as their iron armor clanked. They blocked the entrance of Yantang Manor. Shoo! In the spacious courtyard, an agile figure leaped up and broke through the front yard's soldiers guarding them. Roar! A gigantic green mink, 5 or 6 meters long, landed lightly and issued a warning roar toward the surrounding soldiers while baring its sharp fangs and revealing a fierce expression. Are these all rabble? Are the remnants of the Yan so weak? A sarcastic laugh came from the green mink, The Western evil mink monk, with an entirely bronze-colored body, including his bald head, sat on his beloved pet, appearing very comfortable. With this level of ability, they dare to provoke my Shenluo Empire and disrespect our princess? Do they still think they are the Yan of 100 years ago? In my opinion, there was never a need to collaborate in the first place. The royal crown prince of the mighty Yan has become a turtle hiding its head. What a tragic comedy! Do not insult the royal crown prince. Just as the Western evil mink monk was transmitting sound to mock Zhao Huai, one of the Yan soldiers, a dragon cavalry commander clad in heavy armor, was enraged to the point his eyes turned red and he bellowed. Even with only refining chi cultivation, he wielded his spear and charged forward. Left commander! It's dangerous. That evil monk is too strong. You're no match for him. Surrounding deputy commanders and soldiers exclaimed. The shiny black spear tip was extremely sharp, but the Western evil mink monk didn't take it seriously. Not even bothering to glance at him, the green mink made a light leap and transformed into an afterimage. In an instant, the dragon cavalry commander was knocked down. Roar! The green mink pressed one of its paws onto the fallen commander's body and let out a deafening roar. Quickly, the eardrums of the dragon cavalry commander began to bleed, but there was still no fear in his eyes. You are very brave. The Western evil mink monk descended from the green mink, stepped on the commander's iron armor, and said with a faint smile. But what use is there for bravery? Strength and background are needed to excel. Don't you understand this principle? Unyielding and stubborn, the dragon cavalry commander wiped the blood from his nose and yelled, "It is the crown prince who has allowed the common people to live better lives and led the Yan to recreate its glory. He is the lord of the Yan. No one is allowed to defame him." Hearing this, the Western evil mink monk narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened as he spoke in a cold tone. If that's the case, why don't you just go down there and wait for him? As soon as he finished speaking, he loosened his leg and the green mink beside him pounced, ready to bite off the commander's head. Zing! A crisp and piercing sword sound echoed through the entire courtyard. The pitch-black sword chi, dragging its sword radiance, left a meteor-like trail in the sky. In just an instant, the green mink's body was completely knocked away. Woo-ho! The green mink let out a mournful cry. A blood mark appeared on the position of its right eye, and a large amount of blood flowed out from its eye socket. Evidently, its eyeball had been pierced by a sword. The Western evil mink monk frowned and looked up at the sky, where a handsome man in a white robe appeared. He hummed and a playful smile filled his eyes. He finally showed himself. The royal crown prince. It's the royal crown prince. He finally took action. The surrounding Yan soldiers' morale soared, and they all shouted in delight. The dragon cavalry commander who had just been crushed on the ground struggled to get up, knelt down, and said with a fist salute, "Thank you, royal crown prince. Go to the battle formation. Leave this to me." Yes. Zhao Huai gave the order, then shifted his gaze to the Western evil mink monk, coldly saying, "I feel it's a shame to kill this green mink. After all, it's a rare beast. Why not use it as soup to nourish our bodies?" The Western evil mink monk, tall and sturdy, with a bronze-colored complexion, revealed a cold sneer and said, "A turtle hiding its head will always remain so. Whether you avoid battle or emerge today, you won't escape this calamity." Zhao Huai, without expression, said, "To break my Taoist mind with a few words, I can only say this method is too boring. Do you think that merely bringing people from Western state will leave you unafraid of challenge?" Upon realizing that Zhao Huai had seen through his intentions and even discovered the presence of the sorceress sect's 3 bodhisattvas and arhats, the Western evil mink monk did not become angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "We'll find out if it works by trying." Before finishing his words, he suddenly struck out with a palm. A golden palm print appeared with the character Chan on it. This sneak attack was nothing short of sinister. "Then let's fight." Zhao Huai's expression remained unchanged, and his voice, though not loud, was full of power. With the copper coin in his hand, a row of large characters emerged before him. Hexagram 1, strike Shen Luo, make a name for yourself in the world. Starting with the Western Evil Mink Monk, the direction you receive is fortune. Hexagram 2, wolves surround, in league together. Hasty battle, the direction you receive is misfortune. Since this matter was Shen Luo Empire's provocation to Yan country, the Yan's true colors must shine. Although the opponent dared to enter Nanyu Prefecture alone, they must have a card up their sleeve. But he had his own backup, so there was nothing to worry about. With that in mind, Zhao Huai pinched his sword finger and aimed his black sword at the golden palm print, as fast as lightning. Ding! As they touched, a violent vibration sounded. Let me show you the power of the Yama Buddha palm. The chilling voice of the Western Evil Mink Monk rang out. As he changed the posture of his hand and took a step back, his body spun around and struck again, this time with an unparalleled fierceness. Chapter 310, The Overwhelming Power of the Sword 2. Zhao Huai's sword pointed and stood upright in front of his chest. A surge of thick sword qi erupted from the black long sword, spinning on its own. Let me see how powerful Yu Shi really is. Zhao Huai's eyes were fierce, and with a flick of his arm, the flying sword in his hand flashed and shot out. This was the first time he had used his life-bound flying sword to fight against a cultivator. Confronted with the overwhelming sword qi, the expression of Western Evil Mink Monk changed slightly, realizing that this was no ordinary sword and should not be underestimated. He then took out a golden bowl from his monk robe, which emitted a faint spiritual qi. It was time to use his life-bound magical treasure. As Yu Sha's sword shot out, it resembled a magnificent black dragon opening its abyss-like mouth, ready to devour everything in front of it. The Western Evil Mink Monk channeled all his magic power into the golden bowl, which immediately grew several times larger, nearly the size of a water vat. The mouth of the vat faced Yu Sha's sword. Boom! The ground trembled terribly, and the overwhelming force seemed to have collided with a large bell. The resulting shockwave blew away the surrounding trees and leaves. The golden core within Zhao Huai's body was incredibly brilliant, with 8 extraordinary patterns resembling divine carvings, unrivaled in perfection. Similarly, a golden core power burst forth from the Western Evil Mink Monk's body, though only at the 7th stage, far from being comparable to Zhao Huai's. Damn it! How could he possibly be at the 8th stage of the golden core realm? He noticed himself constantly retreating, with his heels scraping out a mark on the ground. His face gradually distorted, unable to remain calm, his thick eyebrows raised in fright. Oh! A vision of a golden giant elephant appeared behind the Western Evil Mink Monk, its trunk swaying dramatically, releasing low but powerful rumblings. Raising its forefoot, it caused a loud trembling on the ground, attempting to bypass his life-bound magical treasure and suppress Zhao Huai. Meanwhile, Zhao Huai remained calm and collected, pressing his hand on the rotating sword handle, and shouted. Retreat! Dark light flickered from Yu Sha's flying sword, and an imposing black dragon phantom rose, charging straight forward, swallowing the golden giant elephant in a single bite. Puff! Western Evil Mink Monk immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura significantly weakened, and his bronze-colored body flew backward. The giant golden bowl followed suit, catching him as he barely managed to stand with one foot behind the other. A moment later, a deep gully had formed between the two fighters. The Western Evil Mink Monk glanced at his hand, which was already a bloody mess. Move against move, magical weapon against magical weapon, his vision was swallowed in one bite. It was a complete defeat. Western Evil Mink Monk knew it all too well when he realized that his 7th stage golden core was no match for his opponents. He had already intended to retreat. Instead of saying that his technique was unremarkable, it was more accurate to say that his golden core was unremarkable. When did the Crown Prince of Yan country break through the golden core realm? He clearly remembered that the princess had informed him only a few months ago that Zhao Huai was at the initiation stage peak. Almost instantly, an idea had formed in his mind. He had to run away first. The green mink detected its master's intention to retreat and transformed into a shadow, carrying the Western evil mink monk away from the Yan Hall courtyard. He had just stepped outside the courtyard when... Ring! The piercing sword cry had already sounded behind him. Bowl, come! Western evil mink monk hurriedly summoned his magical golden bowl to block this attack. However, he was already a step behind in momentum, and was bound to be suppressed from beginning to end. After enduring this sword strike, the glow of the golden bowl immediately dimmed, and he was sent flying once more. The green mink beneath him wanted to catch him, but a terrifying pressure erupted from nearby. It seemed as if there was something extremely fierce lingering around Zhao Huai that was not to be trifled with. The once ferocious giant green mink suddenly shrank back and whimpered like a frightened puppy, crouching on the ground and not daring to move. This was the absolute suppression from an upper-ranked exotic beast. Zhao Huai didn't spare the green mink a glance, leaping forward and landing a punch on the Western evil mink monk's body. Boom! A loud noise reverberated as the black light sent the previously arrogant monk flying out of the street. For a moment, the surrounding pavilions and halls were all shattered by the impact. This scene greatly shocked the onlooking cultivators. That's not what happened just now. When the Western evil monk entered, wasn't he unstoppable? Yet, who exactly beat him into this state? You should know that he is a formidable figure in the Golden Core realm, the 9th-ranked genius of the Western state, the Western evil mink monk. You guys, look, isn't that the crown prince of the Yan country? After several months, Zhao Huai's figure once again appeared before the cultivators of Nanya Prefecture, capturing the attention of many. Zhao Huai held his Yusha flying sword and walked step by step towards the Western evil mink monk lying on the ground. This is just too terrifying. If the crown prince of Yan country could actually defeat the Western evil mink monk, does that mean the news of Situ Huan's defeat is true? It's very likely. It's amazing how he broke through to the Golden Core realm in just a few months. He must have gained some fortuitous opportunities during the past year. He's truly concealed his abilities. The crown prince may be low-key, but that doesn't mean he's easy to get along with. I wonder what his true cultivation level is. At this moment, many cultivators believed that the crown prince's strength was underestimated, and they began to speculate about his real power. After that sword strike, the Western evil mink monk found that the bones in his arms and legs had been broken, leaving him unable to stand. He looked at Zhao Huai's black long sword with trepidation. This sword couldn't possibly be an ordinary magical weapon, its power was far beyond his imagination. Chapter 311, The Vast Sword Power 3. In the matter of magical weapons, he undoubtedly suffered a small loss. However, Western evil mink monk did not panic, and a triumphant smile appeared in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Huai and shouted while lying on the ground. Zhao Huai! If you dare to come out, you're seeking your death. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Huai sensed fluctuations in the surrounding space. 8 or 9 streaks of light came piercing through, forming a dense web that encircled Zhao Huai. At this moment, a dark green rusty sword shot out from the sword-nurturing gourd at Zhao Huai's waist with a whoosh sound. All the streaks of light were struck one by one, and then it revolved around him, protecting its master. Seeing this situation, Zhao Huai was quite astonished. He did not expect that this shabby dark green immortal sword would come out on its own to protect him. This sword actually had its consciousness. In the short moment of Zhao Huai's distraction, the surrounding streaks of light attacked again. Ghost King Seal. Green Ink Broadsword. One after another, hushed shouts came from the crowd, showing that someone was hidden among the cultivators to ambush Zhao Huai. Each of their cultivation was not low, they were all in the Golden Core realm. A mark emerged on the forehead of a cultivator in a black robe, and torrents of evil chi surged from his hands, attacking Zhao Huai. It's devil cultivators. There are so many of them. They were actually hiding in the crowd, and I didn't even notice. Is this a plot jointly arranged by the Shenluo Empire and Devil Sect? The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show immediately scattered and fled, not forgetting to look back at Zhao Huai's direction as they went. Swish! Faced with the onslaught of the crowd, Zhao Huai's gaze became more focused, and he withdrew as his divine insight quickly scanned through, finding that there were more than 10 devil cultivators ambushing him here. No wonder Western evil mink monk had been trying to provoke him. Forcing him to take action was just the first step, their actual plan was to lure him out and then corner and kill him. His previous realm was just the initiation realm. To deal with a cultivator in the initiation realm, they had arranged quite a show. It had to be said that the person who arranged this assassination was truly wicked. All the devil cultivators went all out, mobilizing the evil chi and their magical weapons, launching powerful divine skills one after another. With countless techniques converging together, it formed a dazzling array, all of which pressured Zhao Huai. Yan country's crown prince, let's see how you die this time. Western evil mink monk was helped up on his feet by a fellow monk. He was delighted to see Zhao Huai being attacked by everyone, with an indescribable sense of exhilaration in his heart. But just as he was feeling smug, he saw a jaw-dropping scene. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sword cry, another red rusty sword flew out of the sword-nurturing gourd. Zhao Huai smiled faintly, stepping on the red rusty sword, while his body soared into the sky and his white robe fluttered in the wind. His left hand was behind his back, and his right hand held a black long sword, with a dark green rusty sword revolving around him. The disciples of the devil sect took to the sky as well and turned into streaks of light, chasing after Zhao Huai. In the sky, numerous rainbows shimmered, constantly entwined in battle, leaving the cultivators on the ground stunned. Damn! He's really a monster. Facing so many powerful opponents alone and still not falling behind. Has Yan country's crown prince's cultivation reached the peak golden core? I estimate that he might have already reached the 7th or 8th stage of the golden core. Ordinary golden core cultivators, even if their combat prowess is acceptable, would not be able to withstand the consumption of magic power. Not only the cultivators on the ground, but Western evil mink monk's face also showed shock. How did he do it? He's controlling 3 flying swords at the same time. Can his magic power hold up? High in the sky, Zhao Huai faced many opponents, his momentum gradually climbing, the sword chi protected his body, and none of the surrounding opponents' moves could hurt him in the slightest. He stepped off the red rusty sword. Yu Sha was sent out, the sword chi unmatched and carried by the black light. Swoosh! From the sword edge, the sword chi shot out. In the blink of an eye, a devil sect disciple's magical weapon was split in half. My devil sparrow fan! The devil sect disciple who had lost his magical weapon shouted, his voice filled with unbearable sadness. The surrounding devil sect disciple's eyes revealed fear. The sword able to sever the magical weapon was too sharp. Chapter 312, Rebirth Realm Divine Skills, Expansion and Upgrade of the Small World, the Disturbed Black Dragon. Yan Manor Courtyard, on the balustrade of a towering carved tower. Granny Soli and Yang Biao were gazing down from above, their eyes casually watching the bustling street and the flickering rainbow in the sky, without rashly intervening. Zhao Huai had once told them that this provocation was targeted at the Yan country. The opponents had sent several unfathomable cultivators lurking outside the Nanya prefecture who would besiege him the moment he appeared. So the task of these two was to hold those people back. Granny Soli's divine insight was boundless. She stared at the sky for a long time and then said with a satisfied smile. Multitasking with 3 flying swords at the same time, the royal crown prince's talent in sword skill is unparalleled, and he is not far from achieving sword saint. Yang Biao nodded in complete agreement. Indeed, the life-bound flying swords of sword cultivators in the mortal world are usually nurtured by nourishing their heart, spirit, and soul using their bodies as the furnace. The more their body refines, the higher their aptitude. The 12 sword servants of Ancestor Yanzu, ordinary sword cultivators, have already reached their limit with one sword. Controlling 3 life-bound flying swords shows he is a peerless genius, worthy of the title Sword Skill Grandmaster. In the Middle Ages, the famous Azure Sky Sword Saint was said to have controlled 6 life-bound flying swords and beheaded a netherworld ghost emperor, while the Great Sword Immortal was able to control 9, each of which was powerful enough to create a new world. It's hard to say how far the royal crown prince will go. As the two were exclaiming over Zhao Huai's swordsmanship, a myriad of invisible golden threads appeared in the clear sky, drawing a grand illusion of a bodhisattva riding a white elephant, staring coldly at Zhao Huai in mid-air. Granny Soli and Yang Biao immediately sensed the spatial vibrations and vanished from the spot, quickly rushing to the scene. There was obviously a powerful rebirth realm cultivator attempting to interfere with the battle. With a gentle wave of Granny Soli's hand, a majestic sacred figure appeared behind her, slapping the bodhisattva riding the white elephant illusion off guard. Soldier to soldier, general to general, sir, why raise a hand against a junior? In a blink of an eye, Yang Biao had pinpointed the enemy's position, sending a message, and then the majestic magic power floating on his purple shirt ripped through the space beneath him, directly reaching the cliffside of the mountain. The vast pine forest was split in two from the immense pressure, and the viewing platform, facing Nanya Prefecture, was on the verge of collapse. Here they come! As if sensing something, the bodhisattva old woman warned towards the empty space. The old monk beside her put his palms together, and the white elephant illusion struck the void once again while the young Arhat only just reacted. They clearly hadn't expected such powerful characters to be among the Yan country's forces. Could these be the road guardians sent by the immortal sect to the mortal world? But after observing their outfits, this thought was quickly dismissed, as their aura didn't resemble the ones coming from the immortal sect at all. The strike of the white elephant illusion failed to force Yang Biao out of the void. On the other hand, Yang Biao's fist glowed with an eerie sacred light, and he viciously slammed it down towards the weakest Arhat. RWVEL.O. With a fierce punch, breaking wind like a roaring fierce tiger, it had amazing momentum. After hundreds or thousands of tempering, there was no extra motion, only the intent to kill. The old monk narrowed his eyes, and the white elephant illusion scattered and reformed, just in time to block the strike. Still, the young Arhat found himself covered in a cold sweat from the punch. Amitabha, my apologies. The old monk sensed the newcomer's cultivation level, and warned, do you two really intend to protect this young man completely? A soldier of the Yan, exists for Yan country, and dies for Yan country. Yang Biao stood at the top of the pine forest, majestic and imposing, like a long-suffering monk who had cultivated for many years, his purple long shirt fluttering in the wind. It's strange that the soldiers of Ancestor Yanziu are still alive. In a moment, a green snake appeared on the back of the old woman's hand. As the snake's tongue flickered, the old woman's hand threw it out. Hiss! The snake transformed into a giant python, opening its blood-filled mouth wide, and swallowing in the direction of the pine forest. A faint sword chi suddenly burst from the forest, the chilling air flowing over the path bringing frost and ice, turning the skies of July and August into the cold of December in an instant. The sword chi collided with the enlarged snake. The chilling sword intention froze the snake into an ice sculpture, which then shattered into pieces, scattering bloody debris. Granny Soli slowly walked out from the pine forest, the cinnabar mark on her brow glowing faintly, the source of the cold. Hee, I heard that hundreds of years ago, there was a prominent figure in the Frosty sect called the Icy Soul Sword Saintess who was skilled in using the Icy Soul Sword Chi, but she lost a bet and became the leader of the 12 sword servants of Ancestor Yanziu. I didn't expect that today, she would be of this venerable age. Unperturbed, Granny Soli replied in her aged voice, time is relentless. You, Green Snake Bodhisattva, haven't fared much better. The old woman chuckled without responding, her 5 fingers grabbing back the ice-cold debris scattered on the ground, as if engulfed in her green magical power, returning to her hand. The magical power wrapped around it like threads, and the green snake appeared whole and undamaged on her hand once more. It turned out this green snake was only an incarnation of will and not a physical object. After reaching the rebirth realm, cultivators began to understand the laws of heaven and earth on their own and competed on their mastery and proficiency of the laws. With magical power able to transform into various means, even without magical weapons or divine skills, cultivators still could exert extraordinary power by relying on the laws of heaven and earth. Ding! A sound of clashing weapons echoed through the sky, drawing the attention of the few. It seems the battle is coming to an end. Chapter 313, Rebirth Realm Divine Skills, Expansion and Upgrade of the Small World, The Disturbed Black Dragon 2. Yang Biao leaped down from a pine tree, sneering, "Do you think by siding with the devil sect you can confront Yan country? How thoughtless! Do you really think you Western state demon monks can compare to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Meanwhile, Zhao Huai, wielding 3 flying swords, had already shattered the 5th magical weapon. The disciples from the devil sect in front of him dared not use their magical weapons anymore, because once they did, they would be cut in half by that black long sword. This method was too cunning. They were not wealthy, getting a suitable magical weapon was already able to deplete most of their wealth, and their hearts ached when they were cut in half. Without the support of magical weapons, Zhao Huai felt even more relaxed facing a group of cultivators in the Golden Core realm. Whoosh! As the light of the sword flickered, the dark green immortal sword was like a white rainbow passing by, its point aiming at throats. A disciple of the devil sect fell from the sky. Immediately following, Zhao Huai stepped onto the returning dark green flying sword and quickly threw out the black long sword, its black light seizing souls, aiming to kill a rather attractive female disciple. The female disciple of the devil sect's pupil shrank, and she was terrified. She hurriedly swung out a cloud-patterned long whip, hoping to bind the flying sword before her. But the sturdy long whip was cut open by the black long sword, and she was pinned by the flying sword onto a rock on the waterfall mountain cliff, with blood continuing to flow from the corner of her mouth. "Help!" she murmured weakly, asking for help from other disciples, only to hear a clang, and unfortunately, a new blood mark appeared on her white neck. Zhao Huai raised his hand to catch, and the red rusty sword fell into his hand. He glanced at the female disciple whose head was hanging down, his face showing no disturbance. The black long sword hadn't returned yet, and red rusty swords circulated around him in succession, blocking the attack from the side and dealing with the enemy calmly. His 3 flying swords worked in order. Controlling the sword to fly, attacking, defending, and switching in turn, cycled like this repeatedly. Within a quarter of an hour, more than 10 disciples of the devil sect were quickly killed off. All 3 of his flying swords were stained red with blood. He tapped his finger, the sword edge hummed softly, and the blood stains were shaken off. "Faweeb Zhao Huai took a breath and pulled out a bottle of pre-prepared spiritual nourishing pills from the black ring, swallowing them and operating his magic power. Controlling 3 flying swords was formidable. Attack, defense, chase, these 3-in-1 capabilities made him worthy of the title of a hexagon warrior. But it was also a test for the sword cultivator himself, as the magic power on his body was spent very quickly, and at the same time, his spiritual power was consumed a lot. This was his first time controlling 3 flying swords to fight against an enemy, and he gained a lot. Just as he was recovering his energy, there was a fluctuation in his divine insight. Looking up, he saw a golden palm strike coming down from the sky. "Damn it, another sneak attack!" Zhao Huai had just grumbled when he held his breath and shot his 3 flying swords out, forming a series of sword formations, blocking above his head. When the 2 forces collided, Zhao Huai felt an extremely strong brute force hit him the moment he touched it. His body was uncontrollably hurtled backward at high speed. The fresh mid-air filled his mouth, making him feel bitter and refreshing. Zhao Huai's mind was focused, and he muttered softly. "Form 1, the sun observing." The red rusty sword broke free from the sword formation and was grasped by Zhao Huai. The golden sun phenomenon erupted, with its dazzling red light transforming into countless streams of sword qi. They intertwined into a large web, and he attacked the enemy in the sky. An eminent monk in a red robe, showing his muscular arms, his Buddha eyes flashing golden light, struck with a single hand, smashing the sky full of sword qi, and knocked Zhao Huai into the forest. He was the young arhat standing behind the two bodhisattvas. Splash! Zhao Huai's body broke through the numerous pine tree forests and finally fell into a cold and bone-chilling deep pond. Looking up, he could see a waterfall cascading down. The eminent monk in red robe calmly landed, took a look at the big swamp in the mountain, ascertained that the two bodhisattvas could distract the powerful Yan general, and chanted in a solemn voice with his hands folded. By the order of the princess to execute the crown prince of Yan country, bless you with Buddha's mercy, please, your highness, proceed to your death. There was no response, but the red-robed eminent monk was certain that the crown prince of Yan country was in the pond. Suddenly, the bubbling sound of water was heard from the cold pond. Splash! A column of water 10 meters long churned up, like a torrential water tornado, rushing towards the eminent monk. The red-robed eminent monk was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged, with his hands forming the 10, rotating the rosary beads strung together with 32 beads, and started chanting. Soon, a shield covered with golden Buddhist scriptures emerged on his body, resisting the rush of the water tornado. At this moment, a figure in a dust-white robe stepped on the water, moved in the Bagua step, and his fists rolled. The fist shadows were so fast they could only be seen as afterimages. Luo water fist skill. Zhao Huai murmured, and his fists struck out, the sound of the wind whistling through his ears. Immediately, the water of the waterfall turned into a rolling long river, rushing down vigorously. At this moment, he was slightly settled down. He knew that Granny Soli and Yang Biao were already fighting the mighty powerhouses of the Shenluo Empire, and the one in front of him was the one who came after him. In the face of a cultivator in the rebirth realm, he must not be careless, and he must not act casually as he did just now when he was practicing the sword. He must go all out. Seeing the river of fists rushing towards him, the red-robed eminent monk narrowed his Buddha eyes, immediately sat cross-legged and began to recite scriptures. His body began to float, and a dazzling Buddhist light burst out of him. Buddhist texts, as small as grains of sand, came to life as if animated, blocking him from the onslaught of the river of fists without a single disturbance from the relentless assault. Among those who have cultivated to the rebirth realm, not one is of the ordinary class. A deacon of the heavenly devil palace, an elder of the immortal sect, a Buddhist arhat. Each of them was an exceptionally talented being in their youth. Zhao Huai reached out to catch the black Yu-shat, and he looked solemnly at the eminent monk in front of him. For the moment, he had no solution to handle him. The form one that he used just now was instantly shattered by him. It seems that a vast chasm indeed lies between the golden core and the rebirth realm. It's not as simple as a golden core cultivating to fight across the initiation stage. Rebirth realm cultivators understand Tao's rules. Even though they may not understand much, dealing with a golden core cultivator is undoubtedly a piece of cake. At this moment, he sensed a movement in the black ring. Taking out the reincarnation treasured mirror, Zhao Huai heard a voice echoing in his mind. "Kid, let me out. I can swallow this guy in one gulp." The deep, resonant voice was very familiar. It turned out to be the forbidden black dragon, the emperor of the demons in the illusory southern sea. Zhao Huai snorted, "Do you think I don't know your tricks? If I let you out, you will run away, right? Do you take me for a fool? You are stubborn, but don't blame me if I don't warn you. Even if you die, I can still break free. I hope you won't regret it." The enormous body of the black dragon, located in the small world, retorted sarcastically. "Also, it seems that your small world is expanding and upgrading. Are you sure you don't want to come in and check it out?" Zhao Huai's expression darkened. At this moment, however, he had no time to deal with it, and instantly raised the Yusha to block the eminent monk's palm strike. This palm strike was filled with golden light, a roaring dragon tiger, full of Buddhist nature. It seemed to be even stronger than the Luo water fist skill. Just as Zhao Huai was thinking about this, a small figure emerged in his mind, endlessly waving his palm, gradually filling the missing parts. So that's how it is. A sense of joy arose in Zhao Huai's heart. He had almost forgotten about this. He immediately focused his gaze and became serious. The golden core shone like the sun, and magical power surged out, transforming into the images of a dragon and a tiger. Roar! Howl! Striking with the palm. A golden dragon tiger image manifested from Zhao Huai's body, shouted loudly, and pushed out with both palms. In an instant, the monk in red robe slightly changed his expression, feeling a strong impact rushing toward him. He had no choice but to retreat and dodge. Boom! The red-robed monk was full of shock and he questioned. Where did you learn the dragon tiger Vajra palm of our sorceress sacred sect? I just learned it. Zhao Huai said with a smirk. Hearing this, the expression on the face of the Luo water fist technique was ugly. He felt that the other party was mocking him. He was joking. The dragon tiger Vajra palm is the secret technique of the sorceress sacred sect. Only cultivators above the Arhat level are qualified to learn it. How could he learn it in an instant? It must be that he had stolen the technique from the sect. The eminent monk in red robe immediately shouted out. You stole the secret technique of our sorceress sect, you deserve to die. Just when he was furious and wanted to use a more powerful divine skill to kill Zhao Huai, two streaks of light appeared in the sky. A black long stick appeared first, repelling the eminent monk in red robe. The stick swung itself in the air, striking at him. The eminent monk in red robe sensed two auras, his expression became serious, he twirled his Buddhist beads and started chanting. Buddha prevails, and enlightens all beings. If they do not return, they will be punished by the Heavenly Lord. Buddhist shadows emerged, illuminating the entire sky. Ding dong! A clear bell sound rang out. The energy of the eminent monk in red robe suddenly weakened, and his body strangely flew out without warning, crashing into a large rock. Zhao Huai looked up to see. A woman in a black veil and silver dress held a golden bell, standing on a waterfall, her bare jade feet on the water, unaffected by the running water. In addition, a slightly overweight young cultivator was carrying a heavy black stick on his shoulder. He stood on a cloud, floating in the sky. A man and a woman spoke out one after another. Altar of the East Sea, grandson of Yan General, Zhou Ping. Southern State Altar, newly appointed Yan General, Dongfang Xian. Chapter 314 Empress in Crisis, Shen Luo shall fall, thanks to the generous donation from Cleaning Monk from Blast Sky Gang. Imperial Palace of the Xia. In the spacious Imperial Square, statues of auspicious beasts stood tall, with upright Imperial guards lining both sides of the Imperial path, giving the entire avenue an aura of solemnity and majesty. In the center of the square, a grand and spectacular palace towered. The palace roof, made of glazed tiles, shimmered with dazzling light under the sunshine, creating a picturesque scene with the flying eaves stone railings exuding an air of ancient grace and elegance. At the palace gate, a pair of lifelike stone lions harmoniously echoed the elaborate doorway. Above the door hung two jade-carved dragons, coiling in an intertwined posture around either side of the folding door. Inside the main hall, all the civil and martial ministers still held their breath, daring not to be negligent. It should be known that the Xia had not held a morning meeting in a long while. This was the first morning meeting held by the imperial court in over a year. Just over a year ago, the Xia's empress temporarily called a halt to the morning meetings. The reason was that they were deemed too cumbersome, causing trouble not only to herself but also to the ministers. According to protocol, the morning meetings were scheduled at the 5th hour, which is about 5 o'clock. The emperor was better off, living in the palace and could afford to be late, but it wasn't the same for the ministers. They had to wake up early every day and wait in the palace before dawn. Unlike Emperor Wen of Taizong's workaholic habits, this newly enthroned empress simply stopped going. New rules were established. Any major issues within the court would be first handled by the cabinet, filtered, and then submitted to the emperor for approval on the dragon chair. This way, the emperor didn't have to attend to every matter personally, saving her from overexertion, and the ministers didn't have to wake up early. It was a win-win situation. Since the morning meeting was practically a meeting, and there wasn't much news every day, many issues were trivial matters. Oftentimes, morning meetings seemed like an assembly hosted for loneliness. Surprisingly, this way of doing things by the empress had won the tacit agreement of many ministers, who had happily slept lazily for a year. However, gradually, they began to notice something was amiss. Unnecessary meetings could be skipped, but that didn't mean all meetings should be cancelled. The absence of meetings for as long as a year and a half made many ministers worried again. They were afraid that the empress would end up like several confused monarchs at the end of the Yan. In their reign, they didn't hold court for 40 or 50 years, their shadows were scarce, left many ministers to die, and left a pile of vacancies in the court, all deserted. Fortunately, after several days, Her Majesty finally resumed the morning meetings. After a long period of separation, they finally saw Her Majesty's appearance. In the center of the hall, on a grand and noble dragon chair, sat a graceful woman dressed in a bright red robe. She was still quite young, but her phoenix eyes were brilliant, and her beautiful eyes were full of wisdom and ambition. Only her youthful face had matured quite a bit, and compared to before, her gaze was more subdued, her demeanor steady, and her aura more grand. This triggered a silent sigh among the ministers below. Her Majesty has grown up. I heard that you ministers have been arguing about the issue of attacking the Yan, haven't you? Yu Qinghan's slightly sharp gaze swept over the ministers below, her voice cold and authoritative. A minister, dressed in peacock crimson robe, stepped forward and reported, at present, the former Prime Minister of the Yan, Song Heking, has passed away. This is a great opportunity for us. Indeed, a divide has occurred between the Shenluo Empire and the Yan, and their relationship is strained. As far as I know, the Shenluo Empire might send troops to the Yan. Promptly, another martial minister embroidered with a military pattern of tigers and leopards echoed. The old Yan party's traitorous heart is not dead and must be eradicated soon. At these words, Yu Qinghan seemed to be lost in thought, thinking back to a conversation with her husband. Time is the best antidote, and the central plains cannot be reduced to ashes. Yu Qinghan's eyes regained focus, and she asked, "What are your plans to deal with the northern wolf in the 10 states of the north?" "Your Majesty, to remove external threats, we must first settle internal ones. The Yan has occupied the Huainan 3-town state, all of which are states rich in taxes and a strategic location. If we do not take it back, where will we get the silver for a war against the northern wolf?" The minister in the peacock crimson robe advised. Moreover, the Xia has established good relations with many sects in the northern state. Right now, there is no need to worry about an invasion by the Northern Wolf Empire. As long as they dare to, we will certainly not show any mercy. How did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? Yu Qinghan narrowed her eyes, sensing something amiss. Event though cultivators descending the mountains into the mortal world had become common, but... The minister sweated on his forehead and hastily answered, "It happened a month ago." The Chongning King represented the court in reaching an agreement with several sects saying they could take action when necessary. The old minister thought Her Majesty knew. The Chongning King. Yu Qinghan furrowed her brows. What mischief has this uncle of hers been up to? Acting on his own without her agreement? As the Chongning King was named, many young ministers below started making eye signals. But they were all stopped by the elderly ministers, who warned them with their eyes. However, one young official who couldn't hold back any longer stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I wish to impeach the Chongning king. He has committed serious crimes such as improper conduct, annexation of fiefs, and nurturing private armies. Hearing this, Yu Qinghan's expression changed abruptly, and she said coldly, "Where did you get this from?" Almost all the ministers could sense the rage in her words. The Guangling mansion beyond Chongning County has become the private land of the Chongning king. Not just that, many imperial guards in the palace have been mobilized, being replaced by the Chongning king's private soldiers. Shi Yu, stop exaggerating the facts. Chapter 315 Empress in Crisis, Shen Luo shall fall, thanks for the generous donation from Cleaning Monk of Blast Sky Gang. 2. The mobilization of the Imperial Guards is a figment of Su Zi's imagination. Chongning King has no authority to summon troops, let alone private soldiers. Several senior ministers followed suit. That's right. I recognize this man. He was originally a staff member of the Chongning royal mansion but was expelled later. He must be resentful in his heart and is only trying to stir up conflicts between your majesty and prince. Chongning King works for the country and the people, and has always cared for the common folks. Princess Pei and your majesty share a sisterly relationship. How could they possibly commit treason? At first, Yu Qinghan didn't think much of it, but now seeing more and more people speaking up for Chongning King, she sensed something wrong. There are quite a few ministers in the imperial court who are now defending Chongning King. Are they all bought over? Her uncle's intentions are not pure. It may not seem bad for now, but it's definitely not good either. She realized something was amiss when these ministers began to praise him. There was a tendency to turn black into white, so she immediately stopped the dispute. With an imposing air, she said, "Enough. Where is Chongning King now?" Chongning King has already left Xia's capital and is in his fief. Disaster. Yu Qinghan's jade hand rested on the handle of the dragon chair, her heart sinking. She had wanted to put him under house arrest, but obviously, he didn't give her that chance. What happened to the sale of salt earlier? Yu Qinghan asked further. When she was in Spiritual Mountains, she had heard about Chongning King buying up the salt inventory of the capital's merchants. Why would he buy so much salt out of the blue? Your Majesty, this is also a major event. Nowadays, the salt prices in the 3 regions of the capital have skyrocketed, and many common people cannot afford to buy salt for their daily needs, and are suffering. A Grand Secretary of the Cabinet stepped forward to report. Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghan immediately understood. She knew what her uncle intended to do. He wanted to manipulate the salt prices and then undermine the imperial court to win over the people's hearts. If the salt prices do not come down, it will inevitably lead to large-scale rebellions. Combining this with the previous messages about alliances with sects, it is not difficult to deduce that Chongning King has been plotting his way out and has even found his helpers. Let's put aside the backgrounds of these sects for now. Which sect would agree to a feudal king's request for no reason? What kind of conditions did he put forward? She already smelled the scent of rebellion. Over the past year, her uncle has done many things. Especially during the months she left the imperial court. While Yu Qinghan was contemplating. Boom! There was a tremor in the palace hall. Cry! The new national fortune of the Xia country, a 9-tailed fiery phoenix, spread its wings and called out, staring at a man in a bamboo hat and veil atop the imperial palace. A rapid stream of light shot out along the 100-meter symmetrical imperial avenue, lifting the imperial guards guarding the gate with a gust of wind, and headed straight for the Golden Dragon Palace. The ministers were horrified. Yu Qinghan's eyes narrowed, she stood up, releasing her hidden cultivation powers, creating a turbulence of multicolored chi stream from her golden core. With the national fortune's blessings, any assassination attempt on the emperor within the palace by anyone other than a great divine skill master would be extremely difficult. Soon, an invisible force blocked the incoming stream of light. Empress, if only you would abdicate and concede, there might still be a turning point. The immortal sect is in danger itself, giving you a 7-day deadline to consider carefully." A hearty laugh echoed into the main hall, and after catching the object in her hand and seeing it was a letter, Yu Qinghan's expression changed slightly. Sending a letter thousands of miles away, manipulating the rules of heaven and earth. This method was that of a cultivator in the rebirth realm. She solemnly opened the envelope and after just one glance, her eyebrows furrowed. "Is it someone from the devil sect? Has Chongning King joined forces with the devil sect?" Yu Qinghan angrily tore the envelope to pieces, her eyes blazing with fury. As expected, her guess was correct. If there weren't any sufficient conditions, how could the other party possibly receive help from the sects? In order to seize the throne, Chongning King has joined forces with the devil sect and has started to take action against the Xia country. He obviously didn't trust her and was already planning to wage war against her. The day had finally come. In Nanya Prefecture, amid the wilderness. Swoosh! A red figure flew out. The eminent monk in the red robe was beaten badly by a black club. Ding-a-ling! The sound of bells kept ringing, like a devil's hand formed of the sound itself, grabbing the red-robed monk's neck and flinging him away again. Ugh! The red-robed monk couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood, and several lumps appeared on his bald head, obviously from being beaten. Hee, trying to deal with the royal crown prince, you're still too green. Zhou Ping, a slightly plump man, held the black club with both hands and gave a harmless smile. In the face of a strong Arhat cultivator in the rebirth realm, Zhao Huai still managed to dominate and overpower him. Hand him over to the royal crown prince for punishment. The veil-covered barefoot woman with a calm expression stood on the turbulent river. Understood. Clang. Zhou Ping grabbed the monk and threw him in front of Zhao Huai like a small chicken. At this time, Zhao Huai's magical power surged, his wet clothes instantly dried, and he stepped forward, staring at the red-robed eminent monk for a moment before turning his gaze towards the two young cultivators. Zhou Ping Feebom. Dongfang Xian. The two introduced themselves in order. You are the Yan generals of other sacrificial altars. Exactly. Zhou Ping and Dongfang Xian responded in unison. Zhao Huai carefully examined the two. One appeared honest and slightly chubby but possessed exceptional spear skills and agility. The other woman wore a black veil, which obscured her face, and silver ornaments adorned her body. A golden bell that seemed to be a formidable magical weapon could control the movements of others. However, her attire indicated she was from a distant land. We have received the edict from the Lord of Yan country to come to the aid of the Crown Prince. My master has been guarding the East Sea altar and cannot leave, so he sent me here, Zhou Ping explained with a fist salute, his voice full of vigor. Dongfang Xian's reaction was less confident, her beautiful eyes slightly complicated. She said slowly, the southern state altar fell 60 years ago, and my master has perished. I am the newly appointed Yan general, and I am ashamed of failing the grace of ancestor Yan Ziu. Why did it fall? Zhao Huai frowned, puzzled. The southern state altar connects to the divine prowess world. 60 years ago, the southern state glaciers melted and submerged the altar. The heavenly power detected the rules of the divine prowess world, leading to the thunder tribulation. My master was buried at the bottom of the sea, and during the 60 years since the seal shattered, I have been guarding the altar. But I haven't found any changes, so I came to the central state to support the crown prince, Dongfang Xian explained. Zhao Huai nodded slowly and asked with doubt, the divine prowess world? I've never heard of it. What is it proficient in? He had never heard of the divine prowess world, which was unlike the heavenly devil world, the nether world, and the illusory southern sea that comes from the primitive world, where the demon race rampaged, and the demon emperor was supreme. Your Majesty, it is the martial arts world led by the Heavenly Lord. Heavenly Lord? Is it the practice of martial arts? You can understand it that way. Zhao Huai glanced at the barely alive red-robed eminent monk and said solemnly, now, the entrance to the primitive world of Western state has fallen, and we need your help. This is our duty, Your Highness. Don't worry, Zhou Ping said earnestly, nodding his round head. How should we deal with this monk? Dongfang Xian asked, pointing to the sorceress Sex Arhat lying on the ground. Shenluo must be annihilated, Zhao Huai said coldly. Since Shenluo Empire wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to make any concessions. He could just kill the monk directly. Yes, Dongfang Xian nodded. Her eyes showed no compassion as she looked at the monk. She forcefully slapped his pubic region, causing the red-robed eminent monk to reveal a pained expression and instantly lose his breath. A childlike primordial spirit emerged and tried to flee with a whoosh sound. Dongfang Xian was prepared, shaking her golden bell. Its clear sound waves caused the rebirth realm cultivator to freeze momentarily before falling to the ground. She held the small spirit in her palm and said calmly, "This primordial spirit is the nascent form of the monk's soul, containing hundreds of years of his cultivation. Your Highness may want to keep it for your cultivation progress." Zhao Huai didn't hesitate, storing the tiny translucent primordial spirit in his black ring. Looking at the other side of the mountain, he said gravely, "Shenluo Empire has sent many strong fighters against our Xia country, and our two seniors are still engaged in fierce battles. You two should go help them." No sooner had he spoken than two towering, illusory figures appeared above the mountains, clashing with one another. One was a bodhisattva apparition, a figure bearing 6 golden leaves atop a white elephant, exuding an unparalleled aura of sanctity. The other was a mighty divine general wielding a long spear, radiating sacred brilliance from his eyes. Zhou Ping and Dongfang Xian looked at each other and leaped into the air, heading towards the center of the forest. Zhao Huai reached out for his sword, and all 3 flying swords came together. He stepped on the red, rusty sword and followed them. Chapter 316, The Empress of Xia Country, My Wife. Above the sky. Between the mountains, an incredibly strong wave of magic power spread out, sweeping through more than half of Nanya Prefecture. Almost all the cultivators felt the pressure and were terrified, and some speculated that there were powerful individuals battling nearby. Zhao Huai asked Zhou Ping and Dongfang Xian, "Can the two of you roughly determine the realms of the 2 bodhisattvas? At which level of the rebirth realm are they?" Dongfang Xian pondered for a moment and gave the answer, "They are probably at the peak of the rebirth realm. The old monk is much stronger than the old woman." Zhou Ping smiled faintly, "I have only recently reached the rebirth realm, and can deal with cultivators in the middle rebirth stage. I sensed Dongfang Xian's strength on our way here, and she is above me, having reached the late rebirth stage. We may not be able to defeat them outright, but harassing them and forcing them to retreat should not be a problem." Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai was still surprised. The lifespan of a cultivator in the rebirth realm is around 800 to 1000 years. The two of them appeared so young, probably not more than 100 years old, and their talent among their peers was extraordinary. As the inheritors of the guardian duties of the heavenly earth altar, their innate talents could not possibly be poor. Especially Dongfang Xian, who was chosen by the previous general of Yan country, which showed that she must have exceptional qualities. In the pine forest, after the battle of divine skills, the old woman bodhisattva who was controlling the green snake sensed that 2 cultivators in rebirth realm were approaching. Knowing that the plan to target Yan country had failed, she signaled the old monk next to her to prepare for departure. "Let's go." Granny Soli and Yang Biao had fought against the 2 bodhisattvas from the sorceress sect for 2 hours, and had consumed a lot of magic power, so they did not give chase. After reaching the rebirth realm, it becomes quite difficult to kill a cultivator. Cultivators not only possess the ability to escape quickly, but also quickly recover, given a short period of time. Regenerating severed limbs is a minor feat. Even if their brains are damaged, their hearts explode, or their waists are severed, they can recover rapidly. Upon hearing the command, the old monk nodded and waved his big hand, a golden lotus appeared beneath his feet, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Before leaving, the old woman Bodhisattva sneered. By offending Shenluo Empire, your Yan country will not have a good end. When Granny Soli saw Dongfang Xian and Zhou Ping rushing towards her, a faint smile appeared on her face, saying, "It seems that there are successors among the previous generals of Yan country." At a glance, she could see the background of the two, and their cultivation techniques felt familiar from what she had seen hundreds of years ago. There was a major incident at the Western State altar, and our ancestors sent me to assist. Zhou Ping bowed to Granny Soli in greeting. Before him stood someone of a very high generation, similar in age to his elders in the family, and he should respect her as his senior. What exactly is the situation in Western State? Dongfang Xian hurriedly asked. Yang Biao explained solemnly, there are a total of 9 heavenly earth altars in the Western State, and 5 have been lost. Half a month ago, several powerful 7th realm demon lords targeted them. Under normal circumstances, the demon race should not be able to break through our blockade. I suspect someone is sabotaging us behind the scenes and secretly helping the demon race. 7th realm demon lords. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Huai frowned slightly. Among the demons, the first realm is for enlightening wisdom, the second realm is for transformation, and the third realm is called the Demon King after core formation. Like the human race's cultivation, the fourth, fifth, and sixth realms correspond to the different levels of the human race's rebirth realm, while the 7th realm demon lord is as powerful as the metamorphosis stage cultivators. The 9th realm demon emperor is like the human race's cultivators who survive in superior tribulation, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, as massive as the stars and mountains. Now that the Shenluo Empire is blocking us, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to go to the Western State. Zhao Huai said so. At the same time, he was thinking to himself. If he could get the help of Madame, perhaps he could eliminate the Shenluo Empire, then drive the Northern Wolf Empire out of the Central State, and perhaps the problems could be solved. It's a pity that when Yan country perished, we couldn't exit the mountains. Zhou Ping lamented. If Yan country could still maintain its previous glory, what could the Shenluo Empire amount to? They could be annihilated with a snap of their fingers. 100 years ago, the Shenluo Empire did not have the power it has today, it was just one of the countries in the Western States, not yet having risen to prominence. Granny Soli said, Ancestor Yan Ziu's edict is for no one except the Lord of Yan country to leave the altar. Those who violate this will be subjected to the heavenly power's backlash. This is the ancestral law laid down by our predecessors and cannot be changed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai felt speechless. Why was there such an ancestral law? It was not humane at all. Even if their own country was destroyed, they were not allowed to return. However, upon further thought, the responsibility of guarding the heavenly earth altar was indeed much more important than the Yan country itself. I'll find a way to deal with the Western State situation. Before that, please wait here in Nanya Prefecture. Zhao Huai said to the 4 generals. He was determined to establish communication with the Xia country, otherwise, everything would always be restricted. The battle came to an end. Zhao Huai returned to the streets of Nanya Prefecture, where the damaged streets were being repaired. Many wounded Yan country sergeants were also carried away. The Western evil mink monk had disappeared, evidently rescued by his comrades. Gazing upon the tragic scene before him, Zhao Huai was filled with complex feelings. Facing powerful enemies, he could always wield his sword and kill them. But when he saw people hurt and bleeding because of him, or even sacrificing their lives, he could not help but reflect on whether he had done anything wrong. Chapter 317, The Empress of Xia Country, My Wife. 2. He had been continuously accepting all this passively. If given the choice, who would willingly bear such a great foundation and shoulder such a heavy responsibility? However, all he wanted was to protect those around him. Was that so wrong? With that thought, Zhao Huai returned to his room in the manor and imbued his magic in his fingertip. He took out a jade slip from the black ring and prepared to send a letter. Xia country's imperial palace, Yangzhen Palace. With pearl curtains and glazed screens shielding the room, a Kylin copper furnace was placed in the center, emitting curling wisps of smoke. Yu Qinghan, dressed in a dark blue long skirt, sat at a white jade desk and received a jade slip with a message. Such a message was generally used among cultivators only due to its hefty price worth 100 spiritual stones and its disposable nature. Her delicate jade hand crushed the jade slip, and the spiritual power consciousness within surged into her mind. Upon reading the message, her crystal-clear eyebrows showed a mix of complexity and hesitation. "Your Majesty, you seem troubled." The beautiful maidservant who had been by her side for 10 years couldn't help but carefully ask when she noticed her expression. Yu Qinghan gripped the wolf hair brush on the table and stared blankly at the white paper while propping up her head. She sighed, saying, "My husband wants me to help, but the situation in Xia country now is not optimistic. I'm wondering what to do." The atmosphere in the room became slightly heavy. She then turned her head to the maidservant and asked, "Liu Zhu, what do you think about the relationship between Yan country and Xia country now?" Liu Zhu contemplated for a moment before answering, "I think it's bad, Your Majesty. The imperial court and the remnants of Yan country consider each other as mortal enemies, and this conflict is not easily resolved." Yu Qinghan fell silent for a while, considering various methods in her mind, but eventually discarded all of them. She straightened up, her chest slightly raised, and looked outside of the hall, saying, "In the struggle to dominate the Great Epoch, the common people are the ones who suffer the most, not just those within the Xia's territory." Liu Zhu didn't quite understand but held her hands respectfully, saying, "This servant knows so little. What I do know is that if war can be avoided, we should. In the end, it's still up to Your Majesty, and those ministers will have to listen as well. If Your Majesty has any difficulties, perhaps it's better to clarify them in the letter to avoid misunderstandings. Those who are involved in a situation often find it hard to see things objectively, while outsiders see more clearly." Undoubtedly, these words reminded Yu Qinghan of how to write the contents of the reply. "In that case, I understand." Yu Qinghan pondered for a moment, then took out a jade slip from the pendant hanging around her snow-white neck. She slowly wrote about the current situation of Xia country, including the movements of Chongning King and the Devil Sect, as well as the problems with salt prices in the capital city, all recorded in the jade slip. She then imbued her magic power, and the next second, the jade slip disappeared from her hand. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the Yangzhen Palace. "This is Her Majesty's sleeping quarters. You cannot enter." "Why can't I enter? What face does she have to sit in this position?" The noisy voices drew Yu Qinghan's attention, and she asked with a frown, "Who's making a fuss outside?" Liu Zhu immediately went out to check the situation and returned with an update. "Your Majesty, it is an imperial censor. Imperial censor?" Yu Qinghan murmured, standing up from the jade couch. She strode toward the door with her silk scarf trailing behind her, her voice coldly asking, "Who dares to cause such a ruckus in the Yangzhen Palace? This is unacceptable." Outside the door, a middle-aged official wearing a green robe was being held back by the imperial guards. Although his rank was not high, his authority was considerable, as he was an imperial censor specializing in impeachment. "Your Majesty, I heard that in the first year of Long Xing period, you have been recuperating in the palace and gave birth to a son and a daughter. May I ask, Your Majesty, if this is true?" The middle-aged imperial censor symbolically bowed to Yu Qinghan and coldly questioned her. A deep chill flashed in Yu Qinghan's eyes, and she coldly asked, "Where did you get this information?" "Since Your Majesty has not denied it, it seems to be true." The middle-aged imperial censor responded indifferently. He then waved his sleeves, his face quite unpleasant, saying, "Now that Your Majesty's private affairs are known to everyone in the court, shouldn't you give the ministers an explanation?" This matter concerns the dignity and face of the royal family. For a moment, the guards' faces were filled with shock. The Empress was pregnant and even had 2 children. Their hearts could hardly accept it. In an instant, their eyes all turned to Yu Qinghan. Normally, they would not have dared to do so. Yu Qinghan's jade hand clenched tightly, unsure where the leak had come from, but she knew that this was undoubtedly a huge blow to her authority. Do I need to explain myself to you for what I've done? She could only respond with a cold snort. Someone must have maliciously spread the news of her pregnancy and childbirth within the palace. Their intentions were too sinister and vicious. Immediately, she thought of her uncle, Chongning King. Not only did he want to crush her on civilian matters, but he also planned to completely discredit her in terms of reputation and prestige. To shatter her perfect image in the eyes of the common people. Your Majesty! I must see Your Majesty. I request an audience. We hope Your Majesty will give us an explanation. Soon, more requests to meet with the Empress came from the other ministers outside the hall. It was clear that more people were becoming aware of the matter and wanted to see the Empress. Yu Qinghan deeply felt the seriousness of the situation and ordered the guards. What are you waiting for? Drive them all out of the palace. Chapter 318, The Xia's Empress, My Wife. 3. Fortunately, the imperial guards were carefully selected from the elite of the Chongning Imperial Army and were relatively loyal. Without much hesitation, they led the middle-aged imperial censor away. As the middle-aged imperial censor was being taken away, he shouted skyward. I think Your Majesty should be well aware of who the father of the child is. This matter is truly an absurdity. It's the disgrace of our Xia country. Yu Qinghan's expression was solemn as she called over several commanders of the Black Guards and instructed. I will give you 6 hours to investigate the origin of this rumor in the capital city. There must be no mistakes. Yes. The Black Guard commanders took the order and left. During these 6 hours, Yu Qinghan felt as if every day was a year. She found that the speed of the news dissemination was even faster than she had imagined. The news spread on the reports of the Xia's government office, the mouths of countless scholars in the Imperial College, the alleyways among the people and tea houses and taverns. Many officials even dug up her past experiences and began writing articles to ridicule and criticize her. She wouldn't truly believe this if there wasn't someone instigating the matter behind the scenes. The Empress actually gave birth to 2 children. What a disgrace! Who is the father? I heard it's the Crown Prince of Yan country. Is it true or false? It's so explosive. For a time, this caused quite a stir throughout Xia country. Is it true that the Empress murdered the 2 previous emperors? It's very likely. Women are most poisonous. Hasn't she done this kind of slaughtering before? They say she's a savior, wise and divine, but I think she's just a once fierce tiger who's gained power for a while. Yu Qinghan sat in the main hall, her divine insight spreading out. She could hear that many palace maids, eunuchs, and guards within the imperial palace were discussing this matter. Her face was unprecedentedly solemn. Liu Zhu, standing beside her, carefully reminded her. Your Majesty, the price of salt has risen to 500 wen per stone. If it continues like this, I'm afraid the unrest in the 3 states of the capital region won't be contained. Yu Qinghan pondered in silence without replying. She knew that someone behind the scenes was plotting, but facing such a situation, she felt powerless. She was good at marching and fighting, arranging troops and formations, and practicing martial arts. She was also capable of managing the country and employing capable ministers. But when it came to the scheming and every aspect of governing a country, her experience was still too lacking. Her workaholic brother, Yu Yunping, might have been good at it. But he was already dead. What? The royal crown prince and the Xia's empress are a couple. The royal crown prince? How is that possible? This can't be true. At the entrance of Yan Hall in Nanyu Prefecture, Zhao Huai, who had just returned from purchasing cultivation resources at the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association, heard this news. His face immediately darkened. It seemed as if he realized something. Someone was trying to use this method to defeat the south and north countries of Central State. At the same time, Zhao Huai quickly received a message. After checking the jade slip reply, his expression became even worse. His wife was in a terrible situation now. All of you, shut up. Zhao Huai reprimanded the guards at the entrance, then hurried into the government office, leaving behind a group of people looking at each other in confusion. On the way, he encountered patrolling Yan soldiers. He clearly sensed that there was an inexplicable look in their eyes. Song Zishu, Dongfang Xian, Zhou Ping, Granny Soli, Yang Biao and other important officials were already sitting in the living room. Your Highness, what's going on? Seeing Zhao Huai, Song Zishu's tone wasn't rushed, but more of a questioning. Zhao Huai hesitated for a moment and sighed. Ultimately he decided to reveal the truth. He looked at the crowd and said solemnly. Chapter 319, The Underworld, rushing to the summer capital, meeting Madam. Several years ago, I married her as my wife, but at that time we did not know each other's identities. In the hall of Yan Hall, Zhao Huai's voice was not loud, but it struck the hearts of everyone like a thunderous deafening sound. Faced with Zhao Huai's disclosure, the officials of Yan country and many subordinates learned of this heavy news. One by one, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths, even the elegant Song Zishu, who was also quite surprised. The Xia's empress was actually the wife of the royal crown prince. It seems that the rumors circulating outside are true. Your Highness. After the surprise, there was a long silence. If this is true, what kind of thoughts did the crown prince have towards Xia country? To endure it or to hate it? Zhao Huai swept around, looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, and his complexion revealed a touch of helplessness. He took a breath, and then said seriously, the reason why I personally admit to this matter is to prevent causing too much controversy within our ranks, otherwise it would be in line with the intentions of those behind the scenes. The crowd was still thinking and did not respond. They were immersed in the heavy news and couldn't react. This was actually a very normal thing. Even when Zhao Huai learned of this matter at the beginning, he was also hesitant. Not to mention them. Problems always exist, they can be hidden and evaded, but one day they will erupt. Now in Yan country, his prestige is deservedly unparalleled, and no second person can replace him. Whatever he says, they will follow it. So he was confident in overcoming this crisis. But if he left the controversy unattended, the rumors would continue to be magnified, undoubtedly intensifying internal contradictions. Yan country's unity would further decline, perhaps that's the real purpose of the person behind the scenes. No matter whether he paid attention to it or not, the opponent's goal had been achieved. Regardless of the truth, I stand by the royal crown prince. Song Zishu took the lead in expressing his stance. He was very serious in his eyes, explaining. The Empress of Xia country is a wise ruler. It's not necessarily a bad thing for the royal crown prince to take her as his wife. I believe the crown prince can give a perfect answer. Accompanied by his words, many people also had some strange thoughts. Yes, what Minister Song said is right. The royal crown prince is both handsome and charming. Even the Empress of Xia country cannot resist his charm. If we want to restore our country, isn't it more convenient? What do you all think? Could it be that this is all planned by the crown prince? It's very possible. If we win over the Empress of Xia country, won't Xia country belong to the crown prince? What a gain! The discussion became more and more heated, and many people felt that it was indeed a good deal upon thinking about it. Seeing the atmosphere at the scene gradually becoming active, Zhao Huai also breathed a sigh of relief. In contrast, the reactions of Zhou Ping, Dongfang Xian and Granny Soli were quite flat. But thinking about it, their lack of reaction was normal. When Yan country perished, they did not harbor as much hatred towards Xia country. Did they not have any extra resentment towards Xia country? Zhao Huai looked at the officials of Yan country and couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Their quick forgiveness was beyond his expectations. Song Zishu saw this and guessed Zhao Huai's thoughts, so he transmitted and said, "Your Highness, don't be surprised, this is normal. Most people don't harbor as much hatred towards Xia country as you might imagine. In fact, they hold more gratitude towards the royal crown prince, as well as longing for the future. As long as the royal crown prince is here, there is always hope." Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai finally understood and his heart suddenly became clear. He had always viewed his identity as the crown prince as a burden, even a liability. This was his initial thought when he first came to this world. He did not want to take revenge for his father, because it was too dangerous, and he did not put himself into the identity of the crown prince. Because it was Yan country's enmity, not his, Zhao Huai's. Now, through various coincidences, he finally ascended to this position. At first, it was just for the sake of interests. It was because of the benefits that came with the identity of the crown prince. As time went on, he gradually integrated into the identity of the crown prince. Now he feels the same, many things were taken for granted by his former self. Reality is not as troublesome as he had imagined. He was just making things difficult for himself. At this time, a young official stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, we are loyal to Yan country and vow never to regret it." "Me too. I'm the same." Slowly, more and more officials expressed their feelings, and it was clear that they did not mind Zhao Huai marrying the Empress of Xia country. In fact, most people were just trying to make a living and gain power and status. No one would cross paths with their future. Zhao Huai knew this very well in his heart. As long as Yan country exists, it is the truth. Seeing the situation stabilized, Song Zishu spoke. "The urgent task is to figure out who is stirring up trouble. I speculate that not only Yan country, but the Empress of Xia country must also be trapped in the swamp of public opinion, and the impact may be even greater than that of the crown prince. What does your Highness plan to do?" "What to do?" This question stumped Zhao Huai. The enemy was hidden, and he was exposed. It was already so troublesome for him, but for Xia country to completely quell this turmoil, it would be even more difficult. His wife mentioned in her letter, Chongning King might collude with the devil sect and rebel in Xia country. Chapter 320, The Netherworld, rushing to Xia's capital, meeting Madame Tu. Thinking about it, Zhao Huai felt an inexplicable headache. If only the military counselor was here. Suddenly, Zhao Huai thought of a white-haired woman. If Yin Nanya was here, perhaps all these problems could be easily resolved. She had the most intelligent mind Zhao Huai had ever seen, and he couldn't hide any schemes from her. Where had she gone? Song Zishu had always been Zhao Huai's capable subordinate, and he understood his preferences and habits very well. At this moment, he only needed to see Zhao Huai glance to the side and knew what he was thinking. "Your Highness is thinking about the military counselor, right?" "Yes, if the military counselor were here, maybe all these problems could be easily solved," Zhao Huai said solemnly. Regardless of anything else, Zhao Huai had witnessed Yin Nanya's ability to handle matters and make plans, which were among the best he had seen. A few days ago, someone came to the manor with a message saying that Yin Nanya was involved in some troubles and was detained in Western State Riol.C. I specifically had someone investigate, but unfortunately, we didn't get any results. Hearing this, Zhao Huai frowned and said, "What exactly happened in the Western State? All the clues point to it, and I can't help but suspect that a major change is about to happen." He really wanted to go to the Western State, but his reason told him that the timing wasn't right. Now that Xia country has finally stabilized, and these rumors are spreading, it would be best for your Highness to go to Xia country and check on the situation. After listening to Song Zishu's words, Zhao Huai nodded thoughtfully. Then, a report from a soldier of the Yan army came from outside the manor. Reporting to your royal crown prince, a few soldiers were acting sneakily. We suspect they were spies sent by Xia country, but they quickly broke free and left the courtyard. What? Zhao Huai was surprised to hear this. Immediately, he ran out quickly, looked at the soldiers lying on the courtyard ground and his eyes turned cold. It seemed that the other party had already planted people inside his ranks. It might be the mastermind behind the spread of these rumors, and he could trace them back to the real perpetrators. As he thought of this, his divine insight spread out in his mind, forming a large net. Indeed, he saw several strange-looking soldiers fleeing towards the main entrance. He leaped upwards, several dozen meters high, and went directly to the front yard to intercept them. Zhou Ping, Dongfang Xian and the others followed suit as they saw this. Capture them all. The chaos in the Yan Hall had barely subsided when it erupted again. Commanders and leaders of the dragon riders of the Yan were busy capturing people, carrying long sabers, and filled with murderous intent. Surrounding about a dozen ordinary-looking soldiers in the middle. Their presences were very peculiar, filled with vigorous blood, and even seemed to breathe blood. They looked like cultivators, but they were somehow different. Though they looked like humans, something seemed off. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to notice this. Zhao Huai descended gracefully to the ground, his body guarded by several mighty cultivators in the rebirth realm. His lineup was remarkable, that even a metamorphosis stage expert would be helpless against him. A seemingly ordinary Yan soldier suddenly exploded with violence, grabbing a sharp long spear from the ground and attacking Zhao Huai at an astonishing speed like a shadow. Zhao Huai raised his hand and cast out a sword chi, expressionless. Puff! In the blink of an eye, the sword chi pierced the opponent's heart and splashed 3 feet of blood. However, the Yan soldier strangely didn't fall and continued to advance with the spear rapidly. This caused a flash of surprise in Zhao Huai's eyes. At this moment, Granny Soli waved her purple sleeves and unleashed a vast force, sending the Yan soldier flying away. He slammed heavily onto the ground. For an ordinary person, or even a cultivator in the Golden Core realm, this blow would have been fatal, shattering their internal organs, bones, and meridians. In theory, there was no way that soldier could stand back up. Yet the soldier rose to his feet, his eyes flashing a trace of bloodthirsty red, and his pupils filled with a strange red hue. Something is odd. Zhou Ping was the first to mumble. He doesn't seem to be human, but a demon. Dongfang Xian, with her black veil, echoed. A devil creature. Granny Soli, with her extensive knowledge and experience, recognized the enemy's origin and felt puzzled. How could there be a devil creature in Central State? The blood on the Yan soldier flowed like it was alive, entering the soldier's body, and he charged again with the long spear. This time, Zhao Huai became serious. He gathered his magic power at his fingertips and drew a talisman in the palm of his hand. With a gentle wave, a blue lightning bolt appeared and struck out, sending the Yan soldier flying away. The body had turned completely charred, and the blood that originally flowed had all evaporated, leaving nothing behind. The corpse of the Yan soldier immediately hollowed out and turned into human skin. This time, it didn't stand up again. It's still the Thunder Palm talisman. Zhao Huai muttered softly. Seeing their companion killed, all the bizarre soldiers became extremely angry, opened their mouths wide, revealed their gleaming fangs, and pounced at everyone. The appearance was still quite frightening. Senior, use lightning fire. Zhao Huai reminded them. Granny Soli and Yang Biao nodded, and the dazzling magic power was unleashed, causing the spiritual qi in the entire courtyard to boil. Fireball technique. The most straightforward and unadorned magic, the orange-red flame surged like a river, washing over more than a dozen soldiers. Thunder spells were constantly being used on Zhao Huai's hands. From his fingertips, arcs of lightning shot out and fell on their bodies, instantly turning them charred black. Boom! For a moment, the courtyard was covered in thunder and lightning, and the trees inside turned to ash, with the ground full of pits and hollows. There were also a dozen more pieces of skin on the ground. Zhao Huai glanced at the thunderbolt in his palm and then at the filth on the ground that had been stripped completely, shaking his head and saying, "It seems, this matter is not as simple as I thought. This should be a bloody devil." Even though they had completely wiped out the enemy, Granny Soli's face didn't show the satisfaction one would have expected. Bloody devil. Bloody devils are one of the types of demons, and they are also common devil creatures in the netherworld. Granny Soli explained. Is the netherworld full of such things? Zhao Huai had never been to the netherworld nor the netherworld land, so he naturally didn't know what was inside. He only knew that the netherworld was full of demons. He had seen ghosts, strange creatures, and evil spirits, but he had never seen such a devil creature before. Ordinary means couldn't kill them at all, they could only be completely destroyed. There are many types of demons in the netherworld. Since 500 years ago, many creatures that we have never seen before have been born, and each of them is extremely difficult to deal with. Granny Soli said solemnly. It is said that after people die, they go to the netherworld and live another life in another state. These are low-level devil creatures without intelligence. If we encounter even more powerful ones, they would be even more difficult to deal with. I once met a 7 tribulations ghost king comparable to a human rebirth realm cultivator, who not only possessed an indestructible flesh body but also had a strong primordial spirit. Such a thing would be unthinkable now, as normal ghost creatures don't have physical bodies, but the fact that it had one meant it had died in the netherworld, with its corpse becoming part of its strength. What Granny Soli is talking about should be the combination of evil spirits and devil creatures, called corpse devils. Dongfang Xian's gentle voice said solemnly. I heard my master say that a corpse devil once appeared in the Sea of Southern State, and its cultivation was indeed terrifying. My master had to expend a lot of effort to kill it. After listening to the two of them, Zhao Huai had a new understanding of the netherworld and said thoughtfully, as I remember, the entrance to the netherworld is in the northern state, right? When did bloody devils infiltrate the central state? Could it be? The sacrificial altar in the northern state has already had an accident. Granny Soli sighed. No matter what, the current situation is not optimistic, the primitive world is already strong enough, and if the netherworld is added, it would be disastrous. Suddenly, Zhao Huai became even more worried about Yu Qinghan's safety. Madame was in the north, not far from the northern state, just 3 states and 2 prefectures away. If something happened, it would be disastrous. He decided to visit Xia's capital. Zhao Huai looked up at Granny Soli, Zhou Ping, and the others, and said solemnly, split up. Granny Soli came from the western state and should be familiar with the western states. You can help prepare the geomancy maps or general situation of the western states, and when I come back from the Xia country, if I can ally with the other forces, we can then fight against the Shenluo Empire. Your Highness is going to Xia's capital. Zhou Ping and Dongfang Xian both looked at him as if they had something to say. Yes, you follow Granny Soli. Right now, the situation in the western state is urgent and perhaps needs your help. Zhao Huai instructed them this way. Zhou Ping and Dongfang Xian could only nod in agreement. After half a day of rest and recuperation, Zhao Huai prepared himself, stepped on the flying sword, and headed towards Xia's capital. Chapter 321, If the first person you met was me. Above the sky, accompanied by the splitting of air currents on both sides. It is an easy matter to overlook the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers below. Zhao Huai travels by sword, unfazed by honor and disgrace, heading northward, just passing by the spiritual mountains. The continuous mountain range undulates, with verdant peaks, mortals can hardly imagine the world hidden within. However, Zhao Huai knows that the entire spiritual mountains are enveloped by an ancient giant formation, which seems to be surrounded by mountains on the surface, but it is actually a blessed land. He's just passing through the sky above the spiritual mountains, without stopping. Zhao Huai increases his speed with just a glance. Suddenly, several streaks of light flew out of the formation in the spiritual mountains, gliding through the sky, attracting Zhao Huai's attention. He guessed that they should be sect disciples coming out of the spiritual mountains. Nowadays, it's not rare for many sect disciples to descend from the mountains. The streaks of light quickly passed through the airspace where Zhao Huai was, and it seemed that the other party had also noticed Zhao Huai. The speed of travel actually slowed down. Zhao Huai was also surprised, secretly thinking. Could it be there's an acquaintance? Young Master Zhao, it's been a long time. Soon, a blue streak of light approached Zhao Huai. Even before seeing the person, a delicate, soft voice already entered Zhao Huai's ears. Who are you? Seeing that they had stopped their journey, Zhao Huai also stopped and asked in confusion. It's me. Do you not recognize me after just over a year? A slender and charming figure emerged in front of him, revealing a light blue long skirt. It was a fairy-like woman with exquisite features, pure and white as snow, with long eyelashes, attractive eyes and a dust-free temperament, like a fairy from the ninth heaven. Upon seeing the face of the person, Zhao Huai's face was slightly surprised. Exquisite fairy, it's actually you. The person in front of him was the exquisite palace fairy, Chu Yuking. A year ago, the master of the exquisite palace had sent her to be Zhao Huai's guardian on his journey, but when they encountered the devil sect's struggle for the ancestral weapon, she blocked a full-force attack from a rebirth realm expert for his sake and used a teleportation talisman to send him to Nanya Prefecture. This favor could be said to be enormous. Chu Yuking smiled faintly and said, "It's been a year since I last saw young Master Zhao, his demeanor is still the same, his temperament is extraordinary, and it seems that his cultivation has improved a lot." She could perceive that Zhao Huai's aura had increased greatly compared to a year ago, and he had already broken through the golden core. Even she was far behind in comparison. Although she was less than 100 years old this year, she had only reached the peak golden core, and it might take some time to break through to the rebirth realm. The journey through the spiritual mountains was quite fruitful. Zhao Huai sighed and then focused his eyes on her, sincerely saying, "I have never thanked you for saving my life last time. If it wasn't for the fairy's help, I'm afraid I would have died on the spot." Seeing him mention this matter, Chu Yuking smiled sweetly, not knowing why, but she felt a faint joy in her heart that Zhao Huai remembered the matter. This is what I should have done. Young Master Zhao carries the blood of Yan Xiu and is the lord of the Yan. He is the chosen seed of the immortal sect. His life is naturally important, and my Master Lord had entrusted me to protect the young master. Hearing this explanation, Zhao Huai's mouth slightly curved upward, unable to help but smile. She was still the same, not changing at all. Always for the sake of the master's words, wholeheartedly, straightforward, without considering herself. Nowadays, the young master doesn't need me to protect him. With a shallow dimple on her cheek, Chu Yuking laughed happily, deep in her eyes, though, there was an indescribable sense of pity. Initially, her master had asked her to stay by Zhao Huai's side as a maidservant, and she had barely had a taste of the mortal world's life. However, it didn't take long before they were caught up in the devil sex war. The time they spent together wasn't long, but Chu Yuking had already developed deep affection for Zhao Huai. If in the beginning it was just to follow the master's orders, to win royal crown prince's favor. Now, she truly admires the man before her. However, she knew that he already had someone he loved and was already married. There probably was little chance for her. "Young master, where are you heading north this time? I remember that the capital of Yan country is in the south." Chu Yuking thought of the matter at hand and couldn't help but ask. Zhao Huai explained, "Now that many of the heaven and earth altars in various places have been lost, the primitive world in the western state, the netherworld in the northern state, I am worried that they have entered the jurisdiction of the central state, so I am heading north to investigate." "Actually, it's for your sister-in-law, right?" Hearing Zhao Huai's explanation, Chu Yuking couldn't help but say. Zhao Huai was also very surprised. Did even the immortal sect people already know about Yu Qinghan's identity? Gu Tianji told me. Chu Yuking grinned. Fairy. I'm really envious of her. Chu Yuking looked at the desolate mountains and softly said. As for this, Zhao Huai could only remain silent. I want to ask young master something. You say. If young master had met me first and not Miss Yu, would the outcome be the same as before? Chu Yuking said, her eyelashes trembling. Zhao Huai pursed his lips, his eyebrows furrowing then unfurrowing, and sighed lightly, saying. Fairy can ask this question, but I can't think like this. I'm sorry, there is no answer to this question. All right, I understand. Young master, we'll meet again if it's meant to be. I have important things to attend to. After bidding farewell to Chu Yuking, she turned and left. Until the end, Zhao Huai did not see the expression on her face. Chapter 322 If the person you met first was me too. The direction they departed seemed to be towards the northern state. Zhao Huai suddenly remembered that within the immortal sect, they have been constantly dispatching disciples towards various entrances to heaven and earth, that is, the direction of the sacrificial altar. Whether it's the western state or the northern state, the immortal sect has always been trying hard to alleviate the situation, even if many people have died in the process. When he was previously in the Ling Mountain, he had heard about quite a few sect disciples having disappeared in the direction of the northern state. As for the western state, it was the same, that place might have already become a stronghold for the demon race. He didn't know when the next encounter would be. Yangzhen Palace. Yu Qinghan sat on a silky golden cushion, with a pile of memorials strewn across the imperial desk. She looked very anxious. Your Majesty, the agreed time will soon arrive. Liu Zhu, standing by her side, gently reminded her. A few days ago, the Devil Sect had issued a statement that within 7 days, His Majesty must abdicate, or face the consequences. The specifics of these consequences have yet to be made clear. Recently, His Majesty has been embroiled in the scandal of birthing a child. The common people have been discussing this event and often unpleasant rumors can be heard, completely undermining the awe-inspiring authority the Empress of Xia had accumulated over a year. How is the investigation going? Yu Qinghan slapped a volume of documents onto the table and asked, tilting her head. The court has already started to panic. Many memorials submitted by ministers avoided the harsh truth of the empire's current situation, instead reporting lies and hiding behind flattery. Some have even openly sworn allegiance to Chongning King, which is something she can't accept. To understand the real situation, she could only rely on the investigations of the blackguards in the capital city. Your Majesty, there are many unpleasant voices among the people. Some even say it's about you. As the conversation got to this point, even Liu Zhu found it hard to continue, her expression filled with panic. Say it, what is it? They are saying, you are a loose woman. Liu Zhu eventually managed to blurt out, with her eyes tightly shut. Hearing these words, Yu Qinghan's expression remained calm as if it didn't affect her. Don't you get angry, Your Majesty. Seeing that she showed no sign of anger, Liu Zhu unexpectedly asked. Let them say whatever they want. Their mouths are on their own faces. What good does it do me to get angry? Yu Qinghan leaned back in her chair, sighed, and closed her eyes. Report. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from outside the hall. One of the guards from the Imperial Guards ran into the main hall, knelt down and saluted, ENL.M. Your Majesty, terrible vibrations have been detected from the center of the capital city, presumably from an invasion by cultivators. All 4 top skilled fighters have been defeated. They have arrived. Hearing the news, Yu Qinghan opened her phoenix eyes. It seemed as if 2 balls of flames were burning in her pupils, surrounded by a scorching aura of magical power, ready to turn the main hall into a furnace. In just an instant, she left the Yangzhen Palace, leaving behind only one word, go. The main entrance of Xia's imperial city. Bursts of qi dispersed from the street, leaving the formerly towering and crimson city gate pockmarked and shattered after enduring an unimaginable attack. The surrounding common cultivators all looked on in fear at the deep pit formed in the heart of the city. The pit was filled with the bodies of the imperial guards. At the same time, the top 4 skilled fighters in the capital city were laid out haphazardly, with heavy casualties. The 4 famous god capturers, Yunlong, Qin Hu, Black Turtle, and Ying Ke, were all covered in blood and sprawled on the ground. The long spear was broken in half, helpless and stuck in the ground, and the bowstring was snapped, covered in dust. The scene was truly tragic. The so-called top 4 skilled fighters in the capital city are nothing but trash. A man in a bloody robe kicked Black Turtle away like a dead dog and crumpled the axe made of refined steel into a ball of scrap metal, nonchalantly throwing it away. Cultivators with experience surrounding them recognized the man in the bloody robe and his identity with a trembling tone. This is Yang Yuan from Blood God sect, one of the 10 devil sects. What? It's actually Blood God sect's Yang Yuan. Why has he suddenly appeared in Xia's capital? Aren't there any sects coming to suppress them? The Blood God sect, one of the 10 devil sects, had an infamous reputation for cruel methods. They liked to cultivate using copious amounts of blood from regular people and cultivators, which produced very strange results. In terms of strength, the Blood God sect had ancestors in the metamorphosis stage to defend them. Their position was above the Poisonous sect, 7 Devil sect, and Corpse Tomb sect. Just a short while ago, they overpowered thousands of imperial guards, and all 4 top skilled fighters in the capital city had fallen to Yang Yuan. The horrifying show of power left the onlooking cultivators in constant shock. Even so, the cultivation of the top 4 skilled fighters was in the initiation stage. In the mortal world they were top-notch, but they were nothing in front of Yang Yuan. They could only wait for reinforcements from the immortal sect. But after a long time, the sect disciples did not arrive. If it were a normal situation, the gatekeeper of the immortal sect would have come to handle it. At the same time, on top of the city wall, there were 6 devil cultivators dressed in black robes. Among them was an elder whose presence was unfathomable. It seemed that he might be even more terrifying than Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan wiped the filth off his face and strode into the massive pit. He grabbed Yunlong's neck and lifted him off the ground with a gleeful smile. You guys have been reduced to this, and yet your Empress of Xia has not made an appearance. Don't you think it's because she doesn't care about your lives? Yunlong's usually tough-looking face was now smeared with blood. With his eyes wide open and his throat being choked, he still managed to gasp out defiantly. The Immortal Sect will never let you off. The Immortal Sect. Chapter 323 If You Met Me First 3. The situation in the world has changed, and the once stable central state is long gone. You bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well probably know nothing about it. Let me tell you this, even if the Xia's Empress came here herself today, it would be a dead end. A vicious smile emerged from the corners of Yang Yuan's eyes, and then he stretched out his other hand. The scattered blood around him slightly wriggled, gathering together to form a bloody ball. Just as Yunlong was about to lose his life on the spot, there was a sharp breaking sound in the air. In Yang Yuan's divine insight range, he sensed a dangerous aura appearing. He didn't panic, but just gave a faint smile. You're finally here. A heavy long halberd, as fast as lightning, was thrust straight towards Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan tried to catch it with one hand, striking out first with his palm. Ding! At the moment of contact, a violent noise erupted. Yang Yuan felt a terrifying strange force coming from his hand, spreading towards his arm. Realizing that something was wrong, he decisively threw Yunlong from his grasp and used both hands to deal with the attack. In addition to the terrifying strange force on the long halberd, there was also overwhelming magic power, forcing him to retreat continuously. The cultivation of the Xia's Empress is so powerful. Yang Yuan couldn't help but put away his disdain, looking intently as he used a magic technique, as two blood-formed hands slowly wriggled and extended from his back, pulling the long halberd apart to the left and right sides. The next moment, with a phoenix cry, a red sea of fire rose to the sky. A beautiful figure swept past, quickly throwing a punch, heading straight for Yang Yuan, knocking him directly away. As the smoke and dust dispersed, the figure was revealed as Yu Qinghan, draped in a phoenix-decorated robe. On her back, a pair of crystalline, ice-blue phoenix wings had emerged, emanating a chilling aura. After breaking through to the golden core realm, she found her body undergoing a transformation. Her magic and vigorous qi had changed from the previous blue state to a five-colored state. In other words, she possessed the power of the five-colored divine phoenix. This meant that she could comprehend and integrate the divine skills of the five types of phoenixes. Worthy of being the Xia's empress, your strength is indeed powerful. It's a good thing that respected demon bread allowed me to bring reinforcements, otherwise we would have really been in trouble today. Yang Yuan's blood-colored hands transformed into a shield, blocking Yu Qinghan's strike. He stood unscathed 10 meters away, his voice coldly saying. With a clench of Yu Qinghan's hand, the cold iron halberd quickly returned to her grip, humming softly. Her phoenix-like eyes stared at the 6 black-robed cultivators and the elder on the city tower, snorting coldly. I wonder what it was, but it turns out that they are from the Heavenly Devil Palace, and the 10 devil schools are nothing but lackeys of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Furthermore, my imperial uncle must have been installed by you guys, right? Don't try to sow discord. Today, one way or another, you must be removed from this position. In order to deal with Yan country, your Xia will be the first target. Yang Yuan finished speaking and waved his hand lightly. 6 devil cultivators in the Golden Core realm appeared on the ground, surrounding Yu Qinghan. Entirely ignoring the concept of a fair fight, they immediately planned a mass brawl. Seeing this, Yu Qinghan sneered, the devil sect is always the devil sect, truly skilled at utilizing underhanded means. As long as it achieves our goal, why not use all available methods? Today, even with national destiny protection, we must capture you. Yang Yuan laughed softly, taking out a black cloth from his sleeve. The black cloth kept expanding, blocking the sunlight, gradually covering the sky above. Chirp! The Xia's national fortune, the 9-plumed red phoenix sensed danger. With a high-pitched cry, it was concealed by the aura of the black cloth. Chapter 324, The Call of the Crow Immortal, Happy May 1 St. In Western State, 100 countries stand tall amidst the winds and sands. Initially, it was a territory disdained and unoccupied by emperors throughout Central State. However, 1,000 years ago, a messenger of the immortal appeared on the yellow soil of the western sand, and with the protection of the divine residents, it became a prosperous land of faith. However, several hundred years had passed since the last divine manifestation, and the various countries found themselves entangled in endless internal strife. Cultivators from Central State interpreted this history as the immortal blessing of the Ascension land, that is, the miraculous signs brought by the ascending ones who returned to the lower realm. In fact, not only Western State, but also in the ancient period, Central State had many human immortal ancestors stationed there. The immortal world was thriving incomparably, enjoying a magnificent era of immortal cultivation unlike any seen in 10,000 years. Deep into the night in yellow sand city of the Diluo country, a purplish moon could be seen rising above the ancient city, seemingly revealing ethereal clouds slowly rising in the night sky. This was because a grand ceremony was hidden within the ancient city. At the end of the bustling streets was a huge castle guarded by silver-armored knights on both sides of its corridors, solemn and respectful. The bonfire banquet in the center was very lively. A nobleman with a high nose bridge and deep eye sockets stood before a silver-haired woman in a black cloak. The nobleman bowed respectfully and said, "Respected Saintess, I hope you can stay in Diluo country. We need your help. The iron cavalry of the Shenluo Empire is about to tread on our land, and the religious invasion of the sorceress sect has made our Cross King's army afraid to take up arms. Our army is retreating continuously." The beautiful side profile of the silver-haired woman, and her eyes as bright as the stars, belonged to none other than the fugitive holy maiden of the Raven sect, Yin Nanyu. Ever since she had been released from Raven sect's prison by a confidant, she had fled from the north of the western state to the south. She was now within the territory of Diluo country. Originating from ancient times, the western state was home to many countries, with the three largest kingdoms being Shenluo, Tianluo, and Diluo. They were once a vast country, but later splintered into three through the course of history. Over the past 10 years, the Shenluo kingdom has annexed many smaller countries and defeated the Tianluo kingdom, gaining a vast amount of land as a result. Located near Central State on the east side of Western State, they absorbed a lot of Yan country's culture and subsequently renamed themselves as the Shenluo Empire. In recent years, the Shenluo Empire has grown stronger and stronger, putting the Diluo country in the south under threat. The nobles are worried, but fortunately for them, among the three major ancient religions in the Western State, the messenger of the Raven sect Holy Maiden Yin Nanyu had come to their territory. Yin Nanyu glanced at him lightly and said indifferently, "I will stay in Diluo country for the time being, but the Raven sect won't help much." This. The nobleman hesitated for a moment. "What, do you have no confidence in me alone?" Yin Nanyu raised her eyebrows. News of her trial within the sect had not yet reached Diluo country, and in their eyes, she was still the holy maiden of the Raven sect. In reality, she was nothing more than a fugitive. During this time, she had to regroup and form her own organization. A true Raven sect. No offense, no offense. As long as the Saintess is here, the sorceress sect wouldn't dare run rampant, said the nobleman apologetically. How are the preparations for the ceremony? The Raven rite will begin soon. Yin Nanyu nodded in satisfaction, then walked straight into the castle's hall. As she looked at the frightened slaves, she gazed thoughtfully at the spiraling stairs and second-floor assembly hall. She stepped onto the stairs, her delicate jade hand resting on the railing. After reaching the second floor, she looked down at the slaves who would be receiving the ceremony. These people would soon become her most loyal followers. Wearing her cloak, Yin Nanyu stood on the high ground, her expression unseen by the nobleman. However, he was certain that the respected saintess was satisfied. "The ceremony can begin," said the nobleman cautiously. Many of the slaves looked around curiously, wondering about the ceremony. Yin Nanyu's eyes were cold, and as she raised a hand, a chill in the air was interwoven with faint silver glowing magic power around her. In the empty hall, Yin Nanyu's body slowly rose like a rising blue star. As her eyes flashed with a bluish arc, she shouted, "Formation, activate!" A dazzling and incomparable radiance emitted from the ground of the main hall, revealing the intricate formation inscriptions hidden beneath. All those present looked toward the crow totem above, filled with awe. Everyone stood within the formation, as insignificant as ants. In the center of the formation, a huge sphere of light hung in mid-air, and within its dazzling brilliance, the vague shadow of a black crow could be faintly seen. After the formation was activated, invisible forces of faith were drawn out from everyone's bodies. Entering the glowing crow totem. FREWBNV. At this moment, the Raven cultists dared not speak, kneeling on the ground with devout worship. Then, the woman in the black cloak recited a spell, initiating the second phase of the mysterious ceremony. One by one, blue spheres of light entered the bodies of those present, causing great changes to occur. "My head hurts. What's happening? What's going on?" The crowd wailed and complained incessantly as intricate marks emerged on everyone's bodies. The marks linked together, forming the shape of a crow. Chapter 325, The Call of the Crow Immortal, Happy May 1 St. 2. This time, Yin Nanyu left her mark on them. Muscles of these slaves inexplicably swelled, veins bulged, their eyes filled with unprecedented fanaticism. The noblemen standing aside swallowed hard, their eyes filled with awe. The strength of the saintess was formidable, he didn't dare belittle. Usually, this would be when the ceremony ends, but Yin Nanya didn't bring it to an end. Instead, she continued to commune with the deity, attempting to build a bridge with the crow immortal. The beautiful eyes of Yin Nanya were flickering with blue arcane light, she muttered. Lord Crow Immortal, your believers have betrayed you, they have opened the altar, choosing the primitive world. If you do not show your miracles, I'm afraid the Raven sect would truly become a namesake. Honestly, she was uncertain too. This time, her primary goal of summoning the Crow Immortal was to obtain more powerful strength, and incidentally communicate with the Crow Immortal, laying out the crimes of the Crow Master. The Raven sect had not witnessed any miracles for 1,000 years, which to some extent, also had something to do with severing the immortal path. This summoning, even if there was no assurance, still required a final attempt. With her continuous chanting, the originally dark sky actually opened a crevice of light. The bustling ancient city was usually lively under the night curtain, but at this moment, people noticed the phenomenon in the sky. The atmosphere turned silent immediately. People were amazed by the sight in the sky. The moonlight was like water, casting on the city walls, creating a serene and tranquil ambience. However, in this peaceful night, a radiating crack expanded like a divine eye opening, bringing a sacred radiance, streaking across the night sky, sprinkling on the earth. All of a sudden, a strong heat wave stirred from the center of the vast castle. At this time, a bright and colossal vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above. The vortex radiated dazzling light and captivating halo. Seeing this, Yin Nanya was also deeply shocked. The Crow Immortal really heard her words. A miracle was sent down. After the vortex disappeared, an illuminating phantom appeared, emitting a blinding radiance, as if it had lit up the entire yellow sand ancient city. A miracle! It is a miracle! That's the ancient deity of the Raven sect, the Crow Immortal. Why would the deity of the Raven sect appear here? For a while, people were terrified, unable to believe their own eyes. Lord Crow Immortal, what are you exactly? Even Yin Nanya was astonished, she asked blankly. Rebol.com. I am a god. An ethereal voice echoed in her mind. Yin Nanya's eyelashes trembled, she continued to ask, are you aware of the Crow Master's actions? Yes, the belief and perpetuation in this world are declining continuously. Won't you take action? Not important, it's a waste of mental effort. Yin Nanya sensed the disdain in Crow Immortal's tone, she spoke earnestly, I want to establish a new Raven sect, Lord Crow Immortal, is it possible? You can, I will bestow upon you unparalleled power. The voice in her mind paused for a moment, then added. Originally, I didn't want to concern myself with the matters of this world, but I found too many people pay attention to here. Yin Nanya carefully asked, attention here, Lord Crow Immortal means, other deities. Yes, not just me, but also other deities want to get involved in the immortal world, resorting the cards, indicating the belief and perpetuation will soon throw into disorder, I can't just sit back and watch. So, next, I will appoint you as the immortal's envoy, wander in the human world, bestow upon you supreme power, to do some things that I want to do but can't. With that, a shining bead descended from the sky, landed in the hands of Yin Nanya. This bead is called the Yin and Yang twins, it nurtures two completely different stars, conceals great power, you can use my power with it, and directly channel the power of belief. From now on, there's no need to hold a ceremony. Yin Nanya carefully held the bead with alternating black and white, shimmering gloss. In the middle of the bead, two stunning figures appeared, one black and one white, as if representing light and darkness. Upon hearing Crow Immortal's explanation, she was enlightened and said, I understand what should be done. Go, don't disappoint me, your first mission is to take back the original Raven sect, do you understand? Yes. Yin Nanya held the bead and nodded vigorously. With that said, the huge phantom in the sky vanished in the blink of an eye, and the miracle gradually faded away as if it had never appeared. But Yin Nanyu held the bead in her hand, signifying that it was not a dream, but reality. Yin Nanyu tries to mobilize the power of the bead. Suddenly, the bead emitted an endless glow, instantly illuminating the entire castle and rushing towards people around. Then it gradually spread to the entire ancient city. What people first felt was a tingling sensation and warmth, followed by a strange power, enveloping them. They could see through clouds, hearing music of the universe, and touching the endless starlight. The power of faith was drawn gradually from their bodies and flowed into the bead. Yin Nanyu held the bead and left the castle, with a large number of people already following her during this time. The nobleman stepped forward this time and asked, "What did Lord Crow Immortal say? Can the Shenluo Empire deal with it?" Yin Nanyu looked at him blandly and smiled. "The master doesn't care." En route to the north. By the time Zhao Huai arrived at Wang Ridge, the sun had already set. He noticed something strange. Under the setting sun, this part of the land was extremely ragged, the mountains were dismantled, and the mixed magic power fluctuations filled the sky and the earth. It indicated that there has been a great battle here before. He took out a golden bronze coin and cast a hexagram. Fortune and disaster depend on each other, let's see. Hexagram 1, enemies in all directions, defeat them one by one, control the swords to suppress enemies, the instruction you get is fortune. He understood the outcome, landed here, and continued to spread his divine insight, covering 100 miles around. He found that there were a large number of devil cultivators in this place, and they were chasing a group of young cultivators dressed in Taoist robes. On the looks of it, they seemed to be the disciples of the spiritual mountain. The devil cultivators were not very strong, but there were a lot of them. He drove his flying sword over just in time to see the white-robed cultivator who was fighting back. "It's him." Zhao Huai recognized at a glance that the opposite person was Su Muchen, the gatekeeper of the limitless immortal sect. The two had fought a battle in the night sky of Xia's imperial city and narrowly returned victorious, leaving a deep impression. At this moment, Su Muchen was being besieged by a group of devil cultivators and was gradually taking a hit. The surrounding disciples were being killed one by one, their lives perishing here. Without any hesitation, Zhao Huai opened the sword-nurturing gourd, and a few flying swords flew out with a whoosh. Fast as lightning, added to the element of surprise, it quickly beheaded 3 strong devil cultivators in mid-air. Su Muchen noticed that someone was helping him, and immediately used a powerful Taoist technique. With a big swing of his sleeve, a Taoist talisman flew out. A huge explosion sounded boom, and he successfully escaped from the enemy in circle. In just a while, Zhao Huai had killed all the powerful devil cultivators. He had becoming increasingly skilled in killing, and his combat power was rapidly improving. Royal Crown Prince. Su Muchen recognized Zhao Huai's identity at a glance and was very surprised. Obviously, he did not expect Zhao Huai to appear here. The two had seen each other once at the spiritual mountain. At that time, Zhao Huai defeated Situ Huan with a sword. He was fortunate enough to witness it on the spot. The powerful sword technique and the extraordinary sword talent were all deeply impressive to him. "How did you encounter so many disciples of the devil sect?" Zhao Huai asked directly. Su Muchen put away his life-bound flying sword, sighed and said, "The signal from Xia's capital indicated that the immortal sect needed support. I led people there, but we were ambushed by the devil sect. Xia's capital is in danger." Zhao Huai's eyebrows furrowed deeply. "Yes, currently, the disciples of the immortal sect are being dispatched to various states, and they are overworked. The devil sect has now targeted the Xia country." Su Muchen said seriously. "What are we waiting for then? Let's head for Xia's capital now." Zhao Huai finished speaking and sped in the direction of Xia's capital on his flying sword. Royal Crown Prince. Su Muchen was also stunned, wondering why the other party was in such a hurry. Chapter 326, the truth of husband and wife, made public to the world. Xia's imperial city. The large-scale movement of the devil cultivators has caught the attention of the cultivators in the capital city and its surroundings. Some of the bolder ones quietly come to the sky above the imperial city, wanting to know what has happened. Has Xia's capital been breached by the devil sect, hence the Empress of Xia is doomed? Why do the people of devil sect want to kill the Empress of Xia? The cultivators who dare to intervene obviously have high cultivation, possessing initiation realm cultivation. A country's ruler being besieged is definitely a major news event, and all cultivators are waiting for the immortal sect to take action and turn the tide. At the entrance of the imperial city, a scene of ruin prevails. The buildings on both sides of the street are crushed, the city gate is dilapidated, and there are several large, conspicuous pits on the ground, filled with many corpses. Two streaks of light continually collide in the sky. It's the ongoing battle between Yu Qinghan and Yang Yuan. Even though Yang Yuan has reached the peak of golden core, he still struggles somewhat when facing the unstoppable Yu Qinghan. The blood wings behind him are in tatters, and his blood robe has lost its original luster. His face is full of solemnity. Although the opponent's strength is merely at the middle golden core stage, she can unleash a terrifying strange force, which moves the spiritual chi from the universe and creates a terrifying wave of energy. There's no time for thought as a surge of halberd energy is flung at him again, and the vigorous magic power transforms into a river of flowing halberd energy. Seeing this, Yang Yuan rapidly defends himself. He emits a large amount of blood from behind, forming a circular barrier attempting to forcefully evade the onslaught of the halberd energy river. His bloody immortal sect cultivates with blood, and most of their techniques are related to blood, including his life-bound magical treasure, which is a sinister object refined from the blood of hundreds of demons. As long as it penetrates a fellow cultivator's body, it can control the flow of their blood, causing their body to explode, corrode, or even control their flesh body. But faced with Yu Qinghan's swelling halberd might, his divine skills are rendered useless. That's because he can't even get close to her. He can barely manage in long-range combat, but when it comes to close combat, her strength is just too terrifying. Her abundant magic power doesn't resemble a cultivator at the middle golden core stage, rather, it's on par with the rebirth realm's magic power. A random sweep of her halberd could cause his palm to ache. With a powerful swing of Yu Qinghan's halberd, she leaps like a fish, her skirt fluttering, her jet black hair blowing in the wind as she slashes at Yang Yuan's face. Boom! A terrifying blast erupts in the sky. With a crack sound, the blood shield is shattered. Yang Yuan's body is sent flying backward, clutching his chest, coughing incessantly. He barely manages to stand up, his eyes filled with horror. His hands tremble uncontrollably. His palm has already split open, spilling quite a bit of blood. Damn! This woman's combat prowess is astonishing. I, Yang Yuan, have never faced such pressure. Yang Yuan's face darkened in thought. As one of the 7 disciples of the devil sect, he was famed and feared, and many fled at the sight of him. But now, he can't even defeat a woman. Your Majesty! Seeing Yu Qinghan's unbeatable figure, Liu Zhu's eyes did not reveal any joy but were full of concern instead. She understands that the enemy is only testing Her Majesty's strength, and the unfathomable elder has yet to make a move. Yu Qinghan wielded her heavy blue halberd, striking it to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. Her clothes were somewhat tattered, but her pair of phoenix eyes remained sharp, full of fighting spirit. She took out numerous healing pills from her storage necklace, swallowed them in one gulp, and took a deep breath. Even if she can't hold on, she must continue fighting and make the enemy pay a heavy price. Devil sect scoundrels, do you still not know death? Yu Qinghan's ridiculing words ignited the anger of the surrounding black-robed devil cultivators. They charged in a group, each unleashing their own divine skills. Swoosh! But with every swing of Yu Qinghan's halberd, a black-robed devil cultivator would be forced to retreat several steps, not daring to get within 7 steps of her. Blood Immortal Sect Yang Yuan frowned, adjusted his breath, and hovered in the air, his face impatient. This Empress of Xia was more difficult to deal with than he had thought. With so many of them suppressing the national fortune chi with the devil formation, they still couldn't take her down despite their siege. Yang Yuan's thoughts wavered, and he lightly nodded at the elder on the city wall. At this moment, a cold sensation of impending danger came from above the head of Yu Qinghan, who was battling fiercely. She looked up. Incredibly, a silver demon ring was directly shot at her. Although it was only the size of a bracelet, in Yu Qinghan's eyes, it grew larger and larger, as if turning into a devil mountain and crashing down with great force. Yu Qinghan internally cursed. She raised her halberd to block it, swung forcefully, and cleaved out a dark blue halberd chi, colliding with the demon ring. The opponent, however, remained unharmed. She was forced to retreat 10 meters by the shock. "Little girl, your cultivation is not high, but your strength is astounding. There must be many secrets about you. Even if an immortal sects the mighty come here in person today, you are still doomed." From atop the city wall, the old man in the black robe spoke indifferently, his words filled with confidence in his own strength. "That's because every deacon of the Heavenly Devil Palace is an individual not to be provoked within the Devil sect. They had made great contributions to the Heavenly Devil Palace hundreds of years ago or were powerful devil cultivators that the Heavenly Devil Palace had incorporated into their ranks. One deacon in the rebirth realm could sweep away many second-rate sect powers. It was obvious that the Devil sect was well prepared this time, not only launching an attack on Yan country's Nanya prefecture but also targeting Xia's capital city. Chapter 327, The Truth of Couples, announced to the world too. The one who made a move must be a deacon at the rebirth realm. Each of the mighty in the rebirth realm can easily destroy a city. Tens of thousands of troops can be suppressed with just a wave of their hands. The Devil sect came well prepared this time. Even though the Xia's Empress is strong, she can only retreat when faced with such a formidable opponent. Seeing the mighty in the rebirth realm take action, those who couldn't help but feel afraid subconsciously moved farther away. A casual move of a cultivator in the rebirth realm with magical powers could shake heaven and earth, affecting the surrounding 100 miles. They were naturally worried about being collateral damage. Facing such a powerful enemy, Yu Qinghan did not choose to give up. Instead, she thrust her long halberd into the ground, causing green slate stone to splash. She closed her eyes, concentrated, and circulated her magic power, as if she was summoning something. Soon, the crystal-clear magic power turned into a bright red color, like a layer of flame. Ying! A nine-tailed red phoenix phantom slowly rose behind her. Spiritual chi from the universe gathered and formed an energy source, spitting out sparks. In just a short while, the area had turned into a scorching sea of fire. The nine-tailed red phoenix faced the direct hit of the magic mountain, soaring upwards, barely resisting the terrifying demonic power. This was her great spiritualization skill, a divine skill that she had comprehended in the spiritual mountain take holy mansion. This divine skill could revive a hidden primordial spirit, awaken its power prematurely, and constantly nurture it into something even stronger. The only requirement was to have an immortal spiritual root. That's why she had said that it was a pity that she could not teach it to her husband. This divine skill was created by a terrifying Middle Ages cultivator with an immortal spiritual root. Back then, the mighty had accidentally invented this skill in the rebirth realm, and by awakening his primordial spirit early, he had managed to kill 2 cultivators in the metamorphosis realm. After becoming immortal, the cultivator became even more unstoppable with this skill. Having just survived the horrifying immortal tribulation and condensed his immortal body, he suppressed 2 devil ancestors of the heavenly devil world with his supremely nurtured primordial spirit that he had developed for 1,000 years. Yu Qinghan's red phoenix primordial spirit was still weak, but it could withstand the suppression of the magic mountain. Humph! I wondered why. It turns out you have a 1 in a million immortal spiritual root. It is said that in the Middle Ages, only one appeared in an entire era. I didn't expect it to be on you. Seeing the primordial spirit emerge, the old man in the black robe saw through Yu Qinghan's details and sneered. This unmatched immortal spiritual root is simply wasted on a little girl like you. You've cultivated for so many years, and you're barely at the golden core realm. If it were given to me, I would have reached the metamorphosis stage and survived the tribulation by now. You won't be able to hold on for long. This secret technique may appear magical, but it actually consumes quite a lot. The power of the primordial spirit isn't something a mere golden core cultivator like you can bear. He didn't know that Yu Qinghan's immortal spiritual root had been sealed by the limitless immortal sect hierarch since she was born, and her cultivation talent was less than 1/10 that of a complete immortal spiritual root. Since breaking the seal on her immortal spiritual root, she had only spent a year and a half to leap across 2 major realms, which was an incredibly fast speed. Yu Qinghan had no intention of explaining to him. She knew herself that she couldn't hold on for long. The great spiritualization skill primarily consumed a cultivator's spiritual power. Overconsumption of spiritual power could cause irreversible damage. Thus, she could only hold on for a moment. Feeling helpless due to her precarious situation, Liu Zhu could do nothing but watch anxiously from afar. She didn't have a chance against those devil cultivators, as she was barely at the refining qi stage. Yang Yuan's face showed a look of ecstasy upon hearing the words of the old man in the black robe. He laughed, "Immortal spiritual root. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise this time. With it, even a pig can cultivate to the metamorphosis stage. Possessing it, how can I not reach the great accomplishment stage?" Whoosh! The azure halberd on the ground trembled violently, emitting fierce halberd qi that struck toward Yang Yuan, causing him to retreat again and again. The halberd flew towards him. "Even at this time, you don't forget to make a move." A murderous intent of resentment appeared in Yang Yuan's eyes. "Your disgusting behavior makes me sick," Yu Qinghan said coldly. She couldn't stand Yang Yuan's actions, so she directly controlled the halberd to strike at him, making her own situation even worse. Yu Qinghan felt her whole body's strength being drained. Even moving a single finger was consuming a great deal of her mind. This was the drawback of using primordial spirit power. She took a quick glance around, observing the devil cultivators who were waiting ready for action, biding their time, waiting for her to exhaust her strength. Her Majesty won't be able to hold on much longer. Many of the Xia's commanders of the Forbidden Army witnessed Yu Qinghan's face turning pale and realized the seriousness of the problem. They mobilized a large number of troops to advance toward the imperial city, and the cultivators nurtured by the Black Guards also took action one after another. However, facing so many devil cultivators in the Golden Core realm, this resistance was nothing but futile. "It's a miracle that you've held out this long with your current cultivation." The old man in the black robe controlled the magic circle with increasing impatience as he increased the input of his magic power. In an instant, bang! Yu Qinghan's long halberd was suddenly sent flying, unable to withstand the power of a cultivator in the rebirth realm, breaking into 6 pieces. The sharp, broken tip of the halberd flew past her fair cheek, cutting through her delicate skin, leaving a bright red blood mark. Yu Qinghan's willpower was astounding. She didn't despair, but instead continued to resist the circular magic weapon above her. As long as she still had a breath left, how could she give up? "You're really stubborn. No wonder you could sit on the dragon chair." As the old man in the black robe finished speaking, it seemed as if he sensed something. He looked up at the sky outside the imperial city and squinted his eyes. Such a strong sword qi! Yu Qinghan was nearing the end of her strength, and the surrounding devil cultivators began to attack her from behind. Buzz! Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance radiated from the sky, and a dark green flying sword shot out. It circled around Yu Qinghan. Everyone around her was stunned, all thinking that she had 2 magical weapons to protect her. The dark green flying sword was nowhere to be seen, instantly penetrating a devil cultivator's chest, causing him to let out an ear-piercing scream. The flying sword continued to rotate around Yu Qinghan, not even tainted by a single drop of blood. While the devil cultivators were still in shock, Yu Qinghan stood coldly and gracefully among the ruins, exuding a heroic aura. She looked up and felt a familiar presence in her body. She relaxed her tightly strung nerves and revealed a beautiful, faint smile. You actually came. From the endless sky, a vast sea of clouds glowed with an indescribable brilliance, like a surging river, crushing everything in its path. The cultivators on the ground didn't know what it was and were very puzzled at first. But as the clouds drew closer, their pupils shrank, and they all realized something and shouted. It's sword chi! An endless sword chi! The next moment, a cold voice echoed from the clouds of sword chi. Daring to lay a hand on my wife, are you seeking death? Whoosh! The space here trembled slightly, and then a white-robed figure appeared in front of Yu Qinghan, slashing his sword down with his might, accompanied by the sword chi cloud. Ding! Ding! The collision of sword chi and the magic circle created a whirlwind of spiritual chi, and the terrifying aftermath splashed out. All the devil cultivators within 100 meters radius were sent flying. Even the well-protected Yang Yuan was no exception. The dark green flying sword revolving around Yu Qinghan spun quickly before returning to the white-robed man's hand. With 3 flying swords in his hand, he swung them and unleashed a torrent of sword chi that merged into a giant sword that pierced the sky, directly sending the magic circle and mountains flying. Husband, you've arrived, but from now on, our identities would be known to the world. Yu Qinghan's voice echoed in Zhao Huai's ear, as her slender hands embraced him from behind, her whole body pressing up against him. From the outside, it looked like a hug between husband and wife, but in reality, Yu Qinghan had used up all her strength and could only lean on Zhao Huai's body to remain standing. Let it be known then, after all, who taught you to be my wife? With his star-like eyes, Zhao Huai glanced fiercely around, giving her a reliable answer. Chapter 328, The Empress's Paramour. At the gate of the Xia's imperial city, in front of thousands of people, Zhao Huai gave a definite answer. It could be said that before this, the world had already heard rumors about the Xia's empress giving birth to a child and the father disappearing. Just now, Zhao Huai had publicly announced that Yu Qinghan was his wife. This meant that the news was officially confirmed. This left countless cultivators outside the imperial city dumbfounded, submerged in an undispellable shock for a long time. He is the lover of the Empress of Xia? So handsome! So that means the father of those 2 children is him. Oh my goodness, the rumors are actually true. It's really the Grand Yan Crown Prince. The Grand Yan Crown Prince is the Empress's lover. This is too. Zhao Huai didn't pay attention to the transmissions around him, he looked at Yu Qinghan with only guilt in his eyes. A year ago, in the Peach Blossom World Corridor, Yu Qinghan was willing to give up glory and wealth for him, even abandoning her status as a princess, leaving the imperial court disputes, and becoming a dutiful wife. Even after encountering her father's death and the chaos in the Xia country, she still thought about him and faced the storm alone when she was still weak. Later, when he feigned his death and went to Nanya Prefecture, she vowed to help him take revenge, not stopping until the old fiend of Netherworld was killed. Even after ascending to the throne and ruling over the Xia country, she still went against the taboo and gave birth to a boy and a girl for him. And now, she had been hunted by the devil sect and almost died in battle, bringing all this trouble upon her because of him, yet she remained uncomplaining and unregretful. With such a wife, what more could one ask for? Zhao Huai felt that he was a scoundrel. Yu Qinghan saw Zhao Huai's side face, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. She whispered softly, I'm so tired. In that case, Madam should rest well, I'll take care of everything from here on. Zhao Huai gently patted her back and took out a high-priced rejuvenation pill from the black ring, feeding it to her. The old deacon in a black robe from the heavenly devil palace saw Zhao Huai come out and didn't show any hesitation, but only sneered. I was wondering who it was, turns out it's Grand Yan Crown Prince Zhao Huai. I thought capturing the Empress of the Xia would be a pleasant harvest, but I didn't expect you to come to us willingly, a single man waiting for death. Zhao Huai supported Yu King Han to a safe place, took the sword red rust sword from ancestor Yan Xiu in the sky to protect her, straightened his waist, looked coldly and sharply at him, and said, "Who told you I came alone?" Whoosh! Whoosh! One sword sound after another resounded in the sky. Cultivators on the ground looked up, and countless sword lights shuttled through the sky. Upon close examination, they were shadowy figures controlling flying swords. The overwhelming sword chi swept over, like a dark cloud. Even bloody immortal sect Yang Yuan was stunned by this scene. He looked at the vast array of sword shadows in the sky and exclaimed incredulously, "Immortal sect cultivators? I thought that the demon bread had already sent a large number of powerful people to intercept them, and that they would be ambushed without a trace, right?" A youth in a Taoist robe descended from the sky, with a single sword stroke, slashing a golden core realm devil cultivator to pieces. His opponent couldn't dodge in time and was crushed, along with his inferior golden core, leaving a huge crack on the ground. Many common people and passing cultivators in the distance were astonished to see the shadows in the sky from all around. Are so many cultivators above the initiation stage going to attack the devil sect? There must be at least 1,000 of them in that densely packed crowd. Apart from the majority of cultivators in the initiation stage, there were also those in the golden core realm. It could be said that many people had never seen such a scene in their entire lives. It was extremely rare to see even one cultivator in the initiation stage, and now there were thousands of sword-controlling cultivators in the sky, making a truly astonishing scene. Su Muchen's figure followed behind Zhao Huai and respectfully saluted. "Your Highness, the elders of the immortal sects have warned that if the devil sect goes too far, the immortal sect will not be easily provoked." After being besieged and blocked by devil sect cultivators, Zhao Huai happened to pass by and help him. After Zhao Huai explained the issue of the devil sect planning to activate the heavenly sacrifice platform and control the fate of the world, Su Muchen took it very seriously. He believed there must be a hidden motive behind the devil sect's actions, especially since it involved the heavenly sacrifice platform and could not be taken lightly. It was very likely that Zhao Huai was telling the truth. As such, he immediately issued the Cultivator Calling Order. The Cultivator Calling Order was an emergency order issued in the face of major incidents that threatened the immortal sects and even the fate of the world. Regardless of whether they were disciples from the inner sect, true disciples, or even old cultivators who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, everyone would emerge from the spiritual mountains. They came from various sects and even the immortal and sacred sects. Many spiritual mountain sword cultivators joined forces to form a vast and magnificent sword formation. Boom! The sword formation continually bombarded the black cloth magical treasure covering the sky. In just an instant, the black cloth magical treasure became dim and torn, looking as if it was about to be discarded. The elder in the black robe's face twitched, looking very pained. This was a treasure of the heavenly devil palace, an enormous expense that couldn't be wasted, so he quickly put the magical treasure away. In this way, the fortune of the Xia could no longer be concealed. With a coo sound, the 9 plumes crimson phoenix reappeared, and tidal waves of fire rolled across the sky. It cried toward the sky, radiating a vigorous vitality. Chapter 329, The Empress's Favorite Too. Without a doubt, those disciples of the devil sect were no match since there were too many people from the immortal sect this time. A few devil cultivators were quickly defeated, and the Yang Yuan of the bloody immortal sect was fighting Su Muchen. The old man in a black robe snorted coldly, looked at the many immortal sect cultivators, and said in a chilling tone, "You think you're useful because there are so many of you? Today, I will show you the power of Rebirth Realm." The magic power flowed in the black robe elder's robe, and behind him was a crystalline, jade-like baby phantom providing a continuous source of power. With a clench of his 5 fingers, the silver demon ring that he had been flying back and forth returned to the center of his palm. With a light flick, the silver demon ring flew out again. It continuously widened and enlarged, striking rows of cultivators in the initiation stage in the sky and knocking them flying. All their bones shattered, and they died on the spot. The elder in the black robe leaped and floated in the sky, his demonic aura extremely terrifying. He controlled the demon ring and flew towards the cultivators. Form 2, Yalong. Zhao Huai bravely raised the Yu Shalong sword, gathering the spiritual qi from the universe. The sword's edge roared, forming a sword qi dragon that connected heaven and earth and slaying the old man in the black robe. One sword to rule the heavens and suppress the dragon's head, this sword can cut the emperor's flowing qi, and it is undoubtedly a powerful sword technique. As soon as this sword came out, it attracted many sword cultivators to watch and secretly sigh at its power. The black-robed elder sensed the commotion below and chose not to meet it head-on. The shooting demon ring circled around and returned in front of him. With a dingling sound, it turned into countless small rings wrapped around each other, forming a round shield to protect his chest. At the same time, his body dived downward from top to bottom, rushing to kill Zhao Huai. Since you're bent on seeking death, I'll kill you first. Although the Yalong sword was amazing, it was still exhausted against the demon ring. This sword aimed to cut the qi and did not focus on power. The elder in the black robe quickly broke it, but he felt that the aura from the sword affected him and took something from him. Facing the silver demon ring, Zhao Huai was calm and composed, using his magic power to execute a palm technique with all his strength. Golden auspicious light appeared in both hands, accompanied by the roar of dragons and tigers. Dragon Tiger Vajra Palm. This was the supreme palm technique that Zhao Huai had learned from the Arhat eminent monk of the sorceress sacred sect. This palm was famous for its powerful and fierce power. It was very useful against strong enemies, unlike the Luo water fist skill that relies on leveraging power. Boom! The elder in the black robe and Zhao Huai collided, almost evenly matched. But he felt that the power of this palm was extraordinary. Half of the imperial city's wall was shattered by the sound of the dragon and tiger, and if he were a golden core realm cultivator, he would have died on the spot. The two quickly separated after one unsuccessful strike. Zhao Huai stood on top of the ruined city wall, looking at his opponent with a smile. Not bad, you have the potential to be a sandbag. But compared to that monk, you're far behind. Although this elder in a black robe was in the rebirth realm, he was not as strong as the eminent monk in a red robe Zhao Huai had faced earlier. That monk was an Arhat of the sorceress sect, one of the 72 Arhats. Anyone awarded this title was extraordinary. But, even a powerhouse like Arhat still died at the hands of the two generals of the Yan country. At the gate of the Xia country's dynasty, the collision of magic power and evil qi was constantly frightening the cultivators here. They moved away, and large sections of the streets sank into the ground. With 100 miles radius from the Suanwu gate of the imperial city, it had already turned into a wasteland. The elder in the black robe met such a difficult opponent for the first time. He was only in the golden core realm, but his momentum kept on rising, and the stronger he fights, the more powerful he becomes. He said with a gloomy face, "Don't get too excited too soon, I have more tricks up my sleeve. 10 demonic puppets, all come out." The elder in the black robe used a divine skill, covering his body with a demonic aura. Then, 10 dark devil shadows emerged from his shadow and stood at 10 positions, bearing an oppressive demonic aura, as if they were 10 incarnations. Bang! The violent demonic qi swept the ground, and the evil qi rushed into the sky. Among the 10 devil shadows in various attires, the elder in the black robe stepped on the shadow puppet with his eyes turning crimson red and bones sticking out from his body. Bloody devil! Seeing this well-known pupil, Zhao Huai subconsciously thought of the bloody devil puppet in Nanya Prefecture. Could this devil palace deacon be someone who transformed from the netherworld? Far away, the eyes of many cultivators watching the battle were fixed on Zhao Huai and the devil palace deacon. They were aware that even seeing a golden core cultivator was extremely rare, let alone a rebirth realm cultivator. Now, they had actually witnessed a golden core cultivator fighting on equal terms with a mighty in the rebirth realm. The scene before them caused a great impact on them. They began to doubt whether the gap between the golden core and the rebirth realm even existed. The deacon of the Devil Palace is too powerful, but the Empress's companion's power cannot be underestimated. I wonder if he can defeat the opponent. I think it's difficult. After all, he is a mighty in the rebirth realm. Even if he loses, his rebirth realm can escape in time. Unless a powerhouse above the metamorphosis realm intercepts it, he is not going to die. Yes, the Empress's companion is different. As long as he dies, he's really dead. In other words, the elder in the black robe can make a lot of mistakes, but he can't make even one. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 10 dark devil shadows appeared in front of Zhao Huai in an instant, like 10 rays of light, reaching him in the blink of an eye and striking with a palm. Zhao Huai sacrificed another dark green immortal sword, held it in his hand, and used the Yusha flying sword to float around his body and face his enemy. An astonishing sword intention erupted from his body. Chapter 330, The Empress's Favorite 3. He. But the dissipating devil shadow swiftly reformed, seemingly immune to death. Ha. The devil shadow puppet under the control of myself is cultivated with a massive number of cultivator souls. Can you break it in such a short time? The deacon in the black robe seemed self-satisfied, his mood being boosted by Zhao Huai's inability to deal with the situation. A puppet is, after all, a puppet. It has no consciousness of its own. As long as I cut you down, everything will be solved. Zhao Huai said calmly, releasing his dark green immortal sword, and gripped the illusory Yusha. Densely packed fish scale inscriptions appeared on the black sword edge, emitting a mysterious glow. Arrogant. The deacon in a black robe snorted coldly. He manipulated 10 devil shadow puppets, which gave off a spine-chilling aura. He himself stayed inactive, and took out the silver demon ring again. He swung it directly. Both of them were using their life-saving skills and divine skills, leaving a large empty space around them. Nobody dared to approach the area. Su Muchen was no exception. He and Yang Yuan were still locked in a deadlock. With the terrifying pressure emanating from the center, they could only retreat. Su Muchen did not consider Zhao Huai as a cultivator in the Golden Core realm. Because he was too strong, unreasonably so. Back to the center of the battlefield. Zhao Huai's body swiftly floated upwards, his sword-gripping hand moved neither fast nor slow, looking at ease. Dragon-slaying immortal skill. The next second, the dazzling golden core realm light flowed through his meridians and into the Yusha long sword. A blaze of dazzling golden sword chi clung to the black sword edge. Zhao Huai stood proudly in the void, slightly raised his sword, and a formidable and terrifying sword intention broke out. An illusory image of an immortal spirit gathered behind him. Then, he swung his sword downwards from the sky. The sword chi went sky high, splitting the distant hanging clouds. The spiritual chi was divided into both sides, the forest shivered wildly, and an opening was created on each side. This sword, it's as if directed by an immortal. No matter what it is, all must yield to it. Evil chi and sword chi clashed once again, and all the cultivators left the imperial city. An astonishing battle broke out in the wide open space beneath the tall walls of the imperial city. As the sword stabbed in, the old man in a black robe looked in the direction of Zhao Huai and saw a savage phantom of a black dragon coming from Zhao Huai's sword. It selectively devoured, as if wanting to destroy everything. Bang! The entire sky seemed to vibrate slightly, the power of sword chi pervaded the earth and sky, and a black long sword stood at the center. The dragon-slaying immortal skill stabbed into the old man in a black robe, creating a large gaping blood hole. A grating shattering sound echoed, and the 10 fierce devil shadows disappeared. The elder spat out mouthfuls of blood, and fell to the ground, landing hundreds of meters away from his original location. However, he was, after all, a cultivator in the rebirth realm. Despite the severe damage, he didn't die. His broken flesh was intertwining, desperately trying to repair his body. However, this battle achievement had startled everyone. Impressive! The Crown Prince of Yan Country actually defeated a mighty in the rebirth realm. The descendants of ancestor Yan Ziyu have fully grown up. Unless a powerhouse above the metamorphosis stage suppresses him personally, no one can handle him. All of the cultivators who witnessed this battle were shaking with excitement. They sent a lot of message symbols and relayed the news to their sects. This news will soon spread across the world. At this moment, Zhao Huai rose with his sword and advanced towards the Devil Palace Deacon once again. Just when he was about to make the final blow, a flash of light escaped from the elder's body. Clearly, it was his rebirth realm original body. Chapter 331, The World Trembles, the Supreme Being among Mankind. The siege against the Yan country seems to be unsuccessful, and your Seven Devil sect has suffered even more casualties. 16 disciples of the Golden Core realm died. This is not a small matter. In a small town near the border of Western State, a bamboo building houses a table laden with fruits and wine. An imposing array of figures gathered together, including dark-skinned monks, beautiful women, and elders from the Devil sect. An elder from the Seven Devil sect blew out his beard in anger, very displeased with the situation. Not long ago, news spread that Zhao Huai slaughtered a multitude of adversaries in Nanyu Prefecture, decimating every disciple of the Devil sect and severely injuring the Western Evil Mink Monk, one of the 10 Western States geniuses. This news alarmed the Seven Devil sect. The death of so many disciples with Golden Core realm cultivation was a heavy blow to the Seven Devil sect, a price they could hardly afford. Even we, the Shenluo Empire, have suffered great losses. This time, a high-ranking monk with the title of Arhat died in Nanyu Prefecture. Surely, your numerous disciples cannot compare to one rebirth realm Arhat, right? The one who spoke was a stunningly beautiful woman with a soft, tender voice. Wearing a bare midriff wrap top that was very sexy indeed, she draped a light red silk scarf over her shoulders. Her hair was tied up in a long scarf, and she appeared only 18 or 19 years old. She had a delicate nose and an exquisite appearance, an exotic allure. She was Luoye, the eldest princess of the Shenluo Empire. Even Luoye could not understand how the crown prince of Yan country, who was previously unimpressive in cultivation, became so powerful within a few months. Wenxiang Bodhisattva, standing beside Luoye, said indifferently, "If you want to blame someone, blame your Seven Devil sect for being weak in strength and having outdated information. You dragged our sorceress sect down. If it had been the Heavenly Devil Palace, this would not have been the outcome. You couldn't even investigate the appearance of the Yan country's generals. You deserve your fate." The Seven Devil sect's elder, feeling offended by these words, scoffed coldly, "If the Heavenly Devil Palace takes action, do you really think you'll get even a piece of land in Central State? Keep dreaming." Wenxiang Bodhisattva seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky before passing the news to Luoye. Luoye, learning the news, smiled faintly and said with deep meaning, "Elder Kui, I think our partnership will come to an end." The elder of the Seven Devil sect narrowed his eyes, displeased. "We agreed that we would get an ancestral weapon, and you would seize Central State. Are you backing out now?" "No, I'm afraid you won't live long enough to continue." After hearing Luoye's words, the Seven Devil sect's elder, even if he were a fool, now knew what had happened. A few figures appeared in the sky amidst the howling wind and yellow sand, their powerful auras staggering. The leader was a man with long, flowing black hair. His stunning face could make any Devil sect elder's complexion pale with fear. "Demon bread, respected demon bread." The Seven Devil sect's elder stuttered greetings. Situ Huan descended from the sky, followed by several formidable elders. He said indifferently, "Your Seven Devil sect acted without authorization, not only ruining my plans but also breaking the rules set by respected Devil Lord. You should be punished. Take action." After saying this, he waved his hand, seemingly pronouncing a death sentence. This made the elder's face turn deathly pale. With an emotionless face, the elder in the bloody robe behind Situ Huan grabbed the 7 devil sex elder by the neck, like a chicken, and threw him into the air. His 5 fingers clenched, and the elder was instantly reduced to a bloody mist, leaving no trace of his body. A streak of light tried to escape the area quickly. The elder in bloody robes simply inhaled deeply, stirring up a great wind that swallowed the fleeing rebirth realm elder's soul, and he smacked his lips with satisfaction. The elder of the rebirth realm killed without a second thought. This scene also made Luoya feel very uneasy, and she said solemnly, "So you are the demon bred of the heavenly devil palace, Situ Huan." "Indeed." Situ Huan chuckled and sat down casually, pouring himself a glass of wine. "It's really not a good business decision for your Shenluo Empire to choose a backward sect like the 7 Devil sect as a trading partner. No wonder you've been stuck here in this whirlwind of flying sand, playing the role of a local king." Despite the humiliating words, Luoya had no choice but to grit her teeth and bear it, because she knew the elder in the bloody robe had a terrifying cultivation level. Even when Xiang Bodhisattva said that he had no chance of defeating the elder, those mighty above the metamorphosis realm were already the top existence in this world. However, these strong men taking action would invite the revenge of divine power. Weren't they afraid? Situ Huan raised his wine cup, swirling the liquid as he spoke. "Just now, I received news that the Crown Prince of Yan headed to the Xia's Empire to rescue the Empress. He slew a rebirth realm cultivator and left. Not only did you lose an Arhat, but we also lost a protector. And all of this is because of you. If it weren't for your reckless attack on Nanya Prefecture, we would have captured the Empress of Xia in 3 days, and I would have obtained the immortal spiritual root." Situ Huan's seemingly calm words belied hidden killing intent. His dissatisfaction was now on display. Luoya smiled apologetically and said softly, "Demon bred, you're joking. Your heavenly devil palace is very powerful and has many masters sitting in the palace. Every palace master is at the metamorphosis realm. With such a foundation, who could stop you from dealing with the Xia's Empress and the Crown Prince of the Yan?" FAWEBOLO. Chapter 332, The World Shakes, Supreme in the Human World too. Suddenly, Situ Huan swiftly reached out his hand. Grabbing the smooth, jade-like face of Luoya, he squinted menacingly. This move instantly made Wen Xiang Bodhisattva and the surrounding monks adopt defensive postures. If the other party were to take action, they wouldn't stand idly by either. Luoya's beautiful eyes focused on Situ Huan, a hint of panic welling up in them. Situ Huan coldly looked at her, "I advise you not to meddle in anything beyond your business. You shouldn't concern yourself with the affairs of the heavenly earth altar either. All that's going on behind the scenes far exceeds your Shenluo Empire's grasp. Don't attempt to be clever only to end up hurting yourself. If the primitive world becomes the first power to enter this realm, your Shenluo Empire will not only face public condemnation, my heavenly devil palace will not let you off either." He then tepidly released her and gave a curt command. "Let's go." Luoya watched Situ Huan's departing figure, frozen in shock for a long time. In the sky, an elder in blood-stained robe beside Situ Huan said, "Respected demon bred, why didn't you kill them? The Shenluo Empire is trivial, can be wiped out with a flick." Situ Huan responded with an icy face, "The Shenluo Empire might indeed be wipeable with a flick, but behind it is the sorceress sect, which commands countless believers. Behind these cults, there's the protection of many gods. Killing her wouldn't benefit my heavenly devil palace." The elder in the bloody robe nodded in agreement, "It was my oversight. At this time, it's certain to attract the attention of many ascendants. Therefore, this world of heavenly devils must be the first to step into this realm," Situ Huan declared with chilling eyes. The news of Crown Prince of Yan country visiting the Xia country personally spread quickly throughout the world. The streets and alleys were bustling with discourse about these news. Whether it was young cultivators or veteran cultivators of 100 years, none remained calm. What's going on? Why has the Prince of Yan country suddenly become a companion of the Empress? Does their relationship reveal a resolution to resolve differences between Yan and Xia countries? There's supposed to be a deep-seated grudge between them. The Devil sect has taken action against both Yan and Xia. Could it be this has alarmed them so they've decided to alliance? Don't you all find Zhao Huai's strength terrifying? As a Golden Core Realm cultivator, he can behead a cultivator of Rebirth Realm. He previously severely injured the Western Evil Mink Monk and defeated Situ Huan with the Spiritual Mountain Sword. He's practically shooting for the moon. He hasn't been cultivating for very long, has he? Not even 100 years, right? How come such talent wasn't discovered before? He can be called another Yan's ancestor. The future trajectory of the Prince of Yan country and the Xia's Empress undoubtedly piqued the interest of many cultivators. They were curious if the governance of Xia would weaken, and whether internal friction within Yan country would arise. In the spiritual mountains, at the eternal Taoist temple, Gu Tianji stood at the entrance, all geared up and ready to set off. He looked towards the mortal world, chuckling. My brother, his abilities and fame are both on the rise, and he's no worse than I was. Senior brother, it's time to head to the Western State. The master has been rushing us several times. A disciple from the Taoist temple reminded him from the side. Understood. Gu Tianji put a flask of Qing Feng liquor half his height on his back and, pleasantly taking a big swig, said. I hope I'll be able to enjoy this again when I return. After finishing his drink, Gu Tianji mounted his flying sword and headed towards the west. Behind him, hundreds of disciples wearing Taoist robes followed on their swords. Seen from a distance, they formed a river of swords. In the northern state, within the borders of the Northern Wolf Empire, Netherworld land, the atmosphere was gloomy and cold. Many cultivators were here, slaying monsters and exorcising demons. Standing in front of a black stone forest, Chu Yuking was dispatching enemies with his sword. His sword chi revolved around him, and the multitude of skeleton corpses falling around him were transformed into ice sculptures. As snowflakes drifted down from the sky, they fell on the cold stone forest. The Iron City in the distance, with its flying eaves and pavilions, the demon-slaying platform, were all blanketed with a layer of frost and snow. An octagonal ghost sedan floated out of the stone forest, with ghostly mist wafting about, and knocked Chu Yuking away from afar. Fortunately, an elder of the exquisite palace arrived in time and slashed at the ghost sedan with her sword. Her attack was so mighty it cut all the rugged stone structures within 100 meters in half. The next moment, the ghost sedan disappeared into the stone forest. The elder didn't look too old, but was remarkably mature and beautiful. As she helped Chu Yuking up, she reassured him. Are you okay, Yu Qing? Chu Yuking shook his head, indicating he was unharmed. You seem preoccupied lately, is something bothering you? No, nothing. The beautiful elder sighed, you don't know, there's been a big event recently in the mortal world. The devil sect actually attacked Xia. The Empress was almost in danger, but the Prince of Yan actually showed up in Xia's capital and announced that the Empress is his wife. It's truly unbelievable. At this moment, the snowflakes in the air suddenly suspended, mid-fall. Chu Yuking cast a faint smile, appearing really calm. That's good news, the devil sect's cultivators have been too arrogant. For daring to attack Yu King Han, the limitless immortal sect will definitely retaliate. But our task of resurrecting the sacrificial altar in the netherworld is more pressing. That's true. After the exchange, the two joined the main group, heading towards the depths of the stone forest. In the western state, the Diluo dynasty. Within the towering castle of the capital, Yin Nanyu, dressed in a long black robe, stood on the towering city wall. His silver hair floated in the wind as he stared in the direction of the Xia's capital. His eyes were serene. Chapter 333, The World Trembles, the Supreme Being of the Human Realm 3. The crowd below was looking at the saintess above in admiration, uttering fanatical words. Long live the Imperial Teacher! Long live the Imperial Teacher! Long live the Imperial Teacher! Yin Nanya used the power newly granted by the Crow Immortal to quickly gain the support of the people of the Dailuo country and brainwashed the royal family of the Dailuo, making her the Imperial Teacher of the Empire. Measures against the Holy Raven sect were also underway. The Raven sect, which had lost the Crow Immortal, was in name only. In less than 3 years, she would make her move against the Shenluo Empire, and by then, the entire western state would become her plaything. The news from Central State affected people from every state and county. Some were happy, some were anxious. However, the battle at Xia country's royal court had not yet ended. Zhao Huai did not chase after the flowing light of Rebirth Realm, but instead wiped out the devil cultivators in front of him. He would not let any of them escape. Yang Yuan of the Bloody Immortal sect saw Zhao Huai getting closer and closer to him, and he became extremely panicked. Knowing that he could not escape, he could only threaten, Zhao Huai, if you keep pushing me like this, believe it or not, I'll explode my chi. I don't believe that. Zhao Huai said expressionlessly. His divination skill saw clearly that there was no calamity of bloodshed on the opponent's face. It meant that the opponent did not dare to explode his chi at all. Yang Yuan could not accept such humiliation. He fell to the ground, a determined look in his eyes, and shouted. Let's all die together! Everyone, die for me! His magic power circulated rapidly within his body, making it brighter and brighter, releasing a destructive force. Whoosh! Zhao Huai raised his hand and drew his sword, which appeared behind the opponent in an instant without a trace. Thunk! The opponent's head immediately fell to the ground, and the originally violent destructive force instantly dispersed. Only a trace of magical power was used, but it couldn't threaten anyone. He had already experienced one explosion, how could he make the same mistake twice? Those cultivators who were watching the battle were also sweating, feeling that Zhao Huai had a heavy murderous aura, killing one after another without blinking, not giving the opponents any chance. It was a battle without suspense. As long as your majesty is all right. Su Muchen, holding a sword, fell from the sky, and with a smile, he said to the recovering Yu King Han. Zhao Huai looked at Su Muchen and the many sword cultivators in the sky, thanked them through sound transmission. You all came just in time, this crown prince thanks you. It's all right, it was just along the way. Su Muchen shook his head, and then bowed his fist to say. Your Highness, I have other matters to attend to. I will take my leave. All right. Zhao Huai nodded. He knew that these cultivators did not come for him, but that battles had erupted in various places including Western State and Northern State, and they were rushing to help. It just so happened that they passed by here and helped him solve a problem. He had informed the immortal sect of the fall of the heavenly earth altars in various places, and they evidently took it very seriously. They immediately issued a cultivator calling order. Zhao Huai looked at Yu King Han and held her hand. However, the joy on Yu King Han's face was not as strong as one would expect. Instead, she looked worried, watching the backs of the thousands of sword cultivators, and said. The accident at the heavenly earth altar is definitely not good news. Even if the mortal world is free of disputes, we can't underestimate the invasions from various heaven and earth. Zhao Huai held her hand tightly, shook his head, and said. These are not things we should worry about right now. The immortal sect has stepped in on our behalf. What is important right now is to stabilize the situation in Central State. Sooner or later, wars will begin with other heaven and earth. We need to conserve our strength and store up energy. No matter who it is in the future, if they dare to touch my madam and relatives and friends, they must pay a heavy price. Chapter 334, the Flame Summer Agreement, the Dragon and Phoenix intertwined. The Imperial Palace of the Xia, Phoenix Palace. Since the Empress took the throne, the Golden Dragon Palace has been renamed the Phoenix Palace, and many other names in the palace have been changed according to her liking. The warm sun shone high above. Men in officials' robes of different colors were filing into the inner imperial city. When passing the city gate, they had to carefully avoid the sword power remaining in this place. In front of them, the palace was still a mess. The vermilion gate had fallen to the ground, riddled with holes. Many imperial guards were quietly cleaning up the wreckage at the gate, pulling out bodies from the holes to cremate and bury them. In the center of the Phoenix Palace, 16 maids carried an honorable dragon chair with carvings of dragons, phoenixes, and auspicious beasts on top, and golden bead curtains hanging down, dignified and imposing. A large number of palace maids and eunuchs surrounded the area. However, the scene inside the dragon chair was different. The Empress of the Xia, who was high above, was lying in the arms of a youth in a white dragon robe. It was fine that she was lying quietly, but she had hooked her 2 snow-white slender legs around the youth's waist, held his solid shoulders with her delicate hands, burying her head in his undulating chest. She opened the fiery dragon robe to one side like petals, revealing her graceful figure. Her chest was plump, her face didn't show any weakness but full of thoughtfulness. After a while, she raised her head and asked the man in front of her. "Husband, are you really going to announce this matter in the imperial court?" "Yes." Zhao Huai nodded his head. "The Yan country and the Xia country must cease fighting, otherwise, we won't be able to face the upcoming crises. I'll go with you to the court this time and announce this matter personally. I suspect those ministers won't listen and, moreover, since the salt price in the capital city skyrocketed, many officials have retired and gone home, presumably to join my uncle emperor." Yu Qinghan sighed. "Rebellions have already broken out everywhere, and this problem has never been solved. What if I tell you, I have a way to lower the salt price?" Zhao Huai looked her in the eyes seriously, and holding her hand, asked. "Do you believe me?" "Of course I do." Yu Qinghan nodded vigorously. "I have a way to make the salt price fall, but the key still lies in your attitude towards Chongning King, and how you should deal with Xian Jiun." Zhao Huai paused for a moment, but still mentioned a person. "Pei Xian Jiun, she is my wife's best friend. If we are to deal with Chongning King, we certainly can't ignore her. This is, after all, her father. Ever since Xian Jiun left the capital city, I've not seen her for a long time. I suspect she has been put under house arrest by my uncle emperor." Yu Qinghan pondered. "If it really comes to it, and we capture Chongning King alive, it wouldn't be too much even to extinguish his whole clan. I naturally would consider our past emotions, but some things still have to be done." While thinking, Yu Qinghan shook her head, and seemed unwilling to mention this topic anymore. She shifted the topic and said, "Come to think of it, husband, how did you find me in Xia's capital?" Zhao Huai explained, "This time, the devil sect didn't only target the Xia, but also surrounded and attacked Nanya Prefecture. The shadow of the Shenluo Empire is behind this. It seems that the devil sect and the Shenluo Empire have come together." Yu Qinghan sat up and frowned. "The enemies of Central State are too many, including the Northern Wolf Empire. The whole Xia is already like a lamb watched by a wolf." "Yes." Zhao Huai also agreed, "The Northern Wolf not only occupies the 10 states of the north, but I also suspect that they have been infiltrated by the Netherworld." "The Netherworld, how do you mean?" "I found more than a dozen bloody devil's puppets in Nanya Prefecture, which belong to devil creatures, only available in the Netherworld, but they appeared in the south, which means that a large number of devil creatures have already mixed into the human race in the north, and we don't even know." Zhao Huai considered, "The source is likely from the Northern Wolf Empire. The Northern Wolf has always been a country in the northern state. Right now, they are eager to move south to avoid being attacked by the Netherworld. On my way here, I saw numerous immortal sect disciples are going to reinforce the north, which indicates that the infiltration of the netherworld's devils has become very serious. The calmest ones often deserve the most attention. Yu Qinghan nodded thoughtfully. The Northern Wolf Empire has been too quiet recently. Before, they would occasionally harass the border, but now there is no news from them. Such peace is a dangerous omen. Zhao Huai leaned against the soft couch and said calmly. The old fiend of Netherworld, 10 devil sects, Shenluo Empire, I remember all their accounts, and one day, I will pay them back twice. In the imperial court, only half of the civil and martial officials had arrived, waiting left and right. The empress was sitting on the dragon chair, behind the golden bead curtain, in a fiery phoenix skirt. It was simple and without many complicated patterns and accessories, exquisite like a burning phoenix, making everyone else a background. Yu Qinghan's phoenix eyes glowed, clear enough to see their reflection, crystal clear. Her red lips were moist, she hadn't put on any rouge, making her spirit appear very full. An imperial crown suspended in front of her, her black long hair pinned on her head, solemn and solemn. Her buttocks were round, indented a big chunk in the golden soft couch. Today, there was no eunuch standing by her side, only a man in a white robe, Zhao Huai. Today, I summon you all because I have an important matter to announce. Her voice was stern, majestic, full of charm, embedded with the dignity and the overbearing of a person in power for a long time. No way! No way! Yu Qinghan hadn't even announced what the news was when a few old ministers stood up in opposition. They reacted as if she had touched some unspeakable taboo. What do you mean by this? This made Yu Qinghan very angry. As she was in the court, it wasn't appropriate to curse, so she could only ask back coldly. The old minister in the scarlet robe quickly explained, Your Majesty, having offspring with the crown prince of Yan country is a great sin that defies the world. It is the thing that should not be done. If you still refuse to turn away from your mistakes now, the Xia will fall apart immediately, and the first emperor's foundation is likely to be destroyed in an instant. As soon as these words were spoken, it soon led to the agreement of other ministers, Your Majesty. Recently, many officials who are not afraid of ruining their reputations have gone to Chongqing, which has caused many vacancies in the court, putting the Xia in crisis. The salt price is so high that the common people are on the verge of revolting. The current situation cannot bear any more stimulus. The foundation of the first emperor cannot be easily destroyed. Your Majesty, do you want to be the sinner who destroys the country? Facing the minister's questions, Yu Qinghan's face didn't look good either. As a ruler being questioned by her ministers, could there be anything more humiliating than this? Zhao Huai took a step forward, wanting to argue for an explanation, only to be held back by Yu Qinghan's hand, her eyes pleading. In this situation, her husband should not make a scene. He should play a decisive role when the final verdict is made, not bicker in this petty quarrel. Yu Qinghan knew her priorities. My beloved ministers, do you think at this moment, there could be any other ways to deal with the surging threats from the Shenluo Empire and the Northern Wolf Empire, other than seeking cooperation and signing the truce with Yan country? However, she eventually disclosed this piece of news. Xia country would sign a truce with Yan country, withdraw its troops from the border, thereby saving a significant amount of military expenses. In other words, they are cooperating. Re-establishing trade in most parts of the north and south, restoring war-torn states and counties, and devoting more energy to external warfare. Regardless, Xia and Yan are incompatible, we absolutely can't cooperate. In order to keep foreign enemies at bay, we must first get our internal affairs in order. What if Yan country, with their ill intentions, rise from the ashes and swallow our Xia landscape? Does your Majesty believe that the relationship between the two of you can stop Yan from taking advantage of us? Even if your Majesty can trust, we can't. Hearing these voices, Zhao Huai's eyes have already murdered the officials outside 1,000,000 times. Behind the golden bead curtain, the people outside could not see clearly, they could only see a vague shadow. The ministers didn't have any idea that Zhao Huai had already arrived on top of the imperial court. Zhao Huai's fists were clenched all along and now he was boiling with anger. Could this be the court that the madam has to face every day? It's utterly ridiculous. What are they fearing that Yan might take advantage of? This is clearly a case of suspecting the motives of others out of one's own vile heart. In his eyes, these are a bunch of foolish ministers, just like some rotten rocks, both smelly and hard. Your Majesty, we should request help from the immortal sect now, send out cultivators to prevent the devil sect from attacking again, and quickly gather troops to recover the south. Otherwise, our first emperor will not rest in peace in the netherworld. Yu Qinghan was frowning and pondering what to say to refute them. Looking at Madam's reaction, Zhao Huai could no longer hold back. Ignoring Yu Qinghan's opposition, he coldly voiced out. Do you think that the reason Xia has come this far is because of your so-called first emperor? A man's voice echoed through the entire court, shaking the main hall. The civil and martial ministers looked shocked, looking left and right. They had no idea who was speaking. How dare you? Who is acting presumptuously in my Xia? A veteran minister rebuked. Zhao Huai, expressionless, stepped out from behind the golden bead curtain, unveiling his concealing magic, and his figure appeared before the ministers. It's me, the crown prince of Yan country, Zhao Huai. Ministers seeing Zhao Huai's face were exceptionally shocked. What? It's actually him. How could the crown prince of Yan country show up here? Presumably, he didn't leave after the battle at the imperial city, he still stayed in Xia's capital. They all began to chatter. Looking at the chaotic court, Zhao Huai repeated coldly. Answer me. Do you think that Xia could have come this far due to your so-called first emperor? The reverberating echo resonated in the main hall. However, not many ministers dared to respond. Before them stood a man who had just slain a mighty rebirth realm cultivator. His cultivation was so high that they could only look on with envy. Who knew if he would just kill someone out of dissatisfaction? Initially shouting fiercely, the veteran minister was silenced under Zhao Huai's challenge. Zhao Huai scanned the court, no one daring to make eye contact, his eyes were sharp, his words ice cold. 4 years ago, Yan country's officialdom was corrupt, and the common people were not living well, I recognize this. Hence there was a separatist rule by the military, my wife raised her troops in the south, she pacified the north, won in every battle, making first-class military contributions. She should have been remembered in history, but instead, what did you all do as ministers? Zhao Huai's tone paused, then instantly became full of questioning. Now in your great Xia, famine has arisen, starved corpses everywhere, the loss of national territory, 10 states fallen to the enemy hands, don't you all have any responsibility? With the logic of how your great Xia was founded, shouldn't my Yan now take back our country? However, I didn't do that, but I hope to cease the war and fight the external threats together, fight against the demons, resist the alien tribes' invasion. What about you all? Using your vile heart to suspect others. Do you all deserve to sit in your current positions? Besides, who does this Xia land and heavens belong to in the end? Facing Zhao Huai's questioning, the whole court fell silent. Chapter 335, I am the wife-supporting man of Xia country. Next day. Unconsciously, it was daylight. The sunlight filtered through the window paper, sprinkling on the luxurious main hall without any noise. Only the sleeping incense rose from the bronze beast incense burner on the dressing table. Zhao Huai woke up groggily from the bed. He swore he hadn't slept this well in a long time, and had dreamless night. Sensing the light before his eyes, Zhao opened his eyes to see the golden silk canopy overhead and bright yellow quilt covering his body. It was only when he turned around and saw the smooth fair shoulder next to him that he remembered what had happened the day before. Yesterday, he had confronted the ministers of the Xia country in the imperial court and left them speechless. Subsequently, an agreement was successfully reached between Yan country and Xia country. Even Madame had to admire him for that. After leaving the morning court, Zhao Huai told Yu Qinghan about the solution to the high salt price. The two also talked about some cooperation issues between Yan and Xia countries. They talked until late, even eating in the main hall, drank a little wine, the kind not resolved by cultivation. Somehow, things escalated to the bedroom. He was careless, how he had delayed the important matters. Zhao Huai patted his forehead, feeling both amused and annoyed. Right now, the Xia country was beset with internal and external troubles, every moment was precious. His primary plan was to leave a complete central state for his son, which meant that both Yan and Xia countries couldn't be in trouble. Hang on, what's going on with this cultivation level? He suddenly discovered. When he woke up, his cultivation had already broken through to the late Golden Core realm. The Golden Core's chi had increased greatly compared to before. Could it be that not only did they applaud last night, but also cultivated? Speaking of which, this exquisite 9 spheres was quite outrageous, worthy of being the biggest opportunity of the exquisite palace. Just in a short period of time, he had already broken through? At this rate, he would break through to the rebirth realm in just a few years. Still too slow, still too slow. Even so, Zhao Huai was not satisfied. He felt that, without reaching the metamorphosis stage, it would be difficult to intervene in the battles between the immortal sects and devil sects. In the 5 immortal sects and 10 devil sects, metamorphosis realm cultivators were like ancestors. Right now, the matter of the heavenly earth altar was being handled by the immortal sects. Dongfang Xian and Zhou Ping had gone to investigate in the western state. With these generals of the Yan country present, the situation should be temporarily stabilized. He now had a lot more time to spare. Plainly speaking, he still needed to continue cultivating. All this time should be put to good use. The small world had expanded, but he had no time to check on it. However, it was certain that he could now collect a large number of spiritual stones and prepare for seclusion. Husband, when did you wake up? At this time, Yu Qinghan on the side also woke up, mumbling unclearly. Zhao Huai's consciousness returned to reality, and seeing her disheveled hair, he found her pitiful and his heart tickled again. Regardless, he went straight to the point with a smile, reaching an arm out from under the quilt. Madam, please help me cultivate. Hey! The sun was shining brilliantly, illuminating the imperial court on top. Fan Yan frowned and looked at the plan before him, then raised his head to look at the dragon chair and asked anxiously. Your Majesty, can this really bring down the salt price? By introducing a large amount of salt to the capital, it will inevitably lead to the purchase of salt by the merchants under Chongning King, and as more and more salt is hoarded, these merchants will go bankrupt? Is this true? Of course, it's true. Yu Qinghan nodded her head. Her husband had personally told her, there should be no problem. Where are we going to find so much salt? Fan Yan raised a question. As long as we have the method to produce salt, we can make as much salt as we want. Yu Qinghan said seriously. She recalled her husband's discussions, her confidence growing. Your Majesty, do you know how to make salt? Fan Yan asked suspiciously. Yu Qinghan said directly, it was provided by someone from the Yan. I witnessed it myself, there's no mistake. What do you mean by that person from the Yan? Zhao Huai stood beside Yu Qinghan, couldn't help but smile and sent a voice transmission, and at the same time, his hand mischievously moved towards Yu Qinghan on the dragon chair. Your Majesty, may this minister ask again, do you really want to do this? Yes. Strange sounds suddenly came from the tent, and the ministers in the court looked at each other. Yu Qinghan in the tent gave Zhao Huai a warning glare, signaling him not to take advantage of the situation. This was a public place. Zhao Huai just smiled slightly, not caring, and reached out his finger to pinch her cheek. It was quite satisfying to see the Empress of the Great Xia in his hands without any power to fight back. However, in the end, he withdrew his hand. "Your Majesty? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, it's okay." Yu Qinghan waved her sleeves, looking helpless and aggrieved. "Since the national policy is decided, let's call it a day." Court adjourned. In the Yangzhen Palace, looking out of the window, one can see rows of neatly arranged main halls and deep red walls. "Husband, what do you need all these spiritual stones for?" After leaving the morning court, Yu Qinghan changed into a dark blue dress, her hair no longer twisted up, but simply draped over her shoulders, looking simple and pure. She lay on the desk, propping her head up, watching Zhao Huai putting piles of spiritual stones into his black ring. "I plan to go into seclusion for a while." Zhao Huai looked up and replied. "Seclusion?" "Yes," Zhao Huai said seriously, "if my analysis is correct, with the method of salt production and the help of the immortal sex, the situation will be temporarily stabilized, but this is only temporary. If we don't seize the time to improve our cultivation, we will be powerless in the face of many situations." "Husband, how did you know?" Yu Qinghan asked with a puzzled face. She found that every time at a critical moment, her husband could appear in front of her on time. It seemed as if he had the ability to foresee the future. Zhao Huai held the gold and bronze coins in his hand, smiling. "Secret." However, the big characters appearing before his eyes were constantly reminding him. Hexagram 1, beneath the netherworld, piles of white bones, the northern state is surging with undercurrents, and your instructions are misfortune. Hexagram 2, in the primitive world of Gu country, the hearts of people float, the western state is surging with undercurrents, and your instructions are misfortune. Hexagram 3, practice cultivation for longevity, wield a sword to exterminate demons, and cultivate the mind. Your instructions are fortune. Zhao Huai had no choice but to live temporarily in the imperial palace of Xia country, only to end up in seclusion. Yu Qinghan was a little reluctant. She understood the importance of it, and both of them were no longer ordinary couples in the pawnshop. Behind them were countless common people. "I don't know how long I'll be in seclusion, maybe a year, or maybe there won't be any progress, and in that case, I'll come out directly." "Husband, don't worry about going into seclusion, I'll be on the outside." Yu Qinghan nodded. After Zhao Huai had explained everything, he took a deep breath and turned into a streaming light, arriving at the deep palace Yu Qinghan had prepared in advance. No one lived here all year round, making it an excellent place for seclusion. Zhao Huai took out his reincarnation treasured mirror, and his body immediately entered it. With a whirl of the earth and the sky. When he opened his eyes again, it was as if he had discovered a new world of heaven and earth. The original world edge, which could be seen at a glance, had disappeared. The small world today has expanded countless times more than before. He found the irrigated farmland under the mountains. The spiritual medicine and spiritual fruit he had planted had all matured, but according to the original timeline, it shouldn't have happened so soon. Could it be that even the speed of time has changed? A thought popped into Zhao Huai's mind. He was secretly horrified. Boom! The earth trembled, Zhao Huai frowned and found a black majestic object appearing in the clouds. A buzzing voice transmission came. "Kid, you finally know to come in." A huge black dragon with a dark luster spoke to Zhao Huai with human language, and its dragon pupils were full of coldness. It was Aoju, who was trapped in the small world. Presumably, he had too much time to spare and had grown impatient. "I feel that the flow of time in this place is extremely wrong. If this continues, your lifespan will be tens of times longer than mine." Aoju's tone was very cold. He obviously thought it was Zhao Huai's plot to let him die in this world. "I just found out about the changes in this world." Zhao Huai furrowed his brow, pointing at the matured spiritual medicine. "Not only is the time flow speed faster, but the spiritual qi here has also become more abundant. I suspect that the restrictions have only now been officially lifted, and only now has everything returned to its original state. After finishing, Zhao Huai leaped up, his divine insight constantly spreading out. He wanted to see how vast this world really was. He quickly swept across the ground, traveling hundreds of miles without touching the edge of the world. Instead, he saw ruined walls and broken ruins that had never been there before. A large expanse of abandoned palace ruins appeared before his eyes, surrounded by lush green mountains and appearing in a dim valley. The direct sunlight made the circled palace pavilions in front of him seem very desolate, and it looked like a gathering place. After landing, Zhao Huai began to explore the abandoned ruins in front of him. Here, there were mansions and courtyards, martial arts training fields, spirit gathering wood planted on the long corridors to nourish the spiritual qi, occasionally glowing formation inscriptions, and broken jade stones everywhere. It was evident that people had lived here before. As Zhao Huai walked, he accidentally entered a medicinal garden. The spiritual medicine inside had an ancient aura with a faint immortal spirit qi, it was densely packed and had not been harvested by anyone. This is immortal medicine. Aoju appeared above Zhao Huai at some point, his huge dragon eyes sparkling with ominous light, breathing rapidly as he stared at the medicine garden. His body quickly transformed into human form, reaching out to pick a white peach immortal fruit. Boom! A surge of powerful pressure erupted, stirring up a terrifying storm that made Zhao Huai unable to open his eyes. Strong as Aoju was, he was also immediately thrown away, heavily smashing into the ground. Really immortal medicine, it seems that it's not that easy to get. Zhao Huai stroked his chin and pondered. Could it be the wealth left by ancestor Yan Ziyu? Thinking of this, Zhao Huai's body moved forward slightly, and the guardian formation in front of him flickered and disappeared. Only then did Zhao Huai dare to extend his hand and touch a crystal-clear immortal fruit. He could actually touch it. At this moment, he was utterly shocked. There was no doubt that this confirmed his conjecture. This world was the wealth left by Yan Ziyu, including the medicine garden in front of him. Aoju had gotten up again at some point, with a sinister smile on his ferocious face, like a bad uncle deceiving a child. He said, "Kid, this is immortal medicine. Just consuming one fruit can heal all my injuries and even help me advance further. But for you, it's still too early. Why don't you give me the fruit in your hand, and I'll promise you one condition, how about that?" "No." Zhao Huai said emotionlessly. Aoju's smile stiffened. "So what do you want? How about signing a contract and becoming my mount?" Zhao Huai smiled playfully. Aoju was immediately furious, roaring, "Kid, you're being greedy. What's so great about immortal medicine? I don't need it." As he spoke, he transformed into a dragon and dived into the sky, disappearing. Zhao Huai shook his head, no longer caring about him, and picked up the immortal fruit, continuing to walk forward. Until he saw a plaque broken in half, with the words Ascension Hall written in big letters. If it is said that this place is the wealth left by an immortal, then its value will be incomparable. Zhao Huai murmured. Chapter 336, 30 Years of Cultivation in the Small World, the stone steel reappears and reflects. Mirror World. The sunlight inside was still gentle and incredibly dazzling. Zhao Huai had spent a long time searching through the abandoned ruins beneath the valley, hoping to find more precious treasures in the forgotten debris. Unfortunately, it proved difficult. The ruins had been left undisturbed for too long, and the magical weapons stored within had become nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. After all, just the immortal medicine garden alone had already granted him immeasurable benefits. It seems like this place was used to store cultivation techniques. Zhao Huai came across a broken palace containing jade slips. He found several damaged jade slips on a cabinet, and even the best nurturing spirit jade couldn't withstand the erosion of 1,000 years. If they weren't replaced in time, they would deteriorate all the same. Without a doubt, Zhao Huai picked up a fallen jade slip and discovered that it had lost its original luster, becoming dark and dull, rendering the cultivation technique stored within unreadable. He was initially excited, as so many cultivation techniques from the prosperous age of immortal cultivation over 1,000 years ago could make him invincible if he mastered them all. At least they are nurturing spirit jade, which contains spiritual qi. I might as well take them to nourish the treasured mirror, which should extend its duration. Adhering to a frugal and thrifty attitude, Zhao Huai gathered up all the jade slips on the ground and tucked them into the black ring. As he took the jade slips off the cabinet, the stone wall in front of him cracked because the cabinet lost its support. Unable to restrain itself from collapsing, a thin slit of light appeared, catching his attention. "Is this hollow inside?" Zhao Huai exclaimed in surprise. He paused from collecting the nurturing spirit jade, stretched out his hand, and in a flash, golden light swirled around his palm as he struck the cracked wall. The stone wall instantly crumbled, revealing an interior scene, a separate secret room. It was pitch black with no light whatsoever, but where did that slit of light come from just now? Zhao Huai strode in and discovered that this secret room was a unique immortal's cave. Originally, the secret room had 8 sides, but one side was smashed by him, leaving only 7. The light coming from the wall was actually from tadpole-like characters written on it. It was unknown what method was used to etch these characters onto the walls, but each character emanated a not-so-weak divine aura. Zhao Huai gazed at the characters, eager to decipher their content. At first, just a glance gave him a headache. But the destiny of 3 flowers gathering at the top in his sea of consciousness began to operate, gradually easing the symptoms. Meanwhile, the human immortal body started to exert its power, beginning to interpret the content. These are divine skills, and not just one. After a while of careful observation, Zhao Huai exclaimed in shock. Who would have thought that within the wall storing cultivation techniques, there were still hidden skills? Despite having been preserved for thousands of years, they were still legible to descendants. Although the characters were somewhat blurred, the overall content remained largely intact. Each of the 8 walls was covered in densely packed characters. The practice of etching techniques onto stone was primitive but effective. People had come up with various methods to protect their legacies, such as writing books, engraving nurturing spirit jade, and hiding them in unusual landscapes, but this method was the simplest and had the longest preservation time. It could last for tens of thousands of years, with the only disadvantage being the space it took up and difficulties in storage. Over 100 types of cultivation techniques on the shelves had completely degraded, while only 3 techniques were preserved in the vast interior space of the secret chamber. Zhao Huai studied the stone walls carefully and quickly memorized the characters. Even though he had smashed a section of the wall, he could restore its original appearance by using his human immortal talent. There were 3 techniques in total, namely, Black and Yellow Qi, Immortal Burial, and Dragon Transformation Skill. Black and Yellow Qi was a cultivation technique for the body. Once a cultivator practiced it and refined a wisp of black and yellow immortal qi, their flesh body would reach its pinnacle and become invulnerable. There were also details on how to circulate qi and chant the secret mantra. Wishing to condense a 9th stage in the Golden Core realm? Zhao Huai was dumbfounded. This technique seemed quite impressive. Not only did it teach how to condense a 9th stage Golden Core, but it also specifically explained how to form a perfect rebirth realm and awaken the primordial spirit. The rebirth realm and metamorphosis stage detailed within it were also incredibly beneficial. His breathing couldn't help but become rapid as he looked at the second technique, Immortal Burial. The name sounded domineering. It should be excellent. Soon, Zhao Huai found a keyword among the countless characters: price. By sacrificing something in return for immense power, for example, sacrificing essence and blood, sentient beings' flesh bodies, etc., the technique has a tremendous cost, and one must be extremely cautious when using it. Zhao Huai carefully recited to strengthen his memory. FAWEBOLOM. Turns out this was a sacrificial divine skill? This required sacrificing the lives of sentient beings and sounded somewhat like the evil way of cultivation. However, it also seemed different, as it appeared to control the range of the sacrifices. It could be used as a means of survival. Zhao Huai felt that it was better to minimize the use of this divine skill. His gaze shifted to the last one, the dragon transformation skill. As the name suggests, it was a transformational divine skill. Once a cultivator learned it, their flesh body could transform into a true dragon form, temporarily obtaining the powerful flesh body of the demon race, capable of crushing heaven and earth. Zhao Huai immediately thought of Aoju. If he could transform into a true dragon in a short time, then he could contend with those from the demon race. After briefly understanding these three techniques, Zhao Huai withdrew his focus and inspected the place. Once certain that there was nothing else left, he left the area. He returned to his original starting point. Chapter 337, 30 Years of Cultivation in the Small World, Steel Projection reappears too. Even with the ginseng fruit from the eternal Taoist temple, there is still a large amount of medicinal power that his qi has not absorbed. Not to mention the immortal medicine? After returning to the wooden house he had built, Zhao Huai glanced around and saw no trace of Aoju, who must have gone somewhere unknown. Ignoring him, Zhao Huai sat cross-legged on the bamboo mat and began his daily cultivation. His consciousness immersed in his mind, he basically forgot about time and space. He could only feel the magic power continuously rushing through his meridians, and as the circulation of qi increased, the spiritual power absorbed by the golden core increased, and his cultivation gradually rose. This process was basically no different from losing consciousness. He couldn't feel the passage of time at all. Time flowed like silent dead water, unnoticed as it passed. The surrounding plants grew taller and taller with time, and the mature panacea sprouted new green shoots. Unknowingly, 5 years had passed. At last, a dazzling golden core rose to the sky, emitting blinding radiance. Zhao Huai opened his eyes, a ray of golden light flashed in his pupils, the vast and majestic magic power flowed through his meridians like rivers, with just a stretch of his hand. Thousands of strands of golden stream shot out from the core, spreading out and lifting the surrounding mountains and forests. Over these 5 years, he had devoted all his energy to cultivation. His cultivation had reached the perfect golden core stage, his flesh body had reached the peak of the golden core, and his magic power was nearing saturation. Carefully calculating, not much time should have passed outside. The small world had been upgraded, and the flow of time had changed again. Previously, it would have only been a few months, but now it was unknown. Zhao Huai did not intend to leave, because he was consuming spiritual stones every day, and it would be a pity to go out like this. His goal for this retreat was to break through to the rebirth realm. In the following days, he planned to practice all the cultivation techniques and divine skills he had learned to the realm of mastery. First of all, the 3000 Thunderbolt technique. He had basically mastered the first 2 types, leaving only the last one. The Universal Thunder Talisman. The Universal Thunder Talisman originally consisted of fragmented texts, so even with the Heavenly Heart Wisdom Eyes, he couldn't learn it. But now that he had the human immortal body, it was different. He now possessed the ability to deduce cultivation techniques through the contents of the texts, hypothesizing the entire technique. 7 days later, Zhao Huai delved into restoring the fragmented Universal Thunder Talisman. The Universal Thunder Talisman, as the name suggests, used heaven and earth as paper, spiritual qi as pen, and cast supreme thunder spells. It was the ultimate secret of thunder techniques. As days went by, Zhao Huai was constantly drawing intricate thunder talismans, and the translucent spiritual qi flickered at his fingertips. An invisible thunder formation seemed to emerge between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. On this day, a thunderous boom resounded in the sky. A thick purple lightning bolt struck down from the sky like a dragon serpent. It was followed by a sky full of thunder, pouring down with a whoosh sound. The mature ninth heaven annihilation thunder formation was set up. Fierce flames spread across the mountains and fields. Seeing this, Zhao Huai soared into the sky, threw a punch, rivers gushed out following his fist, and the mountain-wide fire was extinguished. Zhao Huai's eyes were gleaming, and over this period of time, he had fully grasped all the thunder techniques in the 3000 Thunderbolt technique. The efficiency was indeed high. Following the same procedure, Zhao Huai devoted the remaining time to studying cultivation techniques. This included the sword drawing skill, which had become a part of his swordplay, drawing the sword 100,000 times, and forming unforgettable muscle memory. From Form 1 to Form 4, he constantly refined the techniques, eliminating some time-wasting aftershocks, making them simpler and more streamlined. And sword skill Grandmaster Destiny accelerated the progress of both techniques, making Zhao Huai's sword skill realm rise rapidly. His comprehension of the Luo water fist skill and Luo water sword skill went up several notches, not just imitating, but stronger in power, even surpassing the original limit of the techniques. After testing it, just the first form of Luo water fist skill could punch through a mountain range. More importantly, Zhao Huai had grasped the intent of fist through practicing Luo water fist skill. Even before throwing a fist, the momentum was already built, like a divine river poured down from heaven. Sorceress Sek's unique move Dragon Tiger Vajra Palm, a powerful divine skill, had been improved by him, so that even non-Buddhist practitioners could cultivate it to a very high realm. The progress of the dragon-slaying immortal skill was the slowest. Whenever Zhao Huai used it, he had to use all his magic power. Even after breaking through to the perfect golden core, this symptom persisted, still draining more than half of his magic power. After all, this was an immortal skill, created by immortals. It was too difficult to improve and strengthen it on its original basis, so this divine skill could only be used as a life-saving means. As for the newly obtained techniques, Black and Yellow Qi, Immortal Burial, and Dragon Transformation skill. Zhao Huai had only just started learning these skills, and he was still far from mastering them. Immortal Burial was not difficult, as long as he had the method of offering and the offerings, he could do it. His progress in refining the Black and Yellow Qi was slow, and he had only condensed the first strand. It was said that once he condensed 9 strands of Black and Yellow Qi, he would reach the 9th stage in the Golden Core realm. As for the Dragon Transformation skill, he was only able to cover his body with dragon scales, which provided a solid defense. However, to fully transform into a dragon, he still needed to keep studying the skill. After the first 10 years, Zhao Huai planned to take a break. Even though he couldn't feel the passage of time, he felt a sense of depression in his heart. The stress could not be released. Many people failed in their cultivation due to the constant presence of this depressive feeling in their hearts, leading to entering the demonic state halfway through. During several months, Zhao Huai spent his days fishing, reading, and enjoying the sun, doing nothing else. The idea of fishing came to him when he found a small stream with fish while exploring the small world. When he was bored, Zhao Huai would roam the small world, searching for its edge. But no matter how far he flew, he couldn't reach the boundary of the world. There were many strange creatures and plants, but there were no people. So, Zhao Huai thought that the reincarnation treasured mirror was probably a sealed world. Perhaps it belonged to an immortal. He no longer believed that this mirror was Ancestor Yan Ziu's. Because Ancestor Yan Ziu had obtained this mirror before becoming immortal, and a cultivator in the superior tribulation alone was not enough to create a world, which meant that the origin of the reincarnation treasured mirror belonged to someone else. At the same time, Zhao Huai also pondered about the golden bronze coin in his hand. He always felt that this golden bronze coin came from the Ascension realm. FENVO. There was still much mystery surrounding the original owner of the golden bronze coin. Perhaps it was also a creation of an immortal. Oh, immortal, what kind of existence are you really? Zhao Huai thought deeply but never found a definite answer. The only time he got closest to an immortal was when he saw the scene in the stele that he found in the Hichu and Luoshu. A giant steel fell from the sky, piercing through heaven and earth. Those indifferent eyes in the divine cloud were definitely of an immortal. As Zhao Huai thought, he took out the mysterious stone tablet from his black ring. Even now, the text left by the immortal on the stone tablet made him dizzy after a glance. Enduring the discomfort, Zhao Huai held the mysterious stone tablet and tried to inject magic power into it, but there was still no response. Perhaps it required immortal power? That's what Zhao Huai thought. He tried to take out a white peach immortal fruit that he had picked in the immortal fruit garden before, and cut a small slit in it. A drop of immortal fluid flowed out from the peach, emitting an incomparable fragrance. That one drop felt like 1,000-pound weight, filled with explosive immortal power. The immortal fluid fell on the mysterious stone tablet. The originally unresponsive stone tablet suddenly radiated dazzling light, and the text on it seemed to be alive, leaping and rolling. Hum! The stone tablet trembled, as if an invisible hand dragged Zhao Huai's consciousness into it. Before he had time to be surprised, the sound of turbulent water flow reached Zhao Huai's ears. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a huge ancient temple. Above his head, stars vanished, and the space was broken and unstable. Zhao Huai discovered that the source of the water flow was actually the ancient temple under his feet. The temple was drifting in the Luo River. He recognized the silvery water in front of him as the Luo River that he had seen in the Hichu and Luoshu. The ancient temple floated along the Luo River, and Zhao Huai saw an ancient Buddha. Riding on a huge, divine white elephant, the Buddha had eyes as bright as torches and an aura of compassion. He sat on a 9-petal golden lotus platform with an infinite golden wheel behind him, surrounded by a gentle glow of Buddha light that constantly flowed. The presence from the ancient Buddha was terrifying, and Zhao Huai felt that with just one finger, the Buddha could kill a metamorphosis stage cultivator. He was sitting on a void. Suddenly, he looked at Zhao Huai. This gaze seemed to pierce through time and space. Chapter 338, Immortal's World, Breaking Through and Establishing, 9th Stage of the Golden Core Realm. The dazzling holy light in front of him was like the Buddha in the world, making it impossible for people to give birth to any evil thoughts in their hearts. Zhao Huai looked at the ancient Buddha in front of him, his heart filled with awe and his forehead covered in sweat. Was he discovered by the other party? The scene in front of him was clearly an illusion, so how could it be possible that he was truly detected by the other party? I didn't expect that one day you would return to the Ascension Realm. A faint, ethereal voice resounded in the starry sky. Zhao Huai was slightly stunned and suddenly realized that the other party didn't seem to be looking at him. Could it be? He hurriedly turned around and looked behind him, only to find a man in a white robe with an extraordinary temperament standing above the Luo River, floating in mid-air, with immortal light flowing around him and golden mist concealing his face. He was unparalleled in his demeanor and looked like a god descending to the mortal world. Zhao Huai let out a sigh of relief, very obviously. The ancient Buddha just now wasn't talking to him. The only thing that intrigued him was the identity of the white-robed man in front of him. Considering his identity, being on par with the ancient Buddha indicated that the other party was also an immortal from the Ascension Land. Yes, I'm back, but they don't seem to be very happy. The white-robed man spoke with a very calm tone. The ancient Buddha's voice sounded again, Zhao Yan, your situation is not good, and your future path is even more difficult. Even if you descend to the mortal realm and cultivate for another life, disrupting the plans of the abyss, you have also sealed the future of the immortal world. Hearing this, Zhao Huai finally knew who this white-robed man was. It was ancestor Yan Ziyu, who founded the Yan Empire and was a legendary figure in the immortal world. No matter, I already have arrangements. I originally didn't want to interfere too much, but time is pressing, and I can't afford to be too cautious. The only thing I can do is to strive for a little more time. Having heard Yan Ziyu's words, Zhao Huai understood. The scene before him was most likely the picture of Yan Ziyu's ascension after he had cultivated for a mundane life. As an immortal descended from heaven, Yan Ziyu was not much different from what he knew. Yan Ziyu had sealed all the entrances to the immortal world, setting up the heavenly earth altar and garrisoning the generals of the Yan country, all to protect this realm. Furthermore, there was one term mentioned in the conversation between the two. The Abyss. This should be a powerful faction in the Ascension realm. They were clearly not satisfied with Yan Ziyu's ascension, so it seemed that some kind of conflict had erupted between them. If Yan Ziyu were still alive, what would he think of the current state of the immortal world? The future is always full of uncertainties, and is the current situation still under Yan Ziyu's control? As for this, Zhao Huai was not sure. The ancient Buddha's voice spoke again. This distant Luo river comes from the stars and flows through the upper and lower realms. Although it can cross the road to heaven and reach the Ascension land, you will also encounter the resistance of the ancestors from various heavenly realms. I hope you are prepared for battle. I will. After the white-robed man calmly agreed, he disappeared at the end of the Luo river. The ancient Buddha also left the void. Zhao Huai stood there staring at the rolling Luo river in front of him, dumbfounded. It seemed that he knew a shocking secret. Could this Luo river lead to the Ascension land? The Luo river in front of him was extremely wide, flowing from the horizon with no end in sight, and it was impossible to see its source or where it was flowing. Zhao Huai pondered in secret. From the ancient Buddha's words, the Luo river could not only lead to the Ascension land but would also pass through other realms, where it could be seen by others. Could it be that after surviving the immortal tribulation, one could go upstream and follow the Luo river to reach the Ascension land? Before Zhao Huai could figure it out, the illusions in front of him had already disappeared completely. He was back in the small world again. In front of him, the small stream flowed gently, with a few small jumping fishes in the bamboo basket. Forget it, it's too early for me, who is only at the peak of the Golden Core realm, to think about these things. It's better to talk about it after I break through to the rebirth realm. That's what Zhao Huai thought before returning to his cultivation state. In the second decade, he wanted to devote all his time to the process of cultivating the black and yellow qi. It was mentioned in this cultivation technique that as long as one condenses 9 strands of black and yellow immortal qi, one can form the 9th stage in the Golden Core realm. Zhao Huai took his fishing basket and fishing rod and headed towards the wooden house. It was time for him to take a break and continue his cultivation. He returned to his familiar bamboo mat, carefully recalling the contents of the cultivation technique in his mind, muttering to himself. When the qi rises, the breathing never stops, like fish leaping, one can obtain the black and yellow. By silently reciting the exhalation technique suitable for the black and yellow qi, the magic power circled around his body. The newly formed black and yellow immortal qi was as thin as a thread, red and yellow in color, and looked extraordinary. Who would have thought that such a thread could destroy a large area of surrounding peaks? A year passed quickly. The second year. The third year. Finally, Zhao Huai woke up from his 99th meditation session, gritting his teeth and resuming his cross-legged sitting, calming his emotions. It's still too hard. With the help of human immortal body, Zhao Huai's cultivation became extremely smooth without encountering any obstacles. In the 8th year, he successfully formed 8 strands of black and yellow immortal qi. However, it was extremely difficult to form the last strand. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. He spent 2 years without any progress. It seemed that his golden core could never withstand the 9th strand of black and yellow immortal qi. His time was running out, and the stored spiritual stones could only last for a few more years. Sigh. After such a long time, Zhao Huai had already felt a trace of resignation, with a bit of unwillingness in his heart. Kid, is cultivation that interesting? At some point, Aoju's voice appeared in the sky again, teasing him. After more than 10 years, Zhao Huai finally saw the opponent's coiling black dragon body again. However, he did not look happy. Faced with the sarcasm, he indifferently replied. You disappeared for more than a decade, and you have been quite leisurely. I have a great responsibility on me. In the past decade, I traveled the 4 seas, trying to reach the edge of the world, but I found that this world is even larger than we imagined. Aoju's voice hummed, such as were his words. It is not a small world, but a real one, compressed into a mirror by someone's supreme divine skills. This is a real world. Zhao Huai frowned. This possibility was beyond his imagination. What kind of existence could seal a world in an immortal tool? I see you are trying to gather the 9th stage in the Golden Core realm, right? Aoju looked at Zhao Huai's dejected appearance, guessing what he wanted to do. So what? Take my advice and give up. You have already gathered the 8th stage of the Golden Core, and the 9th is nearly impossible. I have seen too many cases like yours, trying to increase their stages through postnatal efforts. Without exception, they all failed. Aoju said lightly. Faced with these words, Zhao Huai did not get completely discouraged but was enlightened. Wait. Was the reason for his inability to gather the 9th strand of black and yellow qi due to his already formed golden core, which set the upper limit? If he didn't have the golden core, would he be successful? I understand. Zhao Huai clapped his hands and shouted. Aoju was startled. His dragon eyes raised and asked. What do you want to do? Since I can't gather the 9th stage in the Golden Core realm because of the constraint of the Golden Core, then I should give up. Zhao Huai said seriously. Aoju sneered, you want to destroy your Golden Core? You're really bold. Let me tell you, destroying the Golden Core is no different than forfeiting your cultivation. Many people have spent half their lives trying to form a Golden Core, which you want to destroy. An 8-stage Golden Core no less. Can you really bear to do it? If you don't gather the 9th stage in the Golden Core realm and lose the help of Golden Core, you will age quickly and die. Zhao Huai squinted, I have my ways. You're really crazy. Aoju shook his head, not intending to stop him. He thought Zhao Huai's death would be even better. Wouldn't that allow him to leave? Upon that thought, his purple dragon eyes rolled and he laughed. Well, you keep going. I support you. Zhao Huai ignored him and instead summoned his dazzling 8-stage Golden Core, falling into deep thought. Chapter 339, 9 Years of Retraining, Attacking the Rebirth Realm, White-Clothed Sword Spirit appears. Boom! With a loud rumble from the center of the mountain forest, the bamboo leaves in the small world rustle in the strong wind, and the serene surface of the lake ripples. Zhao Huai, at the center of the commotion, covers his chest with one hand, trembling as his other hand supports him with a sword on the ground. He spits out a mouthful of blood, drenching the ground around him. After destroying his golden core, the backlash caused by the collision of his heart meridian's blood flow and his qi rendered him unable to bear it. All of his magic power drained away, and now he is just an ordinary man with a slightly higher martial power. Without his golden core, he can no longer harness his magic power, and his qi returns to silence. Without your golden core, I wonder how many years you can live? Don't you think you can still live till 80? Dream on. Without the support of your cultivation and the nourishment of your magic power, your flesh will fail to carry on and wither rapidly, a process far quicker than you think. Aoju, initially shocked by Zhao Huai's self-destruction of his golden core, sneers in schadenfreude, saying. In other words, you now have at most 10 years left to live. If you cannot rebuild your golden core, your body will continue to wither away. As he said, Zhao Huai looked at his palm, which had gradually become dark, withered and aged. He didn't know what would happen next if only his hand looked like this. However, he was not discouraged and said earnestly, since I could cultivate to the golden core in a few years, I can do it this time as well. Perhaps it wouldn't be as easy for others to rebuild their cultivation, but Zhao Huai had the destiny of the human immortal body, which had no bottlenecks in his cultivation path and unparalleled cultivation speed. Thus, he was confident. After a breath, he dragged his weary body to the vegetable garden he had been tending for 10 years, picking a panacea that was dripping with green and swallowed it at once. Previously, as he had mana to supplement him, he could absorb spiritual chi from the universe and attain abstinence from cereals. But now, he felt darkness before his eyes and unbearable hunger. He began to pant after walking just a few steps. Eating and sleeping are two things that mortals can never avoid. After swallowing the panacea, Zhao Huai felt much better and took out the pills from the black ring, officially starting his rebuilding process. Zhao Huai also discovered that potions that added lifespan for ordinary people had no effect on him. In other words, he couldn't use pills to extend his life. He opened his eyes, looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the wooden house, and felt the occasional comfortable breeze, making him not want to move at all. Instead, he simply lay on the bed, listening to the wind and the birds, feeling the last moments of life. Suddenly, he remembered that there were people waiting for him outside, so how could he waste time like this? Zhao Huai immediately sat up, and in just a short time, both his hands had become withered and bony. He grew alert in his heart. He had almost fallen into the depths of a crumbling Taoist mind. It was the sense of fatigue that surged after losing his golden core. If not handled properly, he would fall into a delusional state and then age alone. Many cultivators who abandoned their cultivation did not end well. This was the reason. Zhao Huai touched his face with withering fingerprints and guessed he would soon become an old man. To this, he laughed lightly. A man is a boy till death, it's rare to experience old age, just relax a little. He then crossed his legs, emptying his body and mind, and imagined throwing himself into a boundless ocean. He began the first step of cultivation, opening his meridians to sense qi. Years passed, one at a time. Outside the house, the panaceas in the fence grew new green sprouts, and the little fish gradually grew up. An old man with white hair sat quietly at the edge of the lake, practicing his cultivation. After 3 years, Zhao Huai finally broke through the initiation realm. His youthful face returned as he silently chanted his heart mantra. 8 strands of black and yellow immortal qi flew out from his qi si, forming 8 golden chains that hovered and circled him in mid-air. During these 3 years, his cultivation progressed smoothly. Moreover, Zhao Huai used the refining qi and initiation stage from the black and yellow qi to gradually perfect and make up for the missing parts of his spiritual power and flesh. His foundation was now incredibly solid, and his cultivation reached the peak of the initiation stage. It was time to start preparing for core formation. Today was an important moment to condense the 9th strand of the black and yellow immortal qi. Spiritual qi from heaven and earth gathered and entered Zhao Huai's body, forming the 9th strand of black and yellow immortal qi. My guess was right. Zhao Huai was overjoyed. The reason he couldn't condense the 9th strand of black and yellow qi before was the obstruction of his golden core. Now that the obstacle was gone, everything fell into place. After 3 sticks of incense burned, the 9th strand of black and yellow immortal qi formed. As if a qualitative change was caused by quantitative change, the black and yellow immortal qi flickered and took on a layer of sacred golden light. Core formation. Zhao Huai muttered. The 9 strands of black and yellow immortal qi stirred, forming 9 sky-reaching tendrils that laid out a formation in this area. The vast spiritual qi in the surrounding radius of thousands of miles was suddenly drained. The phantom of the golden core reappeared in his qi si. Thin strands of crystal-clear spiritual qi gathered from all around, gradually growing more concentrated until, at last, it formed an astonishing reversed cyclone reaching for the sky. A magnificent force spread out from his body, rippling through the space like water ripples. Spiritual qi from heaven and earth converged, swirling around Zhao Huai's path, like an invisible brush constantly carving the golden core. A brilliant golden core floated in mid-air, radiating a golden light with 9 perfect, heavenly inscriptions. A towering ethereal figure appeared behind him and turned into golden stars that entered his mind. A mark appeared on the center of his brow, and then disappeared. Zhao Huai's white hair gradually turned black, his long dormant body finally recovered, radiating golden light all over, like a blazing sun. His internal organs, meridians, even his heart had transformed, with golden sacred light continuously flowing. Zhao Huai stood up alone, his posture upright, as he gazed into the distance, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, and said with a spirited smile. 9th stage in the Golden Core Realm, achieved. His 9th stage in the Golden Core Realm was indeed successful. And it was growing stronger rapidly. The essence of 100 years of cultivation accumulated by the ginseng fruit in the Taoist temple was absorbed by the new 9th stage in the Golden Core Realm, without feeling swollen, and even having room to spare. His realm was also successively breaking through. With the help of the ginseng fruit's cultivation level, his cultivation soared from the early stage of Golden Core to the realm of Golden Core perfection. The blessing brought by the 9th stage in the Golden Core realm was like having 9 surging rivers within his body, appearing unceasingly, connecting his head's center and his primordial spirit. Zhao Huai felt that his current body was several times stronger than his previous one, completely transformed and rejuvenated. With this accomplished, Zhao Huai planned to break through to the rebirth realm. To break through from Golden Core to rebirth realm, one needs to shatter the core and transform into an infant. If the Golden Core is an egg, then the rebirth realm is the baby hatching out of the egg. The rebirth realm is also the first step into the highest principles. Cultivators need to find their own highest principles, evolve, and create their own path. What they think in their hearts is the principle of the path. The more perfect the Golden Core, the stronger the state of mind, the more invincible the gestated highest principles will be. The entire process of rebirth realm cultivation, besides searching for the highest principles, also involves cultivating the primordial spirit. Primordial spirits are a condensation of a cultivator's soul. Mortals cannot see them with the naked eye. Different realms of cultivators have different uses for primordial spirits. For those in the Golden Core realm, their primordial spirit is not fully awake and cannot be used to ward off enemies. It can only be used to deter opponents and is thus called the vision. However, once you reach the rebirth realm, your primordial spirit awakens, and you can start nurturing your rebirth realm infant. You can initially mobilize the primordial spirit to perform great divine skills, such as the eternal Taoist temple master's heaven and earth chessboard, and the limitless immortal sect hierarchs Starry Sky and Bright Moon. The primordial spirits of cultivators are different, manifesting in various forms. With Zhao Huai's cultivation, breaking through to the rebirth realm naturally had no obstacles. After consolidating his cultivation for more than half a year, Zhao Huai uttered calmly, "Transform into an infant." Whoosh! The 9th stage Golden Core emitted dazzling light, with lingering spiritual fog. A majestic immortal figure emerged around him, with the starry sea behind the shadow. The immortal figure stood tall and held the world in its palm. This was Zhao Huai's primordial spirit. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed. The surface of the Golden Core cracked open, revealing a translucent infant figment inside. The next second, the emerging primordial spirit entered the infant's body, the surrounding light quickly faded, and the afterimage of the primordial spirit turned into starry dots, disappearing into the small world. The rebirth realm formed by the 9th stage Golden Core was called a perfect rebirth, meaning that the rebirth realm had no flaws whatsoever. The most prominent feature is whether the facial features are clear, and whether there are cases of broken hands or fingers. Obviously, Zhao Huai's formed rebirth realm infant did not have the above situations, but was extremely detailed, accurately replicated. It was just a mini version of Zhao Huai. Pa! With an awe-inspiring imposing aura spreading towards the mountain wilderness, the branches and leaves rustled. Zhao Huai's gaze exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression. He had officially entered the rebirth realm. He found that the several swords in the sword-nurturing gourd had also flown out. Excluding Yu Shat, the dark green immortal sword, Ancestor Yan Ziu's walking sword, and 2 rusty swords appeared beside him. One had a purple body with lightning-like patterns, exuding unparalleled domineering aura. The other had a slender deep green edge, with a cold air like an ice thorn, proud like a snow plum blossom. Purple lightning. Green frost. Zhao Huai held the two immortal swords in his hands, and the names of the two immortal swords appeared in his mind. Now I can wield 5 flying swords, just one short of reaching the sword saint level. Zhao Huai muttered to himself. Thinking carefully about his time in the small world, he suddenly felt very unreal, even more illusory than a dream. This feeling was unbearable. The feeling of a person passing through time made his heart hardened like iron and stone, because only with such a heart could he endure the long years. This was a genuine 30 years. Just as Zhao Huai was about to put the flying swords back into the sword-nurturing gourd one by one, he noticed that the dark green immortal sword remained motionless. He approached and gently touched the sword's edge, curious about this anomaly. In an instant, in the space of an inch, a sword chi thrust into the sky, and a snow-white figure darted out from the sword body into the air. It circled around and slowly landed on the ground. Chapter 340, Hidden Spiritual Root, Zhao Pingan. Chen's Hero, Golden, Wooden, and Water Spiritual Roots, Past. At the entrance to the limitless immortal sect on a platform situated atop the spiritual mountains, an elder was presiding over the triennial spiritual root assessment meeting, holding jade slips in his hand. As long as someone met the qualifications, their name would be recorded, and they could stand on the right side of the queue and receive a set of standard robes for the limitless immortal sect disciples. Those who came to seek immortality on the mountain included disciples from aristocratic families, noble daughters, and royal nobles. At the entrance to the limitless immortal sect, everyone was treated equally, and anyone with qualifications could enter. Root and bone are the first gate on the road to immortality. If your roots and bones are not enough, no matter how much resources are spent on you, it will be useless. The first test is to test your roots and bones. Everyone, come up one by one, and those without confidence should return on their own and not disturb the order, said the elder with an indifferent gaze at the new group of people coming up the mountain. However, no one left. That's because everyone had spent a lot of effort to come here, and it was impossible for them to give up because of one sentence. Fire and Earth dual spiritual roots, not bad, pass. Special spiritual root, Thunder spiritual root, very good, you have also passed. Golden, Wooden, Water, and Fire 4 spiritual roots, your roots are too mixed, please return. At the entrance, there would always be those who excitedly entered, and others who sadly turned back in disappointment. Meanwhile, on top of the gate, a group of mischievous children lay on a row of smooth stone walls atop a hill, chattering and discussing. Qin Chuiang, what spiritual root did you test for back in the day? It seemed to be Wind spiritual root. Special spiritual root, not bad at all. I seem to have a single spiritual root, Zhao Pingan, how about you? A braided child around the age of 7 or 8 asked a honest-looking child whose aura was quite abundant but a bit shorter than the others. This child was quite handsome, with bright and clear pupils, a well-defined face, and a hint of steadiness between his eyebrows. He didn't behave like other children, who were lively and active, shaking their heads and wagging their tails all the time. I don't know. I've never been tested before, the little Zhao Pingan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. That's true, you're 2 years younger than us and haven't reached the age. So why don't you go and test? This is a great opportunity. The braided child thought for a moment and advised aloud. Aunt Zhang said that I should not be too high profile, including the spiritual root test, which must be personally handled by her. Zhao Pingan honestly recalled the woman who always liked to be on the swing in his mind. To be honest, he was really looking forward to it. He also wanted to know his own qualifications. But because of her admonition, he was really torn. That woman from the secular immortal peak? I heard she has a bad temper, no wonder you have to come out and play with us every day. Just test it, it's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat. Okay. After Zhao Ping'an agreed, several children climbed down from the stone wall, sneaky, and went around to the back of the queue, trying to slip past unnoticed. But they were still discovered by the disciples on duty. Go away, we're busy here, go play somewhere else, okay. A youth dressed as a disciple from the inner sect saw a group of children surrounding the meeting and drove them away with his words. He knew these children had grown up inside the limitless immortal sect and had profound backgrounds. They could not be beaten or yelled at, so he could only speak kindly to them. The limitless immortal sect advocated free love, so many disciples who have fallen in love would become deist companions. Inevitably, these companions would have offspring, and their talent and qualifications were usually not low. Internal consumption had become the best way for them. Hearing this, the braided child smiled and said, "Elder brother Ning, I know about you and Sister Ran's affair. If Elder Kui knows about your good deeds, this would be a big problem. You don't want to make Sister Ran angry, do you?" The tall youth was stunned for a moment, then carefully checked the surroundings with a hushing gesture. "Don't talk nonsense. Then let us go." The braided child, being held under his arm, didn't worry but instead showed a smug smile. The tall youth disciple held his forehead helplessly and said, "I'm afraid of you little ghosts. You can go, but don't say I let you." "Thank you, Elder Brother Ning. Zhao Ping'an, let's go." The braided child happily pulled Zhao Ping'an toward the spiritual root detection meeting. Past, next one. Elder Guo let go of the person's palm in front of him, squinted his eyes and yawned. He had been in the bone-feeling business for decades, developing experience to the point where he didn't need the special spiritual root steel to test, as it was simply too slow and it was faster for him to examine the roots and bones himself. He skillfully grabbed the next person's hand, intending to take a look at their roots and bones. Why was this hand so small? Elder Guo raised his eyebrows, uncertainly touching the hand repeatedly. "It's actually a fire attribute single spiritual root, what a good seedling." He looked up in surprise, wanting to see who it belonged to. But he saw a familiar face, a child with braided hair. "Su Pianhe, what are you doing here? Didn't you test last year?" Elder Guo recognized him immediately and said with dissatisfaction. Su Pianhe was the son of the third elder. His talent was indeed extraordinary, but he was extremely mischievous and often teased other sect disciples. "I brought someone here," Su Pianhe pointed to the person beside him and looked up with a smile. "Zhao Ping'an, show your hand to the elder." Elder Guo then turned his gaze to the child beside him. His face was childish, but he seemed precocious. The child reached out his hand, and Elder Guo didn't refuse. He saw countless root and bones every day, so one more or one less didn't matter. But when he touched Zhao Ping'an's hand, his brows furrowed. No matter how he looked, he couldn't see it. Strange. Even Elder Guo was puzzled. He had never made a mistake in thousands of cases, but this time, he had trouble seeing it. What was this spiritual root? Why had he never seen it before? After thinking for a long time without an answer, the little girl beside him urged, "Can you or can't you do it, Elder Guo? It's been so long." "Wait for a moment." Elder Guo stood up from his seat and brought Zhao Ping'an to a stele at the entrance of the mountain gate. The talent stele, which had been sealed for hundreds of years, was finally activated. Zhao Ping'an looked blankly as Elder Guo injected magic power into the stele, then asked him to stand in front of the stele and press his hand on its cold surface. He felt a strange force exploring his body. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn. Suddenly, the stele emitted an unparalleled brilliance. Elder Guo checked the result, his face covered in cold sweat, and exclaimed, "It's a hidden special spiritual root, sword spiritual root, a sword skill seed that hasn't appeared in 1,000 years, adept at the art of killing. No wonder I couldn't see it, the last sword spiritual root was Ancestor Yan Xiu, who never became famous. For a moment, the people around all looked over, their eyes on Zhao Ping'an filled with envy and shock. A sword spiritual root appeared in this congress. No way, how is his talent so high? He's so young, whose child is this? Su Pianhe looked at the commotion in the crowd and grinned, not bad, Zhao Ping'an, your aptitude is excellent, you can definitely cultivate to the metamorphosis stage or above. Zhao Ping'an didn't show any joy at his companion's praise. Instead, he heard a keyword in the surrounding people's discussions, and his small body stiffened, unable to help but stare for a while. Yes, he had never seen his father and mother since he was a child. As they said, whose child was he? Zhao Ping'an, come here. A cold voice sounded at the entrance of the limitless immortal sect. A beautiful woman in a white skirt appeared in the sky. All the guards, including the elder, saw the white figure and felt a chill in their hearts. Her reputation resounded through the spiritual mountains 100 years ago. The secular fairy, Zhang Xian. Now, Zhang Xian's face was cold, and she walked toward Zhao Ping'an as she landed steadily. Even Elder Guo had to give her some respect, showing a timid smile, trying to find the right words. So it's Zhang Xian, this child, is he? I know, you don't need to worry about it. Zhang Xian replied indifferently. Elder Guo wanted to ask more questions, including the child's identity, but he was immediately silenced and had to shut his mouth obediently. Zhang Xian's talent was very high, and she had secluded herself in the secular immortal peak for 100 years without anyone knowing her current realm. Zhao Ping'an obediently went to Zhang Xian's side, his head hanging down like a child who had done wrong, sobbing. Aunt Zhang, I'm sorry. Seeing his appearance, the frost on Zhang Xian's face melted a little, and she bent down and smiled gently. Ping'an, shall we go back? Your little sister is waiting for you to play with her. Okay. Zhang Xian stood up, holding Zhao Ping'an's hand, glanced lightly at Su Pianhe, and then scanned the surrounding area. Everyone, excuse us. Then, she and Zhao Ping'an turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. After the woman in the white skirt left, people finally dared to discuss the matter openly. That woman's aura was just too intimidating, like a lofty existence. They wondered when they could cultivate to her level. Continue the test. Elder Guo let out a sigh of relief and announced, Su Pianhe, you can go back too. The secular fairy is like that, protective, and even if your mother comes, it won't help. Su Pianhe crossed his chest and snorted, saying indignantly, what's so great about that? I, Su Pianhe, don't have a special spiritual root, but I can still become immortal. In the sky, clouds obscured the view. Zhao Ping'an looked at the figure in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, Aunt Zhang, you once said that my mother and father are the greatest people in the world, but where are they now? Why don't they come to see us? They have many things to do. After you start cultivating, they will naturally come to see you. Aunt Zhang, you are not angry with me, am I finally able to start cultivation? Chapter 341, Finally leaving the pass, Great Changes in the World. The sky in the small world was endless blue. As the snow-white figure landed, Zhao Huai outside the wooden house stared in amazement and asked incredulously. You are the sword spirit of this sword. The white-robed woman's face was blurred, but one could still see the outlines of her once stunning features, with her jade-like arms and a mark shimmering on her forehead. She glanced at Zhao Huai and whispered. Like, very similar. As Zhao Huai watched the woman walk gracefully towards him, he felt a sense of inexplicable unease. However, the woman continued in a soft voice. I am the remnants of an immortal sword soul from the Ascension realm. Now that you have broken through to the Rebirth realm, you finally qualify to be my master. Hold on, what is your origin in the Ascension realm, and why do you keep appearing in my dreams? Zhao Huai did not make any rash moves and asked cautiously. It's important to know that not all sword spirits were good. They have each lived for thousands of years, and each one was extremely cunning. Cases of sword spirits devouring their masters had happened before. The white-robed sword spirit had not even spoken when a humming sound came from the sky. "Little brat, what's going on with you? You've caused such a commotion." A huge black dragon appeared in the clouds, speaking with a human voice and questioning Zhao Huai. "What? You actually formed a 9th stage golden core and broke through to the rebirth realm." Aoju felt Zhao Huai's aura, his dragon eyes widened in surprise. He thought this was an impossible feat. But Zhao Huai actually did it. Could it be that their wager would end in his failure? "Hey!" Suddenly, Aoju noticed the figure of the white-robed woman, and while he was secretly puzzled, a skyward sword chi shot towards him. The sword chi intertwined with the spiritual chi, and Aoju felt a cold breeze on his back. The source of power was evidently the white-robed woman in front of him. He instantly felt his scalp tingle, and his massive dragon tail swung out to counter the sword chi, but the next moment, the woman had already arrived above his head. She swung the dark green immortal sword. Swish! A bloody sword mark appeared on his black scales. Aoju, as a demon emperor, was unable to block a single slash from the woman. Feeling the white-robed woman's killing intent, Aoju's heart shuddered. He had no idea where she came from, but he found her swordsmanship somewhat familiar. This sword chi was passed down from ancestor Yan Zia 500 years ago. Aoju's dragon face was extremely solemn. The demon dragon deserves to die. Transforming into a ray of light, the white-robed woman attacked the black dragon once more. Zhao Huai, who was on the ground, couldn't help but try to stop her. "I still have a great use for this dragon, stop." Hearing this, the white-robed woman finally stopped, but the sword power in her hand had already scared Aoju out of his wits. He was a demon emperor in the 8th realm with a cultivation level of 10,000 years, yet he was no match for a mere sword spirit. Aoju speculated that the woman must have been acquainted with ancestor Yan Zia 500 years ago, and their relationship was deep. Right now, in order to survive, he had no choice but to yield. "Thank you for sparing my life, celestial immortal." He could not help but submit, as the origin of this sword spirit was too terrifying. He had a vague feeling that this immortal sword had been used by a certain immortal in the heavens. "I can spare your life." The white-robed woman's expressionless face spoke softly, putting away her sword. "Open your mind and sign the agreement." "With him." The woman pointed directly at Zhao Huai and said. "This." Aoju hesitated for a moment, then stayed in place. It seemed she wanted him to submit completely and become their pawn. In that case, wouldn't he be their mount? Zhao Huai stepped forward and slightly understood after hearing these words. He knew her intention. The several immortal swords that followed him from the sword pavilion showed great progress, and the dark green immortal sword had the highest affinity among them. It seems that the sword spirit has experienced something and knows a lot. However, with such a powerful strength, how could a remnant soul be trapped in the immortal sword? Zhao Huai didn't dare to think about how powerful the enemy she faced was. He looked at Aoju and said with a smile. "You are trapped here and your abilities are useless. Why don't you sign a contract with me and continue the power of Suanxiang together?" Aoju gritted his teeth and said, "I have been sealed by ancestor Yan Zia for hundreds of years, and now I have to be your mount. How can I accept this?" Facing the sword power of the white-robed woman, he still said this out loud. "The ultimate goal of cultivation is to live in leisure. If you hold on to grudges, you can only stay in this small world for the rest of your life. Let me tell you, I have broken through to the rebirth realm, and the metamorphosis stage is not far away. Either become my mount or live alone for the rest of your life." Zhao Huai crossed his arms and reached out a hand to the small world, smiling as he gestured. Black Dragon Aoju was silent for a long time and didn't say anything. Looking at the expressionless white-robed woman, he felt a little frightened. After a long time, he finally gave an answer. "All right, I agree. However, I have a life too, so there can't be any abusive rules in the contract, and you can't ask me to go to my death. The white-robed woman faintly said. As a prisoner, you have no choice or qualification to negotiate terms. Zhao Huai felt the great pressure from the sword aura of the white-robed woman, thinking that she truly regarded herself as the master. If she turned against the sword owner, it would probably be easy for her. Later, Zhao Huai and Aoju each opened their minds, accompanied by the twinkling stars, outlining invisible rules. As heaven and earth bore witness, the contract was completed. Zhao Huai left a soul mark in the mind of Aoju. If Aoju wanted to kill him or had some sinister thoughts, Zhao Huai could disperse his dragon soul with just a single thought. Everything was completed. The white-robed woman looked at Zhao Huai, reached out her hand, and couldn't help but touch his clean face, her eyes flashing with reminiscence. You? Zhao Huai looked puzzled. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that I will accompany you until the day you ascend. The ethereal and cold voice sounded, and the white-robed sword spirit left these words and quickly disappeared into the dark green immortal sword. It seemed that coming out for a while was extremely exhausting. Zhao Huai pondered for a moment, looked at the hesitant black dragon Aoju, and said with a light smile. Don't worry, following me will not treat you badly. You want immortal medicine to recover from your injuries, right? Here you go. After saying that, Zhao Huai took out a white peach immortal fruit from the black ring and threw it to Aoju. Aoju was just thinking about how to bring it up, but in a blink of an eye, the immortal fruit was in his hands. He saw him snort coldly and said, Don't think a single immortal fruit can buy me over. Zhao Huai smiled, not caring, and then muttered to himself. It's been 30 years, it's time to leave seclusion. The spiritual stones he had stored for a long time were almost used up, and he couldn't even take out a single one now. With a dizzying sensation, Zhao Huai appeared in the tranquil mountains and wilderness. He climbed to the top of the mountain and looked at the neatly arranged and symmetrical imperial palace. His divine insight spread out immediately. After breaking through to the rebirth realm, the range of his divine insight had advanced rapidly, and it was wide enough to cover a large city in just a few steps. Now, the entire imperial palace of the Xia was quiet, but there were much fewer troops in the city than before. Zhao Huai didn't know how many years had passed, but he could sense that someone was not present in his divine insight. Is Madame not in the imperial city? Zhao Huai's mind was in chaos. Many buildings in the imperial city had changed, the imperial guards guarding the imperial city had been replaced, some shops had closed, but the number of cultivators had grown a lot. Chapter 342, Emergency in the Western State, the Empress leads the expedition personally. Zhao Huai stood atop the Xia's imperial city, gazing down at the crowd that seemed as small as ants, the bustling Wei River flowing through the city, and the flower boats anchored under the bridge, lost in thought. In just 1 year, many things could change. After several years in seclusion, he wondered what the current situation was like. He slowly descended, his demeanor extraordinary. It drew the attention of many pedestrians on the street. What year is it now? Zhao Huai approached a street vendor and asked intently. Seeing his attire and arrival by flight, the vendor realized that he must be a powerful cultivator and didn't dare to neglect, responding nervously. It's the 7th year of the Longxing period. Longxing 7th year, Zhao Huai murmured softly, then pondered, when I went into seclusion, it was the 2nd year of Longxing period, which means I was in seclusion for 5 years, but only 1 year has passed outside the small world. Even 5 years should not be underestimated. 5 years ago, the emergence of other worlds in various states had already been detected, which means a tumultuous battle could have erupted at any moment. Why isn't the Xia's Empress in the capital city? Zhao Huai continued to inquire. I'm not sure. It seems that you must have recently come out of seclusion and are not well informed about the current situation. At this moment, the voice of a passing cultivator reached Zhao Huai's ears. He turned to the middle-aged man, who earnestly said, "Since the Empress of the Xia ascended the throne, she has maintained peace for a year, enduring many rumors and gossip, claiming that she gave birth to an heir, causing a huge uproar. After much difficulty, things finally calmed down, but then Chongning King began causing trouble, establishing his own domain, relying on the devil sect, and commanding a large army. This must have been around 4 years ago. At that time, the Empress led her troops to suppress the rebellion but was met with resistance from the Northern Wolf Empire. With various obstacles, the matter eventually ended unfruitfully. The reason why the Empress is not in the capital city now is due to a major incident in the western state. 3 years ago, a large number of demons emerged in the western and northern states, toppling many small countries in the western state. The Shenluo Empire was also overwhelmed. At that time, the official gazette of the Xia was flooded with this news. As early as 6 months ago, the imperial court had announced to the world that the Shenluo Empire in the western state had been completely overrun by the demon race, and the Shenluo crown princess was taken captive. The entire imperial capital's royal family was cast as a spectacle, and the next step for the demon race was targeting the Xia. That's when the Empress decided to lead the battle personally to resist the invasion of the demons from the western state. An emergency in the western state. Zhao Huai's brow furrowed as he hadn't expected that the Shenluo Empire would have been annihilated in only 5 years. Could it be that the sacrificial altars in the primitive world had already been completely destroyed? Had the western state already become the main stronghold of the demon race? The situation seemed rather bleak now. "Thank you." Zhao Huai thanked the young cultivator before taking off into the sky, heading south towards Yan country, unable to remain calm. Before going to the western state, he planned to check on the current situation in Yan country. As the Xia faced the invasion of demons, Yan country could hardly expect a peaceful resolution as well. At this time, Yan country could not possibly stand by and watch. After breaking through to the rebirth realm, Zhao Huai's traveling speed was extremely fast, and he soon arrived at Nanya Prefecture. Above the sky of Nanya Prefecture, ancient river flowed amidst the mist. It exuded an indescribable desolation. Zhao Huai landed at the entrance of the manor with a heavy heart. The soldiers of Yan country who were on guard wanted to scold him, but when they saw his appearance, their eyes filled with disbelief and they shouted, "The Crown Prince is back! It's really the Crown Prince!" The news quickly reached Song Zishu's ears. He hastily gathered people to welcome Zhao Huai. With his hands clasped in a fist, he bowed respectfully, "Song Zishu pays his respects to your highness." Facing an excited Song Zishu, Zhao Huai was filled with mixed emotions. 5 years had passed, and Song Zishu's demeanor had become more composed, having turned from a youth into a middle-aged man. "Your Highness, during your years of seclusion, many major events have occurred in the world." Song Zishu sighed with a sense of helplessness. 5 years ago, Yan country and the Xia signed a ceasefire agreement, allowing the people to rest. However, Granny Soli, Zhou Ping, Dongfang Xian and other generals of the Yan country discovered that the sacrificial altars in the western state had already been destroyed, and they have been holding back their forces in preparation. The Shenluo Empire has already been annihilated, and among the 100 countries, the only one still struggling is the most historic Diluo country. Zhao Huai nodded solemnly, "I just found out about this as well. The demons of the primitive world are more cunning than we imagined. We had originally thought there would be a chance to remedy it and have Granny Soli lead a team to suppress them, but we never expected that they had been hiding their strength all this time. Now that they've erupted, they've already taken over half of the western state. That's not all." Song Zishu spoke in a solemn voice, "Numerous miracles are now happening in the western state. They intend to harvest the devotion of the common people there, and it has turned into a land of contentious affairs where gods wander all around, causing chaos." Miracles. The word caught Zhao Huai's attention. Exactly. The ancient gods worshipped by the 4 great evil sects have shown themselves. It seems that the rules of this world are already loosening. The spirits of various realms are eyeing our world fiercely. This is a great crisis for the immortal world. As Song Zishu explained, a blood-red cloud appeared on the horizon, rolling towards them with an intimidating aura. What a wicked aura! Zhao Huai frowned. That's the army of the Bloody Devil King. Song Zishu explained. Bloody Devil King. Zhao Huai looked in the direction of the blood cloud, which seemed to be coming from the north, the original territory of the Xia country, the location of the 10 states of the north. Your Highness, do you still remember the bloody devil discovered in the manor 5 years ago? Of course I remember. The bloody devil is a kind of devil creature from the netherworld. 3 years ago, the immortal sect sent a large number of disciples to investigate the matter of the heavenly earth altar while also suppressing the demons overflowing from the altar. As a result, the ancestors of various factions have awakened, sitting in the immortal sect and preventing the devil sect from launching a war against the immortal sect at this time. Song Zishu paused for a moment, his eyes filled with melancholy as he looked at the blood cloud. These blood clouds have been appearing in the north for several years now, and occasionally a bloody devil would emerge and harass the human world. Some of them are powerful, possessing combat prowess comparable to cultivators in the rebirth metamorphosing realm. We call them the Bloody Devil Kings. Zhao Huai pondered and said. It seems that the current Northern Wolf Empire is also in danger. The first step of the Bloody Devil's invasion of the central state is to step over the Northern Wolf Empire. As if remembering something, he turned to ask, Granny Soli, where are Dongfang Xian and the others? Aren't they in Nanya Prefecture? They have already gone to the western state to resist the invasion of the demon race. Song Zishu replied. FEENV.com. In the past 5 years, has the spiritual mountain sect not taken any remedial measures? Zhao Huai learned that the current immortal world is on the verge of a battle and was both troubled and puzzled. Song Zishu shook his head, both sides are evenly matched. Take the western state, for example. Countless demon kings and several powerful demon emperors have suddenly emerged. Even the ancestors in the metamorphosis realm cannot claim complete victory. Before the truth about the altar was revealed, many immortal sect disciples were trapped in the western state, unable to escape. Among them, eternal Taoist temple Gu Tianji has been missing for a year. Gu Tianji is missing. Zhao Huai felt heavy upon hearing this news. No matter what, Gu Tianji had helped him a lot, and now his life and death were unknown. Song Zishu sighed, that's why the Xia's Empress issued the demon-slaying command, ordering cultivators from all parts of the world to go to the western state to eradicate demons. Your Highness, Yan country has already done its best, sending many cultivators, but the central state is still in grave danger. Zhao Huai thought for a moment and said. For now, you should continue overseeing the government affairs of Yan country, ensuring internal stability while I handle external matters. Neither the primitive world nor the netherworld should pose a threat to the vast populace of the central state. Understood. After instructing Zhao Huai, without further delay, he glanced at the blood cloud and officially flew towards the western state. On the way, he passed by a small city on the northern border where a dark red blood cloud had descended. Smoke filled the city, a clear sign that it had already been invaded. A considerable number of frightened common people fled from the city gate. Blood-eyed figures flew rapidly from the city wall, their bodies splitting open to reveal sharp teeth and swallowing a man. These were undoubtedly monsters. Zhao Huai slowly landed, releasing his rebirth realm aura. He dispersed the blood cloud, grabbed the body of the bloody devil with one hand and squeezed hard. Boom! The body of the bloody devil burst apart, turning into a bloody mist. However, it wasn't over. The blood remains were still wriggling, trying to regroup. Zhao Huai narrowed his eyes, raised his 2 fingers, and pointed up at the sky. A purple divine thunderbolt fell from the heavens, illuminating the city. Chapter 343, The Battle of Heaven and Earth, the Sacrificial Altar Unleashed. Heavenly thunder fell, and many blood demons on the city wall were struck into a pile of black charcoal, leaving black pits on the ground. Zhao Huai swept a cold eye and pressed down several fire thunder talismans that were forming in the void. Fierce flames burst around him, and a large amount of red steam rose and scattered towards the sky. In a short while, the blood demons on the city wall were wiped out, and the bloody cloud above the small city slowly receded. The surviving common people, with disheveled hair and dirty faces, came in front of Zhao Huai to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Immortal! Thank you, Immortal! Thank you, Immortal, for saving our lives!" Seeing their miserable appearance, Zhao Huai's mood did not improve, but he asked in a deep tone. "Where are the nearby sects? Did they not come to aid this city?" A stout middle-aged man, who appeared to be a bodyguard, sighed and said, "The sects stationed near Yiling City are all small sects, and they are no match for these man-eating monsters. They have all retreated to the spiritual mountains." Zhao Huai, upon hearing this, remained silent for a while before saying, "Flee south. Yan country will shelter you." Dozens of common people bowed in thanks once again, and then escaped along the official road. Zhao Huai looked at the ruined city and pondered, even small cities on the edge of central state have fallen to such a state, what would have happened to those in western state? With such complicated emotions, he continued to hurry westward. Along the way, though he did not witness similar tragedies, he could see many abandoned cities with the naked eye. The closer to the border, the more desolate the scene became. This indicated that the border was no longer a place for humans to live. Either they had evacuated, or they had been conquered. Either way, it was not good news. After an unknown period of time, he finally arrived at the border of western state. In the vast yellow desert, a giant city wall gradually appeared, with war flags fluttering. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed, kicking up a large expanse of yellow dust. Zhao Huai extended his divine insight and saw that within 100 miles, there were teams of iron-armored guards riding on war horses among the yellow soil. Through divine insight, he discovered that a large group of yellow-armored scorpions had emerged from the yellow sand, their gigantic pincers as thick as a human arm, and their grotesque mouthparts extremely ferocious. It was unknown what they had eaten to grow so big. The roaring sounds from their mouths caused the ground to tremble violently and instilled fear in people's hearts. Caw, caw. Chirp, chirp. Unpleasant bird cries reached his ears, and Zhao Huai looked up at the sky. In the sky, there were dense crowds of savage birds like bloody sparrows with green eyes, blue-feathered snowy eagles, and strange birds with 4 eyes and long beaks. Each of them had an aura not to be underestimated, and every time they swooped down, they could pierce through the heavy armor of a soldier. Meanwhile, the cultivators on the city wall kept attacking with their flying swords. Once the flying sword came out, it could also pierce a giant scorpion. However, those strange birds were extremely vigilant. Once a powerful human cultivator appeared, they would immediately surround and try to kill them. But as long as they dared to approach the border city, they would be blocked by the city's hidden formation and killed on the spot. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the ground, and a colossal creature roared as it rushed out from the underground. The densely packed scorpion swarm covered the yellow sandy ground, causing people's scalps to tingle. Even a cultivator in the initiation stage, once trapped here, would be forced to fight until exhausted and die, unable to face them head-on. As the groups of scorpions heard the roar, they stopped, well disciplined, as if waiting for instructions. Seeing this, Zhao Huai finally understood. Why Shenluo Empire was declared extinct in just a few years. Facing such a powerful demon race lineup, even a fully armed cultivator army would have to be cautious, let alone those stationed at the sacrificial altar entrance of the western state. In the end, it's because the primitive world is too strong, while the immortal world is too weak. Boom! A loud noise rang out, and the enormous creature finally moved, shaking the ground and splattering sand and gravel. The yellow sand dispersed, revealing its true appearance. It turned out to be a scorpion king with a human upper body and a height of 4 or 5 meters, like a small hill. The exposed male body was incredibly strong, and below his belly were golden shells. Clashing up and down with 2 pairs of large pincers, the man-shaped half crossed his arms on his chest and looked down at the city not far away with an unruly expression. The demon emperor himself wants your city, and you still want to resist in this corner. What a waste of this king's time. The golden scorpion demon king spoke impatiently. Then, he slammed his giant pincer with force, creating a large crack in the ground. Hundreds of soldiers could not dodge in time, and were swallowed up by the quicksand, screaming in succession. Golden Scorpion Demon King, stop your arrogance! On top of the city wall, a red-robed sword cultivator turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the Golden Scorpion Demon King. From the aura emanating from him, he seemed to be at the Golden Core realm level. Humph! Treating me like an ordinary Demon King, you're courting death. The Golden Scorpion Demon King snorted coldly, and suddenly swung his tail, sending the poisonous scorpion's huge tail quickly attacking. The red-robed sword cultivator flicked his finger, and the sword flew out of its sheath, carrying several red sword chi to block the attack. Ding! The tail was incredibly hard, and it clashed with the long sword, making a crisp sound. At the same time, the giant pincer collided with the fierce sword chi but could only leave a few white marks on the golden armor. With a mocking smile on his face, the Golden Scorpion Demon King crossed his arms over his human body, looking down from above, and said, "Is this all? Just a few pounds, and they dare to guard the city." The red-robed sword cultivator gritted his teeth, stepped back, and swung his sword sideways. However, no matter how he attacked, 4 enormous pincers would block his strikes, preventing him from touching a single hair on the Golden Scorpion Demon King. Damn it, this Demon King's cultivation is already equivalent to the complete Golden Core realm, beyond ordinary cultivators. The red-robed sword cultivator said to himself. But he had no choice, he was commanded by his master to help Xia country in guarding this important city. He could not afford any mistakes, otherwise, countless civilians behind him would be trampled by the millions of demons. "Elder brother Liang, I'll help you." Unable to bear the sight, a group of fellow disciples descended from the city walls one by one to face the scorpion beasts as the red-robed swordsman was at a disadvantage. "Hat!" The Golden Scorpion Demon King sneered, looking amused. It spat out a large cloud of green mist, sweeping towards them. Soldiers at the front had touched the green mist, and their bodies swiftly decayed and withered, turning into a puddle of green sludge. "Don't come!" While desperately trying to block the attack, the red-robed sword cultivator hurriedly sent a message to the disciples behind him. In just a short moment, the blood sparrows and 4-eyed strange birds in the sky had set their sights on these refining chi and initiation stage disciples. They were particularly sensitive to living creatures. Once locked onto, they would not stop hunting until they drew blood. Seeing this, the expressions of the sect disciples changed drastically. The densely packed scorpion beasts had surrounded them with lightning speed, including the sky where a large group of strange birds circled. The intelligence of the opponents was higher than they had imagined. As if guided by someone from behind. In the air, a gale blew, and the red-eyed strange birds screeched. The green mist transformed into an invisible giant hand, enveloping them. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a gigantic fire symbol appeared in the void, and the red cursive characters grew brighter. It looked like some complicated talisman, but it didn't need paper as a medium. A large patch of scale-like fire clouds emerged, burning the green mist nearly to the ground. A black long sword paralleled the ground, quickly passing by, carrying thousands of sword chi, striking the densely packed beast horde. The scorpions didn't have time to react before being penetrated by the sword chi. They exploded into a bloody mist with a bang, dead beyond dead. In midair, a handsome man in white stood on a dark green longsword, looking elegant and free-spirited. It was Zhao Huai, who had rushed here following his divine insight. He had discovered that this area was under attack by the demon race and hurried over. The surrounding beast horde, seeing him, let out uneasy growls and slowly retreated. The birds in the sky continued to circle, not daring to make any careless movements. There are still cultivators? That shouldn't be possible. The golden scorpion demon king furrowed his brows and sensed something was wrong after seeing the man in white. Everything had been arranged according to the demon emperor's plans and calculations. There shouldn't have been so many cultivators in this world. No matter who it is, no one can hinder His Excellency's grand plan. The golden scorpion demon king roared and struck with its pincers, sending the red-robed sword cultivator flying. It then turned and charged towards Zhao Huai, causing the ground to tremble. Simultaneously, its poisonous scorpion tail flew out, like a flexible rope that could change its length at will. Zhao Huai drew his sword without a word, as determined as ever. His flying sword rushed out beneath his feet, unleashing a simple and unadorned strike. Swish! The sword light flashed, fast as heavenly thunder. A column of green blood shot up into the sky. Ah! The golden scorpion demon king came to its senses and let out a miserable scream. It found its tail had been cut off and spewed a lot of green blood. Before it could catch its breath, in an instant, Zhao Huai appeared above the golden scorpion demon king. His golden rebirth realm's magic power surged, pouring into his sword, which emitted dark rays of light. He then raised his hand and slashed forcefully. Clang! A deep sword mark was left on the ground, stirring up a sky full of yellow sand. The tall golden scorpion demon king remained motionless, as if time had stopped. After a while, its entire body shattered and collapsed, spilling its foul-smelling organs on the ground, along with its demonic core split in two. Zhao Huai stood alone with his sword, lightly stroking the blade that remained free of blood, his face as calm as the wind and clouds. A demon king was beheaded just like that. The surrounding cultivators watched with wide eyes, not daring to blink, all dumbfounded and amazed in their hearts. Chapter 344, Proving the Way Through Killing, Reuniting with an Old Friend Again. After Zhao Huai kills the golden scorpion demon king with a sword, a luminescent image of a scorpion enters his body, causing his cultivation level to slowly rise. But not by much. He's already in the rebirth realm. Killing a demon from the golden core realm is nothing but insignificant contribution. The massive tide of beasts, as if receiving some command, slowly retreats. Sand and dust rise into the sky as all the giant scorpions swiftly burrow back into the ground. The strange birds flying in the sky also quickly depart, not forgetting to scrutinize Zhao Huai's outline before leaving. All the iron-clad soldiers in the yellow sand reveal expressions of having just escaped death. The disciples from the various sects too, regain their composure. Sheathing their swords, they help up the sword cultivator in the shabby crimson robe on their side. The cultivator gets up with the help of his sword and walks towards Zhao Huai, bending over to salute. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. The Beiji sect will remember your life-saving grace. In the immortal cultivation world, the strong rise to the top, and it's an incredibly rare thing for one to be saved by a savior. My name is Liang Rusong. I dare to ask, Senior, has the Xia country sent you as reinforcement? Liang Rusong asks earnestly. In his eyes, Zhao Huai is a rare top-level powerhouse, equivalent to a highly positioned elder in a large sect. Only a cultivator in the rebirth realm could kill the golden scorpion demon king with one sword. This kind of personage is a rare magnate for a disciple of a small sect like him. After all, the sect master of his Beiji sect has just barely reached the middle rebirth stage. In response to the question, Zhao Huai thinks carefully. He has come to the western state because the madam is leading a personal campaign and he's worried about any accidents, but he eventually nods and says, "Suppose you could say that." Liang Rusong sighs, "If there were more powerful individuals like Senior, that would be wonderful." Ever since the Xia Empress established Angzi Prefecture to resist the primitive world's invasion, the entire battle line in the western state has shifted more than 1,000 kilometers to the east. The altar of the Western state has fallen, the primitive world has occupied the Western state for 3 years now, and no one knows where all these horrifying demons come from. Each demon emperor has countless demon kings under his command. The most powerful out of those are the 8 great demon kings, the kings who have undergone the corporeal tribulation 3 times. Their power rivals those in the metamorphosis stage. The Golden Scorpion Demon King has only undergone the corporeal tribulation once, let alone those few demon emperors who are above the metamorphosis stage. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai's expression gradually turned serious. Once the demons reach the 3rd realm of transformation, they will undergo 3 metamorphoses corresponding to the 4th, 5th, and 6th realms, known as the corporeal tribulations. This is an opportunity for the demons to awaken the alien bloodline in their bodies, inherited from all sorts of dangerous creatures from ancient times. Pushing into the 7th realm, the powerful demons are called demon emperors and their strength is unfathomable. They can control the sunlight of day and moonlight of night, and like human cultivators, they also possess divine skills. Recorded in the classics, in the early Middle Ancient era, the land of Ascension was dominated by the demon race. At that time, countless demons stood tall, resisting each other. Every heaven and earth was filled with chaos and tyranny. But not until the rise of some supreme humans and several human immortals were order and education established. Only then, everything returned to stability. From that moment onward, however, the human race and the demon race established an irreparable conflict. In the oasis of the Western state, a strong wind blows. Batch after batch of ferocious birds block out the sky as they fly from the eastern sky. A crimson four-eyed black bird, leading the flock, lands on the shoulder of a man with black wings and a sharp beak, standing on the sand dunes on the shores of the oasis's blue lake. His pair of glossy black wings are as long as 3 humans. Under the cover of the dead leaf bamboo hat are a pair of sharp hawk eyes. Another cultivator in the rebirth realm has appeared. It seems that our strategy needs adjusting. We can't just stubbornly attack the fortified cities. What if the others from the netherworld seize the opportunity in the central state first? What will we in the primitive world have left to eat? He says with a rotating gaze, his eyes focusing and then dispersing. Perhaps we should focus on Angzi Prefecture. Quickly, he strokes the bull skull with horns in his hand. A trace of black light flashes and a thick black mist churns out. We should report to the Demon Emperor first. The Demon Kings each acting on their own will inevitably lead to the greater strength of Xia being dispersed. The matter of utmost importance right now is to rally the demon army and launch a fierce attack on Angzi Prefecture. Complete it with one battle. This cultivator in the rebirth realm must also be given due importance, a specific demon king must be assigned to deal with him. Above the sand dunes, Zhao Huai stands atop his dark green immortal sword, asking the Beiji sect disciples beside him, how many fortified cities are there nearby? A pretty female disciple earnestly answers, there are a total of 12. The demon emperors have assigned various demon kings to lead the demon army in repeated assaults on the city gates. At present, all the sects, large and small, are assisting the Xia country in defending the borders. Yet, manpower is still insufficient, many sect disciples have already died in battle. Senior, why not help them instead? The demons should not dare to violate this place for a little while. If so, take care. Getting his answer, Zhao Huai doesn't linger for long. After giving them a look, he rides the wind with his sword control technique and leaves. He leaves behind a group of curious female sect disciples discussing. How long do you think this senior has been cultivating? He still looks so young. I guess he must have been cultivating for over 100 years. He still looks quite handsome, really rare. He should have changed his appearance. I have never seen a cultivator in the rebirth realm who is less than 100 years old. Regrettably, Zhao Huai cannot hear these words anymore. In the blink of an eye, he has already fled hundreds of kilometers away. Along the way, he encounters several small-scale human-demon battles. Each time, he solves them with one sword and then retreats with ease. Misfortune and fortune depend on each other, let's wait and see. Zhao Huai is fully aware that there will be a tough battle ahead, so he pulls out the gold and bronze coins to check for misfortune and fortune. Chapter 345, Proving the Way Through Killing, Reuniting with an Old Friend Again too. Soon, the large characters appeared in front of the eyes. Hexagram 1, on the battlefield, iron armor shattered, besieged by the primitive world, infiltrate the enemy's lair, the hint you receive is misfortune. Hexagram 2, the skull is made of yellow soil, at dusk the battlefield turns to dust, move to the border, the hint you receive is misfortune. Hexagram 3, one person, one city, 3,000 miles, one sword can withstand millions of masters, defend Angzi prefecture by killing, the hint you receive is fortune. Seeing the result, Zhao Huai thought a little. It seemed that whether it was risking a small gain or moving to the border city, neither was wise. He almost had gone with the second outcome. Only the position of Angzi prefecture was the most important. If it were to be broken by the demon army, all efforts would be wasted. The battlefields were often about deception and truth. One moment, everything was fine, the next moment the army came in, and the momentum was unstoppable. That was not good. Having thought it through, Zhao Huai heads in the direction of Angzi prefecture in his mind. Angzi prefecture was already in the central state, but it was only a desert away from the western state, making it an important military stronghold. But at this moment, a raging fire burns in the sky, a fireball descends from the heavens, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, its heat causing the space to twist. A cold voice comes from within the raging fire. Interfering in the demon emperor's plan, die. A giant creature emerges, a red crow with a fiery cloud crest, copper bell-like eyes in a vivid red, spreading its wings, and immediately causing flying sand and rocks. Red-eyed fire crow, 5th realm demon king, having gone through 2 flesh transformations, comparable to a human rebirth realm cultivator, Zhao Huai squints, recognizing the true identity of the demonic creature. The fire crow demon king opens its mouth and immediately emits a strong wave of scorching heat. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the earth burning and cracking is unbearably piercing, and the destructive heat wave immediately spreads out, causing a sandstorm, covering everyone's eyes with yellow sand. The human cultivators in this area sensed the commotion and rushed over. When their divine insight perceived the scene before them, their bodies trembled in fear, and their hearts were in panic. This is a powerful demon that has undergone 2 flesh transformations. It has awakened part of the ancient 3-legged golden crow's bloodline, and its strength is not to be underestimated. Once it spits out this breath of flame, it can easily destroy a city. It's over. The elder is not in the city, he went to help other places. Can this city still hold up against such a powerful demon? Arino.cm. As many human cultivators show fear, a young cultivator looks at the center of the sandstorm and exclaims in surprise. Look, who is that? Standing in the middle of the battlefield, facing the fire crow demon king. At this remark, everyone's divine insight looks into the distance. The fire crow demon king, with its vividly large wings soaring in the sky, spits out a huge breath of fire at the white-robed man in the center of the ground, like a fiery meteorite falling. Boom! Scorching energy waves, filled with the terrifying aura of the demon king, spread out like water, destroying everything visible, even turning the gravel to charred black. A fire cloud rises in this area, and the dust rushes to the sky, reaching the cloud layer, as if Flame Mountain had fallen. A huge, bottomless pit is left on the ground. Only then does everyone react and exclaims in surprise. Isn't this demon king coming for us? It's very likely that it's looking for trouble with this white-robed man. No way, what kind of existence can make a demon king take it so seriously? Among the cultivators, a beautiful woman in a green lotus-patterned long skirt sees the disappearing figure of the white-robed man and can't help but pause. A fellow disciple around her notices the change in her expression and asks curiously. Senior Sister Lu, what's wrong? I think I've seen this white-robed man before. Do you know this person? The fellow disciple was also surprised. They knew that senior sister Lu was a renowned young genius of the immortal yearning sect, who had secluded herself for several years, successfully breaking through to the Golden Core realm and becoming a pillar of the sect. She had been closed off for so long, she shouldn't have met many people. It just looks like someone I knew. Lu Wangkai sees that the white-robed man does not reappear after disappearing, and her delicate face cannot help but show worry, her heart aches. It's too tragic. All the cultivators' faces turn unsightly. Just now, the Demon King's attack was enough to crush any Golden Core cultivator, and even Rebirth Realm cultivators could not withstand it directly. They didn't dare to think about how they could survive. But soon, a scene that made their jaws drop occurred. Appearing in midair in a fluttering white robe without a single hair harmed, and carrying 5 flying swords on his back, all spinning around in a circle, emitting a chilly glow. Raising his right hand, he pressed down, and the 5 flying swords went in 5 different directions towards the Fire Crow Demon King. 1, 2, 3. This. Human cultivators below were astonished at the dazzling display of the flying swords. They also used swords, so they knew that usually, a sword cultivator could only possess 1 life-bound flying sword. The more one controls, the more demanding it is for the cultivator's own cultivation and talent. Seeing that he could not kill or even injure Zhao Huai with a single blow, the Fire Crow Demon King's expression was very ugly. Not very strong, but quite fast in running away. Let this king see who is faster. The Fire Crow Demon King turned into a red stream of light, dodging the 5 life-bound flying swords, and let out a long howl in the sky. As the sound echoed, the demon beast horde appeared again from the east and north. 2 ordinary demon kings each led tens of thousands of barbarian beast armies, charging towards the city gate, hoping to seize the city while the human cultivators were too busy to act. The demon army is here, quickly return to defend, garrison the city. A cultivator loudly reminded, and the people immediately reacted, all controlling their flying swords to rush to the city gate, killing the sneaking demons. Lu Wangkai saw Zhao Huai's unharmed figure and breathed a sigh of relief. She also moved forward with long strides, controlling her sword and killing the demon army in that direction. It really was him. It was true that it's him. So many years had passed, and his strength had grown much stronger than hers. Kill. Disciples of the immortal yearning sect were in mid-air, and various techniques such as fireball and water dragon were casted out. Expensive talismans were used, and all kinds of techniques were endless. The Western army of Xia formed a battle array, and with an overwhelming formation, they went to fight the demon army like a sharp knife, while guarding the center of the city. In a short while, the ground was filled with a bloody mess. Human blood and demon blood soaked the yellow sand, and a strong smell of blood rushed to the face. Zhao Huai had no time to pay attention to them. Instead, he controlled the 5 flying swords and suppressed the Fire Crow Demon King. This was his first time using 5 swords simultaneously, so he had to adapt quickly. The Fire Crow Demon King's strength was very high, and his battle experience was very seasoned, definitely a demon king that crawled out from a pile of bones. Demons were different from humans, they lived by the law of the jungle and wanted resources to grow stronger. That's why every demon king was a formidable existence, and Zhao Huai would not commit the mistake of underestimating them. Taking the opportunity, he slapped his wrist, and the purple lightning immortal sword quickly slashed out like lightning, with the dense electric web capturing the trajectory of the Fire Crow Demon King as he glided swiftly through the sky. Whoosh! Electric light flashed, and the sizzling sound fell. A red flesh wing was severed and dropped to the ground. The Fire Crow Demon King's expression changed drastically, his speed slowed down, and Zhao Huai kicked him again. Thump! He kicked him into a deep pit, and then immediately caught the purple lightning, pierced the sword into the ground in mid-air, intending to kill him directly. At the critical moment, the Fire Crow Demon King, sweating coldly, conjured a palm-sized bull skull with horns. A thick black light flashed, directly covering up him. And just barely blocked this blow. His eyes were full of panic. In just 10 breaths, the opponent had already chopped off one of his wings. His strength was overwhelming. Initially, after several unsuccessful attempts, he wanted to leave, but the white-robed sword cultivator continuously locked him down. No matter where he went, it was useless. What was even more weird was that the Fire Crow Demon King noticed that the man in front of him maintained his peak state, never declining. He felt like he was facing a deep, vast ocean, unable to fathom its depth. It's like a 1,000-meter race, where one starts with a lot of energy and weakens as the race continues. But this human cultivator was the opposite, getting stronger as the battle went on. He was a little overwhelmed. Looking at the bull skull with horns, Zhao Huai's eyes narrowed, as he felt a terrifying energy emanating from it. Chapter 346, Above the Throne. In the Shenluo Empire's royal city far to the west, the setting sun cast a layer of afterglow upon it. Countless white bones surrounded the entire royal city, with the towering capital city seen standing 100 meters high, as if asserting its authority. Inside the palace, broken stone pillars were suspended and scattered in a chaotic manner. Ancient stone carvings on the wall paintings seemed to come to life, their cold eyes staring at the uninvited guests on both sides of the main hall. A graceful beautiful woman with a 100-meter-long snake body coiled around the mural throne of the Heavenly Maiden, her extremely long snake tail dragging on the ground. Each time she flicked her tail, it would shake the entire hall. She wore a golden robe and had a head full of entwined green snakes. Her presence was terrifyingly powerful. Compared to her, the snake women in the hall seemed insignificant, their dresses fluttering and shoulders draped in colored silk. They held their heads low, not daring to look at the beautiful woman on the throne. This was their master, the Mother Snake. As a supreme demon emperor, she held a high status in the primitive world and was revered by countless demons. At the same time, a strong man was stepping on the skull of a high monk and drinking from a wine jug. He took a breath of satisfaction, then poured the wine on the monk's skull. A feeble Buddha light flickered, and the ghostly figure of the monk appeared, his face numb, watching helplessly as his head was kicked around like a ball. The strong man laughed and continued to chew on a few snake women who had been performing music in the hall, tasting them like chewing gum, then swallowed them with satisfying smacking sounds. The graceful beautiful woman did not seem to care. She even coiled her snake tail around several snake clan dancers and threw them to the man to enjoy. The snake clan had an endless population, giving birth to hundreds or even thousands at a time. There were plenty to go around. My demon emperor, news arrived from the Black Rock Demon King. The combined demon armies were being hindered by powerful human cultivators and are unable to move forward. They suggest concentrating the forces and directly attacking Angzi Prefecture in Xia country. In the main hall, a slender woman stepped forward and reported the news, her face filled with fear and held her breath. Mother Snake did not respond, her beautiful lips gently parted as her jade hand gripped a bull skull with horns, her snake eyes filled with astonishment. What a powerful cultivator! He even made the Fire Crow Demon King trigger the life-saving stone steel that I set up. However, after listening to the maid's report, she seemed quite indifferent. Angzi Prefecture is not easy to take. The Xia's Empress relies on half of the territory bequeathed by the ancestor Yan Ziu and possesses a vast national fortune. As long as Xia country's national fortune does not decline, its cultivators will be inexhaustible and difficult to kill. We must cooperate with other worlds. The strong man yawned lazily and added, "That's right, your subordinates think like old apes." He even sneered at his own words. But Mother Snake ignored his teasing and simply said, "If it hadn't been for the fact that the sacrificial altar has only recently opened for a few years and the entrance is still unstable, unable to allow more powerful beings to descend, how long could the Xia country's imperial court last?" The snake maid cautiously said, "But my subordinates have heard that the other demon emperors are sharpening their blades, eager to take Angzi Prefecture directly. If we wait like this, would we lose the initiative?" Mother Snake sneered, her voice enchantingly charming, and shook her head. They are thinking too much. This matter cannot be resolved in a short time. The human cultivators' immortal sect is not for show. Although there are fewer cultivators in this part of the world, they are still there. As long as we the demon emperors take action, how could the powerful beings hidden in the dark let it go easily? The strong man seemed to have had his fill, got up lazily, and squinted his eyes comfortably. Soldier against soldier, general against general, a tough battle will only result in both sides suffering losses, allowing others to take advantage, such as the corpses and lost souls in the netherworld. It is not worth doing. Even though the primitive world has conquered half of the western state, there is no need to advance to central state now. Perhaps it's because other people can't let go of their grudges. Mother Snake had a calm expression, as her palm showed a sinister black glow, crushing a string of dull saras. Seems like it was originally a human powerhouse's life-bound magical treasure. The strong man smiled and said, "Indeed, after being driven out by Yan Xiu, they all crave revenge. How could they let go of such an opportunity? But they must take it step by step. Taking too big a step will bring undesired results, and there is no need for me to elaborate." On the other side, Zhao Huai glanced at the bull skull with horns in the Fire Crow Demon King's hand for a moment and did not linger. He continued to control the flying sword to attack. The Fire Crow Demon King's face grew even uglier. The life-saving stone steel, gifted by Mother Snake, could only be used once and needed to recharge after each use. He was no match for the white-robed sword cultivator. Would he fall this time? The Fire Crow Demon King looked at the fierce battle between the human and demon troops on the sand field and had a flash of inspiration in his mind. The scorching demon blood healed his wings wounds slightly, then he turned his head and spat out a scorching breath again. Zhao Huai easily dodged it. "Ha ha ha, let these foolish humans be your funeral companion." Only after the Fire Crow Demon King laughed did Zhao Huai realize that the fire breath just now was not aimed at him. Instead, it grazed his position and shot at the many human cultivators behind him. The enemy wanted to kill these human cultivators. Kill the Demon King or save the people. Zhao Huai didn't hesitate much, put down the Fire Crow Demon King in front of him, and darted towards the direction of the fire breath. Hee hee. The Fire Crow Demon King sneered and took advantage of this opportunity to escape. But it didn't rejoice for long, as a deep green slender flying sword shot at him. Carrying piercingly cold air, it was the immortal sword Green Frost. Zhao Huai could use multiple flying swords for combat, multitasking, and taking people's lives even thousands of miles away. With a clang of the flying sword, it cut off another wing of the Fire Crow Demon King. Not only did the Fire Crow Demon King lose the ability to fly, but its energy also weakened to the extreme. The scorching fire breath swept in with heat waves, leaving the numerous cultivators on the ground terrified and at a loss. They stared wide-eyed as the terrifying fireball was about to hit the ground. Zhao Huai, who had arrived in an instant, drew his sword and pointed it at the void. A complicated thunderbolt rose from the universe. The thunder produced water, carrying the spiritual chi from heaven and earth. It was the water-sky thunderstorm talisman. The 3000 Thunderbolt technique had reached the realm of great achievement, making up for inherent deficiencies. Zhao Huai had every kind of thunder talisman engraved in his heart. Under the impact of the water-sky thunderstorm talisman, the scorching fire breath quickly dispersed, turning into water vapor. Zhao Huai's gaze fell on the many barbaric beasts and demons in front of him, as well as the dead human corpses, his face full of murderous intent. The invasion of the primitive world had caused heavy casualties to the human race, something absolutely unforgivable. Zhao Huai's foot stepped on the ground, causing the yellow sand within tens of feet to be shaken into the air. Then, with one-handed support, he exerted a vast sword intent on every grain of sand dust. Whoosh, whoosh. Each grain of yellow sand became like a sword, flying in all directions. In an instant, countless screams of the demon race rang out, all of them falling to the ground, losing any trace of life. The numerous disciples of the immortal yearning sect looked at Zhao Huai in the void with admiration, their eyes full of respect. But Zhao Huai had no time to care for them. Raising his hand, he pushed out another flying sword, killing the Fire Crow Demon King. A single flying sword might still let it escape. Finally, the Fire Crow Demon King couldn't resist the onslaught of multiple flying swords and fell heavily to the ground. Before dying, its wings were gone, and its eyes were wide open, showing that it hadn't died peacefully. Zhao Huai took a breath and slowly landed. The disciples of the sect gathered around, with numerous grateful and complimentary voices. However, he had heard enough of these voices lately. He just nodded in acceptance. They were all victims of the demon invasion. If it weren't for the demons, they might still be cultivating in the sect, ignorant of worldly affairs, instead of fighting on the battlefield. Young Master Zhao. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Zhao Huai's attention. He looked up and saw a familiar woman's face with a faint smile. Chapter 347, The Shattered Altar of the Western State. Zhao Huai looked at the still captivatingly long-legged Lu Wangkaiu, and seemed to be transported back several years. Back then in Jianzhou, he was a leisurely pawnshop shopkeeper, carefree and worry-free. He happened to meet Lu Wangkaiu when she descended the mountain to expel demons, and thanks to a fox demon, the two of them had their first meeting. She indeed greatly helped him at that time. During the later period, Zhao Huai had tried to visit the immortal yearning sect, but she was still in retreat, and the two did not meet. Now, things have changed. 5 years had passed in a flash, and everything has become different. He has already cultivated to the rebirth realm, and is at the doorstep of achieving ethereal form in the sword skill realm. At the same time, she seems to have matured a lot. The youthful aura of the past has faded away, replaced by dignity and an ethereal aura. Lu Wangkaiu, tall and slender with pearly white skin, her snow-white long legs under her green lotus dress were outstanding amidst the desert Gobi. It seemed that the past years of retreat had been successful. It's been years, and your cultivation has deepened considerably. Lu Wangkaiu gazed at the upright figure of Zhao Huai and sighed. Thinking back to when the two of them first met, her own cultivation level was above his. However, as time passed, the gap between them grew increasingly larger. After her retreat, she successfully broke through the golden core stage, but he had already reached the rebirth realm. Even her master lord was only in the rebirth realm. I just made some effort. With regard to the compliment about his cultivation, Zhao Huai did not take it to heart, brushing it off with a smile. Surprised gazes were cast upon the two of them chatting happily from the surrounding. Clearly, these disciples of the immortal yearning sect didn't expect that their senior sister would know this mysterious senior. The two of them even having a past relationship was truly hard to believe. A mighty in the rebirth realm, placed in any sect, would be of first-rate importance, either as an elder or as a distinguished guest. Expected to be treated with the utmost respect by anyone who meets them. With a gentle smile, Lu Wangkaiu opened her mouth to say, "After I came out of retreat, I heard a lot about you in Jianzhou. I heard that you are the crown prince of Yan country, and you have such a connection with the Empress of Xia. Now with the immortal sect by your side, your identity and status make me feel a bit unfamiliar. Since you already know, I won't explain. Right now, I am in the western state to prevent this disaster." Zhao Huai glanced at the yellow-sanded western state, his gaze becoming sharper. Lu Wangkaiu stared at Zhao Huai, saying, "All the great sects use your goal as their purpose. As long as we cultivators exist for a day, Central State will not be trampled by the primitive world. 3 years ago, not only did the Empress of Xia issue an order to expel the demons, but the 5 immortal sects also dispatched their sect disciples to various altars. However, the results were minimal. The altars were still ruined, innumerable demons poured into the immortal world, and they could only guard the path leading to Central State, maintaining a certain order. No one knew how long it could be maintained, but one more day was always one day more. Committing to the fight for the future of the human race may sound grand, but the resolution and determination required for it are unimaginable. A solemn expression appeared on Lu Wangkaiu's face. She said, "There is one more thing I must tell you. Some time ago, a large number of demon kings led their armies near the Empress's Angzi prefecture. If we consider our fights here to be trivial, then the number of demons that Angzi prefecture is facing head-on is an incredibly large number. A large number of cultivators from half of the sects have gathered in the big city under Angzi prefecture, including several ancestors in the metamorphosis realm and a mighty surviving the tribulation from the immortal sect. Once a demon emperor class existence appears, even with the help of the ancestors in the metamorphosis realm, I fear we will be unmatched against the numerous demon kings. This battle will be a tough one. If you are going to Angzi prefecture, you should hurry." Lu Wangkaiu explained the situation in the western state in general and reminded Zhao Huai. "If that's the case, then I can't stay here any longer." Zhao Huai furrowed his brows, took a deep breath, and then smiled slightly. "See you in the future, don't die on the battlefield." "Don't worry, I won't." Lu Wangkaiu responded with a smile. After bidding farewell to Lu Wangkaiu, Zhao Huai travelled by flying sword. He planned to go further to Angzi prefecture. Along the way, Zhao Huai passed through many places, including deep within the western state and the edge of the western state. These were once the territories of the Shenluo Empire, where countless common people and cultivators had lived in this yellow sand. The view today, however, painted a picture of bloody red Gobi with sand and rocks as if soaked in blood. Even the sky was a dark red, giving off a very eerie feeling. It seems that the primitive world has occupied more than half of the western state, leaving no space for the human race to survive here. Zhao Huai stopped at a bloody red weathered rock mountain and chipped off a piece of stone. He sniffed it and detected a faint smell of blood. A battle of enormous scale had taken place here. At the same time, he expanded his divine insight over 1,000 miles, searching for traces of the altar of the western state. The advantage of having a powerful spiritual power is that it will not be noticed by others. Even the spiritual power of a demon king who has undergone a triple metamorphosis of flesh is far inferior to his. Physical strength is an advantage of the demon race, while spiritual power is their weakness. Zhao Huai closed his eyes and indeed found a strange area deep in the western state. There were lots of broken spaces, and some areas even turned into a black void. This indicated that the space here had been disrupted, and it was very likely the location of the altar. Could it be that the demon race came to the western state from here? The destruction of the altar of the western state caused vast space fluctuations, which would surely leave a mark. The space here was chaotic, which made it highly likely. But there were no demon race creatures to be seen here. The reason was also easy to guess. The harsh environment and the shattered space made it extremely dangerous for anyone or any demon near here. Any minor mistake could result in death in the spatial rift, as gruesome as being torn apart. The demon army did not value this place either. Instead, they kept expanding eastward, only lusting after the rich central state. As Zhao Huai gradually approached this area, all he saw were fragmented spaces. This region was hundreds of miles wide, resembling a chaotic realm. Zhao Huai really didn't understand how people entered these areas. Or, how to get to the primitive world. He watched the giant rock being torn into pieces in the space rift and floating in an unstable space medium as if there was no gravity. Only the spiritual chi was extremely abundant, flowing out of each rift with a gusty wind. Zhao Huai could feel that on the other side of space, there was a much larger world with lush forests, ancient mountains, and primal rivers. And there were several such worlds. They all revolved around the Ascension land, and the immortals might be watching him. That's what Zhao Huai thought. Anyway, it's worth marking here. With a moment's hesitation, he took out one of the few spiritual stones from his black ring, infused it with magic power, and casually placed it at the foot of a broken mountain. As long as he followed the aura of magic power, he could find this place. Zhao Huai then continued toward Angzi prefecture. After who knows how long, a magnificent city appeared in his sight. The city walls were thick and old, and a powerful formation was arranged around the city. A large area in the city was packed with houses with upturned eaves and corners, and countless flying swords were parked on the city wall. At a glance, there were definitely more than 3,000. Such a sight was quite shocking. 3,000 flying swords suspended. Battles broke out on the ground all the time, and they engaged in fierce battles with the sweeping demon army. Compared with the number of flying swords and cultivators, the number of demons was even more terrifying. Rows upon rows of demonic beasts filled the area from one side of the mountain to the other, 1,000 miles away. Even if the mighty in the rebirth realm came and they didn't move, and they kept slaughtering from today to a year and a half later, they probably wouldn't be able to kill them all. They'd be exhausted. The battle was extremely fierce, causing mountains to collapse and blood to flow like streams. Human cultivators dressed differently according to their sex. Zhao Huai could tell from their attire that there were over 100 sects fighting on the battlefield. Splash! A large amount of blood splashed out, turning into a rain of blood. Both humans and demons suffered heavy casualties. Once a human cultivator or soldier was killed, those ferocious beasts would rush up, open their huge bloody mouths, and gnaw the human corpse on the ground clean, leaving only a puddle of blood stains. Chapter 348, Am I weak and easily bullied? How ridiculous! Zhao Huai positioned himself high in the sky. Through his divine insight, he could see afar, behind the beast army, were caravans of prison carts, with beautiful female disciples and geniuses defeated by the demon kings, shackled in chains. Their hands and feet were bound as if they were livestock and their chi was extremely weak. It was obvious that they had been through many battles. The demon race purposefully placed these hostages in an area visible from the battlefield in order to humiliate the cultivators of Anxi Prefecture. Once a person loses control of himself, he would do impulsive things. RioBL.cm. As long as someone couldn't bear it and went onto the battlefield to fight, the demon's goal would be achieved. This was undoubtedly what the demon emperors wanted to see. Zhao Huai also wanted to save them, but there were many powerful demons stationed behind the beast army, including several powerful demon kings. There was also the possibility of a demon emperor lurking behind the scenes, waiting to strike. In the fierce battle in the desert, Zhao Huai recognized many familiar faces amongst his fellow humans, including Gu Tianji from the Eternal Taoist Temple, Elder Bai from the Limitless Immortal Sect, Li Pianran from the Taihao Sword Sect, and even Cai Yuxiang from the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect. They demonstrated numerous magical powers, filling the sky with brilliant colors and turbulent spiritual qi. Just then, in the central area of Anxi Prefecture, a man in his scholar's robe like jade was standing in mid-air. He reached out with one hand and pressed towards the center of the battlefield. Boom! The next moment, a huge hand several meters long appeared, killing a swath of demons on the ground, not sparing the birds and beasts. A gap appeared in the sky. Demons' blood and bodies fell like rain, staining the sky with blood. Zhao Huai recognized this man. He seemed to be the sect master from the Take Sacred Sect, who possessed the Hichu and Luoshu. 5 years ago, he played a piece of music that led many geniuses into the Luoshu to seek cultivation techniques. He has reached the metamorphosis realm, no wonder he could oversee Anxi Prefecture. The main reason was that the humans' resistance was too weak. A large number of disciples from the Take Sacred Sect were trapped in a battlefield, forcing the scholar to act. Boom! Suddenly, hundreds of human cultivators at a location on the battlefield were smashed into pulp by a gigantic mountain-size hand. A shadow moved, people looked up and saw a giant demon ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. There was a terrifying sword mark on its chest, which seemed to be intentionally exposed. From a distance, it looked like a devil mountain, and each of its arms was as big as a hill, seemingly capable of moving mountains and filling rivers. With just one hand, it killed hundreds of cultivators. It appeared to be making a statement. You kill my demon army, and I kill your cultivators." It seemed to be some sort of unspoken rule. The sect master from the Take Sacred sect, who was this scholar, became furious at the sight. His sleeves ripped through the air, and a huge green brilliant writing brush appeared in the void, apparently his life-bound magical treasure. Suddenly, the brilliance of the writing brush surged. With a strong flick, it brought out a meandering ink river and attacked the giant ape. An ink river appeared in the sky. The demon ape was not panicked. One of its heads spat out a row of black flames that evaporated the ink river into smoke. Beast! The scholar squinted his eyes, and a massive primordial spirit shadow appeared behind him. It was 100 feet tall, about the same height as the demon ape. The scholar's primordial spirit held the pen, suppressing the demon ape. With wind in his bone, and literary pivot in his heart, the ape let out a roar, and 6 strong arms pushed out. Bang! The demon ape's physical power was terrifying, shaking the sky and the earth. It directly dispersed the primordial spirit with a slap. The residual waves killed many demons and human cultivators around it. Seeing the giant ape's power, the face of the scholar turned serious. He did not take action again and his primordial spirit returned to him. If they really battled, it is not an advantage as imagined. Zhao Huai also did not rashly engage, but continued to observe the situation. If it weren't for Ancestor Yan Zi's suppression of the demon emperors in the primitive world and sealing the entrance to heaven and earth years ago, the living conditions of human race in the following 800 years would undoubtedly not be as comfortable as they were now. The giant ape in front of him was as powerful as a 7th realm demon emperor. It had an incredibly strong body, and to kill it was undoubtedly extremely difficult. Suddenly, a giant snow eagle hovered in mid-air, blocking the sky and sun as it came. The eagle's eyes caught sight of Zhao Huai. It roared at him, "There's a cultivator hiding here. Kid, it's your bad luck to run into me. Don't worry, though. I'll kill you, and enjoy your organs first, saving your heart. But I won't kill you, I'll drink your blood slowly." How coincidental, I was just thinking the same. I'll take your demonic core and preserve it for the younger generation to admire. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. Zhao Huai looked at him indifferently, his pupils shining with a cold light. Presumptuous! The Snow Eagle Demon King let out a deep roar. Its wings spread out, reaching almost 100 meters long, blocking out the sky with its mixed aura. Its wings flapped. In an instant, an extremely cold gust of wind poured down from the sky. Swish, swish. The force within the wind was extremely sharp, condensing into blue ice feathers flying towards Zhao Huai. Some of the blue ice feathers fell into the human cultivator's encampment. An initiation stage cultivator cast a fireball in an attempt to block this attack. But, the blue ice feather easily broke his magic and pierced into his head, going through his body and killing him on the spot. This scene aroused the attention of many cultivators. Everyone pay attention. Another demon king has joined the battlefield. No good, quickly evacuate this area, we can't handle this demon king. Look, someone has already started fighting with the Snow Eagle Demon King. Just a single piece of ice feather already held such terrifying power. Even more, Zhao Huai, who was at the forefront, had to deal with hundreds of ice feathers. This situation drew the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Bang! Zhao Huai slapped upward with his palm, casting a golden tiger image. Echoes of tiger roars and dragon cries shattered all the blue ice feathers in the blink of an eye. It was the dragon tiger Vajra palm at the completed stage. Then, his body transformed into a beam of light and soared upwards, reaching the same height as the Snow Eagle Demon King. He mobilized all his magic power and launched an attack. You dare to engage in a face-to-face battle with a Demon King? Don't you know that our physical strength far surpasses yours as a member of the human race? The Snow Eagle Demon King sneered, extending a claw covered with iron scales towards Zhao Huai's palm. Icy mist emitted from his claws, creating wind blades in the surrounding space. The wind blades flew out in concert with his claws. Bang! Zhao Huai's palm collided with the Snow Eagle Demon King's claw. The next moment, the spiritual chi from the universe within the radius of 100 miles was dramatically agitated. One human and one eagle both retreated simultaneously. The Snow Eagle Demon King was relatively weaker among the Demon Kings on the front line. Compared to the Fire Crow Demon King, it was slightly inferior. Therefore, Zhao Huai didn't intend to hold back, instead, he wanted to end the battle quickly. Bang! Zhao Huai's body flashed. He broke the Snow Eagle Demon King's seal and his palm struck its neck. The edge of his hand sank into its flesh, leaving a bloody hole in its neck. A mournful cry escaped from the Snow Eagle Demon King's mouth. Then, Zhao Huai's body flashed again, landing on the Snow Eagle Demon King's back. He stomped forcefully, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as more than 10 bones broke instantly. Thump! The giant body of the Snow Eagle Demon King fell heavily onto the ground, sinking into the yellow sand. Blood gushed from its back, dyeing the ground red within a radius of several tens of feet. Its injury was severe, its once proud flesh was now shattered, and its blood carrying the intense aura of a demon king spilled on the ground, keeping both men and demons at a distance. The cultivators who rushed up were startled, staring wide-eyed at this white-clad man. He was utterly domineering. Defeating a demon king in just 2 or 3 clashes, could he be a mighty one from the rebirth realm? You must know, numerous sect disciples were vexed by the powerful bodies of the demon kings, and demon kings slaughtering normal cultivators was as easy as cutting grass. Any cultivator who wasn't in the Golden Core realm simply couldn't resist. All of a sudden, a majestic green-faced lion emerged from the yellow sand. It roared angrily, spit out rings of ear-piercing sound waves. Human cub, I, the king, warn you, let the Snow Eagle Demon King go immediately, or the only thing waiting for you is death. It turned out to be a green lion demon king. At the same time, several stern gazes from the battlefield turned towards Zhao Huai. Boom boom! The sound of heavy hooves echoed, and a massive fire-armored rhino appeared. It spoke human language, its voice rumbling, "Why bother talking so much? Just kill him." The Green Lion Demon King agreed with this, and along with the Fire Rhinoceros Demon King, they charged towards Zhao Huai. They wanted to rescue the Snow Eagle while defeating this human powerhouse. In the shadows, the gazes of several other Demon Kings fell on Zhao Huai. They already viewed Zhao Huai as a thorn in their side. He must be killed immediately. In just a short while, Zhao Huai had sensed the approach of 7 Demon Kings with different auras. With one hand behind his back, Zhao Huai extended his sword finger with the other. Several flying swords ejected from his sword-nurturing gourd and hovered around him, his gaze cold, "Wanting to kill me, I'm afraid you're not qualified. Do you think I'm weak and can be bullied? Ridiculous." He killed both the Fire Crow Demon King, and the Golden Scorpion Demon King. We must not underestimate him. His power is around the rebirth realm. A red-haired wolf woman with leopard ears jumped out from the back of the army, coldly saying. It seemed to be a bloodthirsty hybrid of a wolf and a leopard. The Demon Emperor has just issued an order. We must deal with this man. All Demon Kings who have overcome the limit of physical evolution twice, attack together. A man with elongated fingers and the tail of a flood dragon, poised and graceful, glanced at Zhao Huai, wiped his claw, and with a gloomy look, said. Over the thousands of years, I've seen too many sword cultivators. If one doesn't even have a sword in their hand and only relies on sword control techniques, can they even be considered a sword cultivator? Based on his physical strength, he should be a demon king from the 6th realm who has undergone 3 metamorphoses and can compete with a cultivator from the metamorphosis realm. Because you're not worthy. Chapter 349, Alive as fish and meat, dead as yellow soil. Zhao Huai's words were spoken lightly, but they carried a hint of disdain. Hearing this, the demon kings present were suddenly enraged. What did he mean by not worthy? They were 1 in a million, standing at the top of the demon world, and yet this human cultivator said they were not even worthy to make him draw his sword? Arrogant. Too arrogant. Courting death. Green Lion Demon King could no longer restrain his anger and roared. Sound waves transformed into giant waves, rippling towards Zhao Huai one by one. Zhao Huai remained composed as he raised his right palm. A 9-foot-tall immortal spirit phantom appeared behind him, accompanied by a flickering rebirth realm aura, and struck out a dragon tiger Vajra palm. The sound waves were shattered instantly, and a golden tiger phantom rushed towards the Green Lion Demon King. Humph! The Green Lion Demon King snorted heavily, his hands clenched into fists as a large amount of golden demonic power surged out of his body, exuding an astonishing aura. He launched an attack, clashing with the palm. Bang! Just upon contact, the Green Lion Demon King realized that something was wrong. An overwhelming power traveled through the tiger's roar and pounded his body, sending him flying backward and leaving an arc in the air. He spat out demon blood from his mouth. Immediately after, Zhao Huai struck with lightning speed, sending out a second palm, hitting the Green Lion Demon King's back, scattering his mountain-like body completely. With a sharp sound, his spine nearly broke in half, and his body folded as it was thrown into the air. Slap! Slap! Seeing the Green Lion Demon King defeated in just a few moments, the surrounding Demon Kings dared not remain idle. One by one, they rushed to attack, each employing their own methods, all targeting Zhao Huai in the middle. Seeing this situation, Zhao Huai knew he was surrounded and thought to himself. Aoju, let me borrow your aura. Humph, take it. From the small world came a reluctant voice, and in a short while, Zhao Huai felt an overwhelming demonic power weighing down on him. It was from the black dragon Aoju in the small world. Boom! An invisible, terrifying aura emanated from Zhao Huai, spreading in all directions and sending sand and rocks flying. In the hazy distance, a black dragon appeared as if watching the Demon Kings from on high. Feeling this soul-shaking aura, the Demon Kings' faces turned pale, all retreating and stopping in mid-air, nearly falling to the ground. It's demonic power. Such strong demonic power! But how could a human cultivator possess such powerful demonic power? Taking advantage of this brief respite, Zhao Huai swiftly escaped, landing on top of the Green Lion Demon King, stomping on his chest. Crack! All the bones in the Green Lion Demon King's chest were broken, and his internal organs were shattered into pulp. He lay motionless in a deep crater, his life force rapidly fading. His lion eyes stared at the sky, gradually dimming. From the sword-nurturing gourd, a pitch-black long sword emerged and pierced his chest, ending his life. It also dug out the Green Lion Demon King's demonic core, which then turned into a wisp of green light, leaving a mark on the sword's edge. This scene caught Zhao Huai's attention. All along, Yu Xie had grown considerably stronger after being nourished by demon blood and demonic cores. This was a sword known for its strength. The stronger the enemy, the stronger it would become. Moreover, it seemed that as long as it continued to slay demons, it could grow infinitely stronger, and as his cultivation progressed, Yu Xie would continue to grow as well. Zhao Huai's expression remained indifferent as he paid no further attention to the Green Lion Demon King's corpse. Instead, he stared intently at his surroundings. All the human cultivators of Angzi Prefecture were watching Zhao Huai's every move closely. There was no choice, the fluctuations of demonic power here were too intense, drawing the attention of many demon kings. The battlefield's burden was suddenly alleviated, attracting everyone's attention. This person looks so familiar, which sex powerhouse is he? Fighting more than 10 demon kings with just rebirth realm cultivation, even our sex elders may not possess such strength. It is truly fortunate for the human race to have such a strong cultivator. Compared to the human cultivator's optimism, the demons surrounding them from all directions were not feeling as confident. The sight of Zhao Huai crushing the Green Lion Demon King with a single stomp sent shivers down the bodies of several desert lion demons, as they felt a bone-chilling coldness. Zhao Huai moved quickly, leaping into the air once more, using his flying sword to sever the weakened Snow Eagle Demon King's head. Having eliminated 2 Demon Kings, the power of the slaying demon destiny began to take effect, feeding back pure energy that slightly increased Zhao Huai's cultivation. Now in the rebirth realm, every increase amounts to hundreds of years of cultivation. The progress gained from slaying a Demon King was still too small. However, the 1,000-mile Lone Rider enhancement was still gradually increasing, although the increase was still too small for Zhao Huai. This was nowhere near as significant as it was during the initiation stage. If the size of his Qi Si was comparable to a bowl of water previously, it would now be like a vast ocean where no amount of additional water would make any difference. At this moment, Zhao Huai's golden bronze coins absorbed enough energy and released a purple glow. Upgrade a single earthly grade destiny. Zhao Huai looked at the huge characters in front of him, realizing something. As the difficulty of the events he faced increased with the use of the golden bronze coins, the more energy they absorbed, and the higher the potential for the destiny to transform. Zhao Huai's thoughts raced, understanding that this was an excellent opportunity to improve his combat destiny. Currently, facing the demon race's army, it would be most suitable to improve his combat destiny. His 1,000-mile Lone Rider was now far too behind, and it was time for an upgrade. Zhao Huai confirmed his decision. The 1,000-mile Lone Rider in his mind began to transform. The orange light sphere disappeared, replaced by a prestigious purple glow. The content of the text also changed. Battle King, Superior Heavenly Grade, the stronger the opponents, the stronger you become. Absorb the essence and Qi of the defeated foes. Your cultivation has no limit, but it will return to normal after the battle. The effect was similar to 1,000-mile Lone Rider, but it was no longer about enhancing spirit and Qi, but a clear and straightforward improvement of cultivation level. Furthermore, even if defeated, Zhao Huai would not lose his increased realm as long as the battle was still ongoing. This was more than a single level upgrade compared to the 1,000-mile Lone Rider. Once Zhao Huai understood this, he quickly returned to reality. The time it took for a cultivator to think in their mind was only a moment in the outside world. So, in the eyes of the many demon kings, Zhao Huai only stood still for a second. They didn't dare to act rashly as the recent display of power had claimed the lives of 2 demon kings, making them realize how difficult it would be to deal with the white-robed sword cultivator. After the transformation of his destiny, Zhao Huai's aura had become even more powerful, his eyes shining brightly. Just a moment ago you were all so eager, weren't you? Why is it that none of you dares to step forward now? Zhao Huai sneered, taunting the many demon kings. The man with dark claws and flood dragon body and the wolf girl with leopard ear quickly exchanged glances, planning to attack at the same time. Both of them were powerful demons who had survived 3 corporeal tribulations, much more formidable than any of the demon kings they had encountered so far. They were capable of fighting cultivators in the metamorphosis realm. Wolf girl with leopard ear was incredibly fast. Her humanoid form was one of the rare complete human forms, making her speed impossible to track with the naked eye. Many demons despised taking on a human form, considering it an insult. But in reality, cultivating in a human form had many advantages, not only conserving demonic power consumption but also providing flexibility and convenience while using various divine skills. Wolf girl with leopard ears' speed could almost match Zhao Huai's, but when compared to tearing the space apart, it was still far behind. Zhao Huai instantly vanished from where he stood. A powerful sword intention erupted, with purple lightning and green frost striking simultaneously at the man with flood dragon tail and the wolf girl, the 2 top-ranking demon kings. Zhao Huai appeared behind the fire rhinoceros demon king. The Yu-Sha in his hand shone with a dark light, transforming into a black arc. With a soft sound, the sword pierced through the fire rhinoceros demon king's heavy armor defenses like slicing through vegetables. His enormous horned head was turned into a bloody mess, the horn severed, and the skull shattered as his body heavily fell to the ground. When Zhao Huai appeared again, he was holding an incandescent demonic core, which he had dug out from the fire rhinoceros demon king's body. Zhao Huai did not give his opponent the chance to counterattack before dying, instead, he opted for a one-hit kill. After some time controlling the 5 swords, Zhao Huai found himself gradually getting accustomed to it, becoming more and more adept in using them to catch his opponents off guard. Facing Zhao Huai's peculiar sword technique, the multitude of demon kings trembled in fear, retreating a step back. Zhao Huai clearly felt his cultivation level rising, advancing to the middle rebirth stage. The augmentation of cultivation by Battle King was incomparable to that of Thousand-Mile Lone Rider. He closed his eyes to enjoy the sensation, then smiled and said, Chapter 350, The Former Crown Prince, Now a Ruthless Man. Ding! Accompanied by the collision of the flying sword and the man with the flood dragon tail's ghostly claws, the man with the flood dragon tail's expression suddenly turned unsightly. With just 2 flying swords, Zhao Huai managed to block 2 6th realm demon kings. Moreover, he killed 2 more demon kings right in front of him. The demon emperor has ordered us to retreat first. The wolf woman next to him suddenly sent a message. Go. The leading demon king with the flood dragon's tail spoke coldly. Obviously, they also knew that it was impossible for them to continue killing human cultivators at the current situation, so they led their army from the primitive world to retreat to the west. The sect disciples in the prison carts were all unwilling to leave. They glanced at the direction of Angzi Prefecture and were silently taken away. Seeing this scene, countless cultivators beat their chests and stamped their feet, hating that they did not have the power to slay the Demon King and rescue these enslaved human cultivators. The Demon Kings each turned back into their original forms and disappeared into the desert. The rolling tide of beasts finally retreated. At this moment, Cai Yuxiang, wearing a fiery red floral dress, stepped on a jade lotus and slowly landed, thanking Zhao Huai. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Senior, you are. As Cai Yuxiang spoke, it seemed as if she saw something incredible, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhao Huai, full of shock. Fairy, it's been a long time. Zhao Huai smiled gently, taking the initiative to greet her. It's really you. Prince Zhao Huai of the Yan. How did you do it? Cai Yuxiang was incredulous. She had just seen from afar Zhao Huai taking action, killing the Green Lion Demon King, the Snow Eagle Demon King, and the Fire Rhinoceros Demon King. Slaying 3 Demon Kings in a row could no longer be seen as just an ordinary rebirth realm cultivator's actions. She really couldn't believe that this white-robed man was actually Prince Zhao Huai. Wasn't he already missing for 5 years? During these 5 years, the situation has changed drastically, and there was not even a bit of news about Prince Zhao Huai. Those who didn't know thought he had perished. After coming out of seclusion, it's only natural to have made some progress. Zhao Huai responded with a smile. The rarely seen bright smile flashed across Cai Yuxiang's face, worthy of being a descendant of ancestor Yan Ziu. With you here, Angzi Prefecture will be even stronger. Let's go. We will meet up with the others first. Many disciples from the spiritual mountains are stationed here, and you should be familiar with them. The Empress of the Xia has never mentioned you in front of us, so I am curious whether the rumors about you 5 years ago were true or false. When faced with Cai Yuxiang's question, Zhao Huai smiled but didn't say anything. He was very clear that the Empress was not someone who liked exposing her inner feelings in front of others. As an emperor, how could she always have her emotions displayed on her face? In the eyes of outsiders, her calmness and composure were necessary and natural. Zhao Huai and Cai Yuxiang brought the corpses of the several demon kings back into the city, which immediately caused a huge sensation. As 3 demon kings had fallen, it was enough to suppress the arrogance of the various powerful demons in the primitive world. The numerous cultivators, including the sword cultivators of the Limitless Immortal Sect, the Taoists of the Eternal Taoist Temple, and the female disciples of the Exquisite Palace, all gathered around the mountain-like pile of Demon King corpses. Many cultivators on the scene showed admiration and respect in their faces, admiration for the Demon King corpses, and respect for Zhao Huai. They knew that even after fighting for several days, they might not be able to take down a single Demon King, yet now, 3 were slain in just half a day. This would undoubtedly have a significant impact on their morale. "Brother Zhao, it really is you." From the crowd, a familiar voice came. Zhao Huai looked up and saw Gu Tianji walking out with a smile, playfully punching him in the chest. "It's been 5 years since we last met, your cultivation has improved greatly. You've reached the rebirth realm now." Gu Tianji remained the same, still very handsome, with his elegant daoist robe and a friendly aura radiating from him. "Yet, how come you're stuck at the peak golden core? Your talent isn't low either," Zhao Huai laughed. As one of his few friends in the immortal sect, their conversation was natural and without restraint or strangeness. Gu Tianji sighed lightly. "There's no way around it, the rebirth realm isn't easy to break through, it's not something that can be achieved overnight. No other rebirth realm cultivator can kill a demon king with one sword like Brother Zhao." Indeed, what he said wasn't wrong. Realms are capricious, you will never know what kind of bottleneck you will face in the future. Not everyone has the destiny of human immortal body, which ignores all bottlenecks. Moreover, Zhao Huai had actually cultivated for a full 30 years, not 5 years as they had thought. This speed was indeed unmatched by others. Gu Tianji apparently already knew that several demon kings had died at Zhao Huai's hands. These demon kings, if placed in any state or county, would have been powerful demons. Their downfall was a boon to the human race. With heavy losses inflicted on the demon race, they shouldn't be sending out a demon army for a while. "The Empress of Xia wants to meet you, Royal Crown Prince. Please go ahead." A man in a green robe descended from the void and smiled faintly. It was the Take Sect Master who had just battled a demon emperor. His cultivation had reached the metamorphosis stage. "Please lead the way, sir." Zhao Huai nodded. Since he had revealed himself, Madame couldn't possibly be unaware. The Take Sect Master walked ahead, with Zhao Huai following closely, heading towards the temporary imperial palace built in Angzi Prefecture. At the same time, in addition to Cai Yuxiang and Gu Tianji, some other heroes of the human race, including Limitless Immortal Sect's true disciples, Zai Yun and Chen Jianchu, also came out of the city to greet them. "Isn't this Prince Zhao Huai from Yan? The members of the Devil Sect and Demon Race have all said that he has perished. I think he must have been in seclusion. His cultivation compared to 5 years ago is worlds apart." More and more people in Angzi Prefecture recognized Zhao Huai's identity. An elder wearing a suit of armor that spanned thousands of layers stared at Zhao Huai's retreating back, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia. Having killed 3 demon kings in a row, the former prince has turned into a ruthless person. How did he manage to break through to the rebirth realm in just 5 years? The natural harmony and circulation of spiritual qi around him are centered on him. Could this not be a perfect rebirth? Or did I see it wrong? Cai Yuxiang pondered, with a mini guqin hanging from her chest, her body shrouded in misty celestial aura. However, the existence of perfect rebirth only exists in classics. I've never heard of anyone being able to successfully condense it. Gu Tianji smiled, maybe it's true. Those demon kings weren't even able to counterattack before they died. What level has his speed reached? Middle or late rebirth stage, or even metamorphosis? Only perfect rebirth can explain it. Zai Yun of the Limitless Immortal Sect walked to the bodies of several dead demon kings, reached out her hand, pressed it on their bloody chests, closed her eyes and felt it, unable to hide the amazement in her eyes. The fatal injuries on these demon kings are all from sword qi. A powerful sword intention lingers in their blood, very powerful, directly stirring their viscera and heart vessels, causing them to be killed instantly. The method is clever, there's no need for direct contact, just controlling the sword intention. Chen Jianchu smiled helplessly, now Zhao Huai's height is not something we can catch up with. His sword skill is already close to being sealed as a sword saint. This descendant of ancestor Yan Ziu has grown up. At the same time, during this moment, the news of several demon kings being killed by a single white-robed sword cultivator spread rapidly throughout the primitive world, immediately causing a great uproar. All the demon kings were furious. That day, all the demon emperors of all parties gathered their encirclements, not only surrounding the heavy cities along the border of the western state, but also sending more powerful demons to Angzi Prefecture. Meanwhile, the sky was filled with tides of birds and raptors, capturing cultivators and common people from all parts of the western state. Above Angzi Prefecture, an enormous dragon-shaped phantom appeared in the sky, surrounded by demonic clouds, and the earth was constantly shaking. A demon emperor from the primitive world roared at Angzi Prefecture, "Within 3 days, the chief culprit must come out of the city to kneel down and apologize to us. Otherwise, I, the heavenly flame flood dragon emperor, will personally lead an army to trample Angzi Prefecture flat. If you shrink back like a tortoise, I will eat 100 of your human citizens and cultivators every day." The sound was so loud that it formed ripples, clearly audible within a range of 10,000 li. Zhao Huai, who was in the temporary imperial palace of Angzi Prefecture, could hear it.